Testing 1, 2, 3. Testing 1, 2, 3, 4. Testing 1, 2, 3. Good? Testing 1, 2, 3. Testing 1, 2, 3. Testing. Testing 1, 2, 3. Testing 1, 2, 3. Are you getting it? All right, let me try this center one again. 1, 2, 3. Testing. Got it? Good.
Any of the delegates that's outside, would you urge them to come on in and get seated if possible? I'm George Johnson with the Jackson Central Labor Union, and I would like to welcome each of you to Jackson, to your capital city, and express to you that anything that we can do while you're here to help you or assist you in any way, the Jackson Central Labor Union is ready to help you any way. This morning, to begin with, we have to bring the invocation the Reverend Maurice Clayton, pastor of Hillcrest Baptist Church, Jackson. Reverend Clayton.
As we meet here today in this assembly, the Lord doesn't see us as a group, and I'm so glad He doesn't. He sees us as individuals, and He's concerned about each one of us. We're living in a very impersonal society, as all of you realize, I'm sure. Someone has said we're no longer people, we're numbers. When I was in the Navy, I was 8437924. To the telephone company, I'm 3722737. And to the bank, I'm 2301024. So it's a very impersonal society, but I'm thankful that the Lord sees us as individuals. Therefore, blessed is the man who walks not in the counsel of the ungodly, nor stands in the way of sinners, nor sits in the seat of the scornful. But his delight is in the law of the Lord, and in his law doth he meditate day and night. And he shall be like a tree planted by the rivers of water, that brings forth his fruit in his season. His leaf also shall not wither, and whatsoever he does shall prosper. Let us bow now as we pray together. Our Father, thou hast made us for thyself, and thou hast appointed for each of us our work in life. Help us always to remember that our work is thy appointment, and enable us to be steadfast in perfecting the work we have to do. May thy blessings be upon our nation today, our state, our governor, and each of us. May thy guidance be known and followed in the deliberations of this assembly throughout this week, through Jesus our Lord. Amen.
Stand, please. We pledge allegiance to the flag. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Be seated. If you will notice on your schedule, the Honorable Russell Davis, Mayor of Jackson, was supposed to be here today. He had received a subpoena from to go to Gulfport to appear in court, so therefore he could not be here. So we are pleased to have with us today Doug Shanks, Public Relations Director for the City of Jackson. Doug Shanks.
Mr. Ramsey, Mr. Johnson, Reverend Clayton, ladies and gentlemen. Originally, Mayor Davis was going to be turkey hunting today. And if you know how turkey hunters are, they're fanatics on it. But Mr. Ramsey called him up and asked him to address this group, and he accepted. Unfortunately, he did have a subpoena to appear in court on the coast regarding the situation that the city is involved in down there. I thought I might take a few moments to tell you a little bit about Jackson. As some of you know, we are celebrating our sesquicentennial birthday this year, which is our 150-year birthday here in Jackson. And I thought I would check when I found out I would be asked to give this speech and find out how long labor or the labor movement has been here in Jackson. And please correct me if I'm wrong, but looking through the history books, I found the first mention of labor on July 4th, 1860, where the Jackson Typographical Union Band led the 4th of July parade down Capitol Street. So the labor movement has been in Jackson just about as long as Jackson's been here. Business is good in Jackson. Virtually every economic indicator is up. Everywhere you look, you'll see construction. Jackson is becoming the retail trade center it should be. Presently, we're doing a little over 15% of all the retail trade in the state of Mississippi. But we still have the good life in Jackson, Mississippi. And while we're talking about the good life and the part of our Southern heritage that we want to keep, where people are still friendly to each other, let me say to those that brought their families here, we want you to visit our zoo while you're here in Jackson. We have one of the finest zoos in the country, and it's free, at least for the time being. We realize that to be a good city, you need more than concrete and glass buildings. You need a place where people want to live and will come to live. And we are dedicated to this in Jackson, Mississippi. We want Jackson, Mississippi to be a city that the state can take pride in. Again, on behalf of Mayor Davis, and while I'm here, we have a real Christmas tree in Jackson every year, and out of it, we take souvenirs, and this is part of the actual Christmas tree. And instead of giving keys to the city, we give out these souvenirs. And this morning I brought one for Mr. Ramsey, Mr. Johnson, and Mr. Tom Knight. So again, on behalf of Mayor Davis, we're very happy to have the AFL-CIO here in Jackson, and we hope you come back often. Thank you.
AFL-CIO has been president for a number of years. He has taken all the abuse that I guess any group could have taken or given him from us as members, and especially from the public in general. So without any other remarks, I'd like to present to you now the president of the state AFL-CIO, Claude Ramsey.
Thank you very much. First, let me say it makes me feel real good this morning to see such a good turnout for this convention. As Mr. Johnson mentioned, I've been president of the organization now for a number of years, to be exact, since 1959. And I can recall that when I presided over our first convention, that it didn't take a very large room for us to meet in. And it's very apparent that we've come a long way since 1959. And I want you to know that a lot of the progress made in this state is not the result of the work of just Claude Ramsey, but it's the result of the combined labor movement in Mississippi, the cooperation we've received from our various international unions, and I am especially appreciative of the work and the cooperation that we've received from our central labor councils throughout the state. Now, today, at this convention, the governor of Mississippi will be addressing you. And if you look at your agenda, he's slated to be on the program at 10:35. Frankly, we thought it would take a little longer to get the preliminaries out of the way, or we'd have scheduled them a little bit sooner. My role in this convention at this particular point was to have responded to the governor's remarks. And since the governor has not yet arrived, then it appears that I'm going to have a few words to say before he gets here. And I'm assuming that somebody at the door there, the sergeant at arms, and our executive board, who will be the escort committee for our governor, will let me know when he arrives, and I'll cut it off when we'll bring him in. But for the benefit of the new members of this organization, that this might be the first convention that you've attended of this organization, I think you should be made aware of the fact that Bill Waller is the first governor of Mississippi that we've seen fit to invite to address our delegation. Up until his election, we didn't feel that we had any reason to invite the governor of our state to attend our convention, because the governors, beginning with Barnett in 1960, seemed to think that the most expedient political thing to do in our state was to fight organized labor. And it is a real pleasure for me to at least to be presiding over a convention whereby the governor of our state will be on our program. Now, since the governor hasn't yet arrived, then I think I should use this time to report to you on some of the activities that have gone on around the state in the past couple of years, at least since our last convention, and that I should especially give you a report on the activities of our state legislature, which is now in session. Is he here? I'm advised that the distinguished gentleman is here. Now, we have arranged, in If you notice, I'm the only person on the podium. We had a lengthy meeting yesterday of our executive committee, and we decided that the appropriate thing to do was that the executive council, the executive board of this organization, should be the escort committee to escort the governor of Mississippi to this convention. Will the escort committee please bring the governor into the convention hall? You all stand, please. Let's give him a round of applause when he walks in. Ladies and gentlemen, delegates to this convention, it gives me a great deal of pleasure to present to you the Honorable William Waller, Governor of the state of Mississippi. Governor Waller. Mr. Ramsey, distinguished delegates to the annual convention, I'm pleased to be here and want to assure you that I am among friends and that you have a friend in me. I have, experienced one of the more unique things in the history of Mississippi, and certainly I think something that we can talk about briefly this morning. We made an all-out race for governor in 2 primaries in August and the general election in November, and had the opportunity of being in the plants, in the manufacturing operations, in the lumber industry and the garment industry and all over the state, and certainly I wouldn't be here today as your governor if I did not have and had not gained unusual strength and support and enthusiastic backing from the working men and the working women in Mississippi. To that extent, I think I represent the true tax-paying Mississippian in state government. A lot of things happened in this campaign that I think transformed the future of Mississippi insofar as state politics and state leadership is concerned. I had the opportunity, I think, to learn about more individual problems of the people who go to work on Monday and punch the clock all week and get the paycheck on Friday than any man that's ever been elected to statewide office. I had a lot of unique experiences out on the parking lots where the people came and left on shift changes. One day I was campaigning outside of Pascagoula, and this
man greeted me rather warmly, and I greeted him even more warmly because I wanted his vote. And I approached him, rather forcefully, and I said, Bill Waller, working man's candidate for governor, I'd like to have your support. And he looked at me and he said, well, don't you know me? And I said, I believe I do. And he said, what's my name? I said, well, now, I'm just not sure about that. He said, well, I'll tell you this, Bill Waller, you may be the working man's candidate for governor. I said, I don't believe I'll vote for you. And I said, why? He said, well, said, my dog knows my face, but he doesn't know my name either. In the course of this campaign, we established a dialogue with the laboring forces in Mississippi, for the men and women who work by the sweat of their brow and pay their taxes willingly. We said that state government should be responsive to labor in Mississippi, and that labor should have a voice to be heard by state government and by the governor of the state of Mississippi. And to that end, I pledged that we would have a labor council created by executive order of the governor, operating with 25 men and women from all sections of Mississippi and from all types of industry. That is being formulated right now. I have approximately 15 or 16 of these people selected, and I'm doing it basically back at the grassroots level with people who are acquainted with and have had some leadership with labor in various sections of Mississippi. The reason why it's taken so long is because of the legislative demands on my time. The legislature had been in session about 2 weeks or longer before I was inaugurated. Consequently, they had had time to organize, they had had time to create the committees, the chairmen of the committees. They had had time even to get certain legislation ready. So when I entered the office of governor, I was caught in a vacuum. The vacuum is still as strong today as it was then, but I want you to know that your governor's working hard, as I pledged to do. I'm trying to pass critical legislation that can only be passed between now and May the 8th, because that's when the legislature goes home. Some of these other things can be done after that because there's no legal deadline on when I can sign executive orders. We are working hard to get you better roads. We believe that the safety of the individual on the highway, the economic development of the various sections of Mississippi demand that we have a statewide highway network. Better industry will come, better jobs will be provided, and more people will be employed once we have this statewide highway network. For the little man, for the man who has $500 in a checking account and $400 in a savings account, we're working hard to create the Small Business Bureau of the A&I Board. The Small Business Bureau has taken on new form through the House of Representatives. It's on the calendar. It has not been voted on, but this is what it will do for you. It will give bank loans with state guarantee on those loans up to $25,000 with 10 years to repay those loans, and we would like to move people into self-employment status where 10 men who have some skill, some expertise, and we'll say tool and die making, could get together and form their own company. We believe Mississippi is not only behind in per capita income, but it's behind in new businesses where men and women can be self-employed, and it matters not whether it's a manufacturing type industry or not. We hope that the Small Business Bureau will respond to the ambitious person in Mississippi that wants to own all or a part of a new business enterprise. These are just some of the things that we're doing, we believe, to help the working men and the working women in Mississippi. One of the things that has always troubled me, and this is a giant step forward if we can do it, is how does a man with a moderate income, with 4 or 5 children and a wife, participate in outdoor recreation and entertainment without going to Florida to Disneyland or to Arkansas to Dog Patch? And we have right now favorably passed by the House, over in the Senate, over half of the work has been done, to have capital improvements in our state parks up to $25 million. This will be a great step forward. This will give you, after the week's work is done, during your weekends and on holidays, an opportunity to stay in Mississippi and have recreation and entertainment in our state parks. As time goes along, you will want to see me, and as time goes along, you'll want to know more about state government and what I'm doing to respond to the needs of the people of this state. I hope you'll feel that Bill Waller, not as Mr. Ramsey introduced me, the Honorable William Waller, but old Bill is up there in Jackson working for us, and that I'll be receptive to you and be glad to see you and be willing to help you in any way I can. I hope you have a great convention. I hope you have a successful progress of your work calendar, and I look forward to seeing you in your hometown, and I hope in the place where you work in the near future. Thank you.
Well, you know, this makes me feel pretty good. Any time that you can find yourself in a convention ahead of schedule, you're doing pretty doggone good, aren't you? And that's where we find ourselves at this time, so maybe, just maybe, we can get a few things done this morning that we would have had to have gotten done this afternoon. I'm sure that every person present is appreciative of the fact that they have finally helped elect a governor that, if you please, pardon the expression, had the guts to appear before this convention and make that address. I don't think it's any accident that he came here. I think that some members of the legislature had a little to do with that, because we've had a couple of key roll call votes in the legislature recently that strongly indicated the influence that organized labor has in politics in Mississippi at this particular time. Therefore, it wasn't a risk on the governor's part in addressing this convention. I think it was an asset because he's a young man. I think probably he'll be running for office again one of these days. And it might well be that he'll want the support of the people present in this convention. I find it a little bit difficult to respond to the governor's remarks because, frankly, they were rather short, and he didn't really get into any of the details of what he wants the legislature to do, other than the fact that he mentioned that there is a dire need of highways in our state, of new highways, which all of us present agree that there definitely is a need of new highways in certain sections of our state. Now, having found ourselves in agreement with the governor on the need of new highways in our state, the next question that has to be answered, especially by the members of the legislature, is how is that program to be financed? Now, we've read and we've heard a lot of talk about a $600 million highway program. That's an awful lot of money. And there's a great difference of opinion among members of the legislature, many of them experts in their field on taxation and what have you, as to whether or not we actually need $600 million to build the kind of a highway system that we need. There's one thing that we do know, however, and the delegates to this convention will be properly informed before you leave about who's paying the tax load in this state. It'll be passed out to you before the day is over, because you'll be hearing from a man this afternoon who is chairman of the Senate Finance Committee, who, in my opinion, is our state's foremost expert in the field of taxation. And I'm referring now to Senator Ellis Beaudron of Vicksburg. Now, since I invited the senator to address this convention, he has announced his intention to run for Congress. And he called me a few days ago and advised me of this, that he was about to make that announcement, and that he did not want this convention to think that he came here to address you just because he was a candidate for Congress of the United States. He is coming here to address you as chairman of the Senate Finance Committee. And I've asked him to give you some very pertinent details about where your tax money is collected, I don't think the Sergeant at Arms have got around to passing that information out yet, but it will be made available and on your desk when you come back from the lunch hour. And you'll be interested in knowing the source of this information. I see my good friend Jack Davis from Mississippi State sitting in the audience back here. Jack, you'll be interested in knowing that our source of this information is the Mississippi Economic Council. You see, it so happens that the State Chamber of Commerce, a little bit better shape financially than we are, and they can do a little bit better job of researching and putting together fancy brochures than we can. And it just so happened that they had a series of legislative workshops prior to the convening of this last session of the legislature. And it just so happened that Claude Ramsey invited himself to attend and sit in on one of their workshops in this same room. It cost me $3 to register as a guest. But by paying that $3, I got all of the information that they passed out. And strangely enough, I found myself in agreement with most of the things that the State Economic Council or the State Chamber of Commerce says they'd like to see done in Mississippi. And of course, I talked to the executives of the organization when it was all over with, and I complimented them on a fine meeting. Told them that I wasn't too sure about who had adopted whose program, whether they had adopted part of our program or whether we down the road somewhere might have adopted a few things they had in mind. But in any event, we do find ourselves in agreement in Mississippi with many other groups. We do have a common interest with many other groups in our state. And as president of this organization, I've attempted to the best of my ability to try to work with those people that have a common interest with us in the areas where we do have a common interest. Now, you've heard me talk about an organization called the Mississippi Council on Economic Education. I've been working with Jack Davis and some other people for a number of years and trying to really get this organization on the road and do the job that it ought to be doing. Primarily, that organization is designed to do one thing, ladies and gentlemen, and that is to teach our children the fundamentals of our system. How our free enterprise system works within the framework of our democratic system of government. Now, we all have a stake in the maintenance of this system. The Manufacturers Association, employers, the business people, the whole works. And of course, I have a selfish motive in this whole thing, because if they teach our kids how the system works, then as a matter of necessity, in the course of the whole thing, they have to discuss the role played by collective bargaining within the free enterprise system in these United States. There's no doggone way in the world that you can teach our system of government, the free enterprise system itself, without seeing that organized labor plays a very important role within our economic system. That's the message we're trying to get across, and we're beginning to be fairly successful. As a matter of fact, we're being so doggone successful Well, I'm getting so doggone many speaking engagements that I can't fill them all in high schools and colleges. And I'm having to ask some other people to fulfill some of those engagements. That's just one of the things that we're trying to do. But I think it's an important thing. It's important because we have, in this country today, unfortunately, a rather large group of young people who are the beneficiaries of our high standard of living, brought about primarily a result of collective bargaining, who have decided to drop out of our society. And somebody has referred to them as a credit card clique. In other words, they're using the credit cards of their parents to pay their bills for whatever this thing is they're trying to do. It's got to the point that you can't tell the girls from the boys these days. They're about to put a lot of our barbers out of business. These long hairs I'm talking about. I don't see too many of them in this room, so apparently you do see your barber pretty regular. I want to compliment you on that. I'm sure the barbers present will appreciate that plug. Now, we have a number of other things going on in the state that I want to talk about, but I don't have the time because we're going to try to keep this convention on schedule as far as we can. I want to discuss with you just briefly about some of the manpower programs that we're involved in. Some things that we're doing outside of what you might refer to the ordinary channels of the role of the state AFL-CIO. We're assisting our unions in the shipyard in Pascagoula. We've helped them put together a program to recruit and train people in the apprenticeship program to give them the skills of the trade. Many of these people are black, members of the minority race. And we're attempting to train those people whereby they can become taxpayers and not tax eaters, if you please, as they have been referred to by some people. We have representatives here today in this convention associated with that program. Now, one of the primary reasons for me spending so much time in Pascagoula trying to assist our unions with this program centers around one fact. And you have a stake in this one, all of you do. And that's the fact that the state of Mississippi's got $130 million sunk in that place down there. We hawked the whole state of Mississippi to build that shipyard, friends. $130 million worth of your money's down there. And if we don't help our unions train people to build ships that will float and that will sell, then we're going to be in one heck of a mess. I see my good friend Kelly laughing about it over there. He ain't laughing matter, Kelly. That first one they put in the water down there, no, they haven't sold yet. And nobody's sure whether it's sitting on the bottom or whether it's floating yet or not. But we do have problems. And we do hope before we get through that we will be of some assistance in helping Linton industry develop a trained workforce in Mississippi, and we want Mississippi workers on the jobs, friends. We're going to put $130 million in that thing. We think our people ought to have the job instead of bringing them in here from California. in Oregon, in New York, and other places that they're doing at the present time. Then I want to tell you briefly about another program I'm very proud of that we have just recently become associated with, dealing with the building trades unions primarily. We have just recently become associated with an organization known as the Appalachian Council. The Appalachian Council is an organization comprised of the officers of the various state councils and the states covered by the Appalachian Act. I'm not going to burden you with all the details of the Appalachian Act because it's complicated. But there's monies available to the states covered by the Appalachian Act to build highways, to build other things, and so forth. But the council that I'm referring to does not have anything to do whatsoever with the Appalachian Act. That organization was put together primarily and is funded with labor money by the U.S. Department of Labor to recruit and train uneducated, underprivileged citizens within the Appalachian region. And they're not all black, many of these poor people. Most of them, as a matter of fact, in the Appalachian region are all white. And it's a sad situation. I've had the privilege of having gone through that section of this nation, and you ought to make that trip sometime, friends, and take a look at it. If you think you got trouble in Mississippi, I'd suggest you make that trip up through that Appalachian region. Then you'll be most thankful that you live in the great sovereign state of Mississippi. But what I wanted to tell you about was a program that we just recently become involved in with this council. I was approached recently, as a matter of fact, at the Miami convention of the FFL-CIO. And for whatever it might be worth, I left before the president made that address. When I found out he was coming, I said it was time for me to leave. So I had my bags packed up and I was gone before he got there. Of course, that's facetious. I actually had business to take care of and had to leave anyway. Main thing, I wasn't there to know whether or not he was insulted or applauded or not. But I was approached by a group of people associated with this council telling me that they had been approached by representatives from the Choctaw Nation in Philadelphia, Mississippi, that they wanted some assistance to help develop a manpower training program. They wanted some of the young Indians on that reservation to be given the skills of the trades, if you please. Miles Stanley, the president of the West Virginia Council, talked to me about it. I said, certainly we'll be interested. We're interested in trying to help develop all of the natural and human resources of our state. That includes the Indian population, a group of people that, in my opinion, have been sadly neglected. We took this country away from them, then we give them a few acres of land to live on and forgot about them. I said, yes, we'll be happy to help develop that program. So I'm happy to report to you this morning that today in Philadelphia, Mississippi, we have a pilot program going involving you want to make sure I showed you a picture of that shipyard. That $130 million I was talking about. What I wanted to tell you was that today we have a pilot project in Philadelphia where we have 40 young Indians enrolled in a pre-apprenticeship training program in 3 trades: carpentry, brick masonry, and painting. We have hired, at least the Appalachian Council, they had the money to put them on the payroll, have hired 3 gentlemen in these 3 crafts, and they are now teaching these young Indians pre-apprenticeship. And within a few weeks, they'll become indentured apprentices. And within a few years, hopefully, they'll become journeyman mechanics and will be making good money, as some of you are. We hope before we get through with this program that we'll be able to practically develop a complete new community on the Indian reservation in that area. The chief of the tribe over there is a very intelligent man, and I've had the opportunity to discuss this project with him several times. And he tells me about his plans, and there's going to be a lot of work over there. So we're going to have work, gentlemen, those of you from the building trades, for some of your members. And we're going to be calling on some of you outside of the 3 trades that I mentioned to give us a hand in teaching the skills of the trades, such as the electricians and plumbers and what have you, before we get through. And it just so happens that this group also had money enough on hand to hire a coordinator for the state of Mississippi who will be working more or less under my direction, who just recently come on board. He is a former member of our state executive board, and if he's present in this hall, I want him to stand up. I want you to take a look at him. His brother D is present in the hall, or is he outside? Brother D is out there. See if he's out there. I want you all to see the guy because I might not get a chance to introduce him again. Okay, that's all right. Just wait till we get around to introduction of guests, and I'll introduce him as a guest, but I want you to understand the role that he's playing. He's going to be the coordinator of this program, and it's not going to involve just the Indian nation. We have plans to assist the building trades groups in this state to put programs together to help you upgrade your membership. Because as many of you know, out of the trades, you have to go to school pretty often now to keep up with what's going on in your individual trade. And we intend, we hope, before we get through, to have money enough to help you put a program together for your membership whereby they can become upgraded on the skills of their job. And for whatever it might be worth, this program is more or less going to be under your direction. and we're going to be looking to you. There's been a lot of false information put out about this program, and that's the reason that I'm spending a little time with you on it here this morning, instead of talking about some other things I need to be talking about, because the delegates to this convention needs to understand what this program's all about and the reason that we've become involved in it. Now I want to turn my attention briefly to the subject that I really wanted to talk about in the first place. And that's what's going on in the state legislature and what's been done up to this point affecting you and the people that you represent. Friday of this past week was the deadline to report bills out of committee. Any bill that was not reported out of committee by midnight of Friday night last week is now dead. Some of you out of the trades that I've been in communications with about a certain bill can have a good rest tonight and sleep easy without any worry. That bill died in committee. We'll talk about that subject later on. We have had some legislation reported out of committee that we have a great interest in, and I shall spend a few minutes with you on about two pieces that I think you need to be brought up to date on. Beginning of this session, we decided that we needed to give a priority because of the deadline faced by the legislature on certain legislation we were interested in. Thank you. And we decided that at the top of the list of that priority should be the great need to improve our sad situation surrounding workmen's compensation insurance. We give this matter top priority. And those of you from the Jackson County area know, I've said it before and I'll say it again, that the chairman of the insurance committee from that county himself was responsible last year for us not receiving any increase in workmen's compensation. And maybe some of this was my fault. I will accept part of the blame for this having died on the calendar, because I was so concerned about that $130 million we had invested in that shipyard that I spent my time between Pascagoula and the state capitol. And some of the people present here know this is true. I wish you had this thing sitting up here where you could see it. That's a picture of that $130 million investment you got. I hope you get it propped up here for you to look at throughout this convention. But the fact remains that last year that our legislature failed to give the injured worker any increase in his weekly benefits and death benefit amounts. As a matter of fact, the last time we received any increase in workmen's compensation was in 1968. And that was only a $5 increase. It moved from 35 to 40. And we should have at least increased the amount to 50 during the last session of the legislature. That's the minimum we should have done. Therefore, we set as our top priority workmen's compensation. And we let everybody know this. And we let you know. And we helped you prepare a questionnaire. And Lord, we broke in that election, practically. And, you know, I've never made so many telephone calls begging money in my life as I did during that last election, trying to get money enough to help you guys elect the right people. But it's paid off, friends. It's paid off. But because today, and it's a strange thing, you know, I don't see any member of the press present at this convention. And I issued a press release and told the TV guys that the governor was going to be addressing this convention. For some strange reason, they're not here today. They're not here today. Now, you might want to ask your question why they're not here today. Because the legislature don't convene till 2 o'clock. I intend to ask them a few questions. Because I told them they were welcome at this convention. But that's another subject. We let the legislature know after you had elected us a majority to both houses, and you done an excellent job. Today, for the first time in my memory, we have a sizable majority in both houses of the legislature that you helped elect. We have a friendly governor that you just heard from, and we have a friendly lieutenant governor. We still got one problem, and you've heard of this one before, and that's the Speaker of the House of Representatives, a man that's even more powerful than the governor, a man that appoints the committees in the House, who's not too friendly to what the things that we believe in. We thought we had a candidate was going to run against him. We brought him to our Cope convention last year, and he turned you guys on as nobody's ever turned anybody on before. You went out and done the best job of it anybody's ever done before. And some of his close associates got cold feet between the first and second primary. Said we'd better start making deals with Mr. Junkin for committee assignments because we don't have the votes to elect Melvin Case. They did this without conferring with me or Tom Knight because we keep records. We know what we got. And I was slightly more than irritated when Mr. Case issued this release of his. All right. We've got the majority, got a problem. We're trying to do what we can to avoid that problem. We're trying to get legislation through committees that we think are friendly. So we've concentrated on workmen's compensation insurance. We had a hearing in the House before a subcommittee and expressed our views on what we thought should be done on workmen's compensation insurance. And I asked some people from Pascagoula who had had some sad experiences to come up and give the members of that committee the benefit of some of their sad experiences. And did you know something? That committee come out of that place with a bill better than we expected because the chairman had already been talking to me about what he thought ought to happen in that committee. And they come out with a much better bill, and the chairman of that committee told me he thought he'd be able to get out. But that's another story. I won't burden you with that one. But the committee brought a bill out finally, put it on the calendar, finally set it for special order about 3 weeks ago. And I made it a point to be in the gallery when that bill was under discussion, under debate, because I wanted to see where the opposition was coming from. I wanted a roll call vote on the amendments that was going to be offered. I guess this is where the key is. The bill did about 3 things, really, maybe 4. It lowered the number of people that would be covered by workmen's compensation insurance from 8 to 5, which doesn't affect the people we represent very much. We don't have many unions with less than 8 people. Well, it happened that some of our friends were absent. That amendment passed, the amendment that kept it at 8, passed by a vote of 58 to 53. These are my notes I took while I was sitting in the gallery for your information. The next amendment was the real key vote, the key amendment. And you'll get a written report and you'll get a roll call vote on these matters when I get the time and when this legislature quits asking me to come over and testify on bills every other day. The vote came on a bill, on an amendment offered by Representative Lambert from Tupelo, Mississippi. Now, I don't want our friends from the Tupelo area to feel too bad when I mention his name, because they've done their best in the past with what they've had to do with to leave this gentleman at home. And they came pretty close on a couple occasions. And I think that probably the speech that he made on workman's comp and that amendment he offered might provide one of our unions with the proper information or ammunition to organize Rockville Manufacturing Company. At least I told the gentleman this anyhow. See, Butch and I pass the day, I shake hands with him, you know, tell him what we're going to do up there next and so forth. And of course, if somebody sees me shaking hands with Butch Lambert and say, well, Claude Ramsey's over there about to have a fist fight with Butch Lambert. This is not true. Personally, Butch is a likable man. He's a good referee. He referees basketball games and things of that kind. And I suspect this is one reason he wins elections, because he's made a lot of friends outside of some other groups. The amendment that he offered would have reduced the weekly benefit amount from $56 to $50 a week. Now, I want you to make some notes on this, because you're going to be having a banquet tomorrow night. And the main reason we're having that banquet, frankly, is that we're going to be inviting the members of the legislature to come and sit with you and eat a $7 steak. We got them down to 7, it was 8 to start with. But the main reason to feed those characters is in order for you to have an opportunity to talk to them about what we think they ought to be doing in that legislature. Somebody tell me I'm leaving the mic, you can't hear me in the back. I thought I talked loud enough you could hear me all over the hotel. I'm sorry. After considerable debate, the amendment failed by a vote, now write this down, of 78 to 34. 78 to 34 against the amendment to reduce the amount from $56 to $50. Keep in mind we had about 6 to 7 friends absent when that vote was taken. Had those 6 or 7 people been present when the first vote was taken on reducing the thing to 5, that amendment would have failed. Then the gentleman's next amendment, again from Tupelo, he led the fight for the Manufacturers Association. Why shouldn't he? He's on their payroll. He's a personnel director for Rockville Manufacturing Company. And Tupelo. Why shouldn't he lead the fight for the manufacturers? He's on their payroll. His next amendment would have eliminated a $7 increase in 1974. This was the committee's idea. This wasn't our idea at all. I don't know where they come up with this. See? This idea of a $7 increase Lord, I got to stay to this mic. I like to walk around while I'm talking. But we didn't make any recommendations when we testified before the House Insurance Committee that they start off with an amount this year and 2 years later increases $7. I don't know whose idea this was. I guess they thought they'd placate us a little bit with a $7 increase 2 years from now, and they wouldn't have to be bothered with us. I don't know. But anyhow, that was in the bill. And we had a roll call vote after considerable debate on that amendment. And write this one down. We lost a few votes on this one. They wasn't too sure whether we wanted them with us on this one or not. Because I talked to some of them after this was over with. They said, well, we didn't know whether Labor was for this thing or against it. The vote on that one was 70 to 43. 70 to 43. Still a very comfortable majority vote. At this point, the gentleman from Lee County got up and told the Speaker of the House, he says, Mr. Speaker, I'd like to ask that all of my amendments be removed from the table and that we proceed with the roll call vote on final passage of the bill. He had got the message. On the final passage of the bill, the vote was 111 to 4. Now, that was a nice vote, wasn't it? Very nice vote, 111 to 4. But if there's anybody in that legislature thinks for 1 minute that we're going to judge him because he voted for passage of that bill on final passage, that he was a member of that 111 that voted for final passage, but that he voted for those crippling amendments, then I can tell him where he can go, because the key votes is on the 2 amendments I've just discussed with you. All right. That bill now is before the Senate. Passed the House. It's in the Insurance Committee. We had a hearing this past week before a subcommittee of the Senate Insurance Committee to discuss our views on what we thought should be done about our workmen's compensation law. And there's several people present came up. We had a couple of guys from Natchez, one of their attorneys, had a certain problem they got with the doctor situation. And we've got a stack of bills this thick, been introduced. I spent practically all night trying to decide, review them, get prepared for the hearing. What's in these bills? What do they do? Then the chairman of that subcommittee made the job very easy. He just made out a simple agenda, listed the items. What's your views on this? What do you think ought to be done about increasing funeral allowance, death benefit, weekly benefit amount, stuff like that? What's your views? So we didn't have to go in and talk about any particular bill. So we gave them our views. But the doggone problem was this. We had several groups present, and they allocated us 6 minutes apiece. 6 minutes apiece to talk about workmen's compensation. And I've been talking already about it for about 30 minutes. You can imagine what you can say in about 6 minutes. But we did the best we could under those trying circumstances. And basically, this is what we told them. We, of course, reviewed with them, as we had with the House, the original intent of workmen's compensation. That original workmen's compensation insurance done one thing, It took the employer off of the hook as far as damaged suits are concerned. If he's covered by workman's compensation, you can't sue him if you get hurt on the job. All you've got to fall back on is workman's compensation. That's what the employer gets out of it. See? We reviewed rather than the fact that the original intent of workman's compensation that the injured worker should receive at least 2/3 of his lost wages when he is off the job because of injury on the job. And when we told him that a man's life was certainly worth at least $25,000 if he got killed on the job, told me Hot Moore up here would go up here and insure one of his bulls for $50,000, and if he got killed, he'd have a bit of trouble collecting. Man's life ought to be worth more than a bull. Don't you agree? Well, anyhow, that was our testimony. We don't know what we've got yet. That committee is still studying the testimony. You will have an opportunity to be talking with members of the Senate at this convention Tuesday night, tomorrow night to be exact. And there's supposed to be about 32 of them present. You'll have members of the House present. There's supposed to be between 85 and 90 of them present. We don't know what we're going to come out of this with. I'm simply suggesting to you, when you talk to the members of your legislative delegation, whether they're members of the Senate or the House, you stress the importance of doing something about this sad situation. I suggested in a Senate hearing that $7 they're going to put on that thing 2 years from now be put on it this year. July the 1st of this year, the least they could do is to put it up at $63. That's the least. All right, so much of that. I've talked too long already. But we got so much that we need to be talking about. So many things we need to get across to you, to ask you to help us to do. One other piece of legislation that I know you have an interest in, many of you, that I think I should talk to you briefly about, is that one of absentee balloting. We knew in advance that there would be some kind of bill passed dealing with this subject. We did testify before a hearing, an open hearing, on this particular subject. Not only this, but all election laws in Mississippi. And we made certain recommendations. And our recommendations were simply this, that if the legislature was going to do anything at all about amending our antiquated absentee voting laws, that any person that might be away from home on election day because of his work, or because he or she might be in a hospital and could not get to the polling place, should be allowed to cast an absentee ballot. Well, now the committee reported out a bill this last week, Friday, a substitute bill known as House Bill 25, and I haven't got a copy. It wasn't in print Friday when I went by there to pick it up. But according to the news reports, if they are accurate, the bill has done exactly what we suggested they do. And it'll be interesting to see what happens. Now, there's much more that we can talk about, and I especially would like very much to talk about the thing that I think ought to be on the top of the agenda of this convention, and that's the need to remove Milhouse from the White House and put him in the outhouse where he belongs. But we'll get around to that before this convention's over with, and you will be hearing from some people besides me. Now, we have a lot of guests present, and the first man I'm going to introduce is no stranger to a lot of you. That's R.W. Starnes, assistant, well, he was the assistant director of the FLC, all Region 7. Bob, are you still here? You don't give me out. Where's he at? There he is back there. Look at him. Now, the reason that I introduced Bob Starnes first is not because of the importance of the job that he holds, but because we recently had one of our old friends die and was buried yesterday. Elijah Williams, E.H. Williams, the regional director, was buried yesterday. Bob Starnes and members of the staff went to that funeral. Fortunately, we had business that prevented us from attending, or we would have been there. But Tom Knight did send this wire, and I'd like to read it to you. We are shocked and saddened, this is to Elijah's widow, at the passing of our friend and brother. The working people and all who know him, who knew him, have suffered a great loss. It is impossible for us to be there for the funeral, but the Mississippi Labor Movement joins us in expressing our sincere sympathy to you and your family. Signed, Claude Ramsey, President, Thomas Knight, Secretary of Treasury. Should have been the other way around because Tom is the guy sent the wire. Now we've had another old friend, at least a very dear friend of mine, and a dear friend of a lot of people in this room, die recently. And I just learned about it just a few days ago. And that's Don Ellinger, who was the Director of Political Action for the Machinists Union. Was one of the most likable guys and one of the most effective people I've ever known. And any time that we needed any assistance at the national level, all I had to do was get on the phone and call Don Ellinger, and he went to work. He was died. He was buried approximately 2 weeks ago. And before I introduce any other guest, and I know you like to stand up anyhow, stretch a little bit, I want you to stand and bow your heads in a moment of silent prayer for these two deceased brothers. Will you please stand, please? Now, we have a number of guests, and I want to ask the chairman of the Credentials Committee, one of the sergeant at arms, if he will, tell him to get prepared to come up here and give us a partial report of the Credentials Committee, because I want to introduce some guests present now, and I want him to be prepared with his partial report. And then, if it's possible, if we can get out here a little bit before lunch, it would be good, whereby the Rules Committee could meet a little early And the first order of business when we come back will be the adoption of the rules to operate this convention by. Now, we have an important resolution that's going to be considered as the first order of business, and if it's not adopted, we're in real trouble because it involves the election of officers. And it resulted because of an experience we had 2 years ago, but I'll talk to you about that later on. I want to introduce a few guests before I get to you, Brother Jackson. You was ready, sitting on ready all the time, wasn't you? Well, now I'm going to introduce these two people because if I don't do this, I'm in real trouble, see, for several different reasons. I'd like to introduce my wife, Mr. Knight's wife, and Mr. D's wife, all together at the same time, who came down to visit this convention, sitting right over here. Would you stand? Mrs. Smithart also in the group. Stand up, Vera. Now, you see, if I hadn't done that, I'd have been in more trouble than you ever heard about, man. I'd have never got over that. And if I'd ever failed to have introduced my wife at this convention, after she dialed up and come down here this morning by herself, and me having spent the night in this hotel, I'd be in real trouble. But you know, I got another problem you folks ought to know about. If I ever sign my paycheck, I'm going to get in jail for forgery. There's a lot of people around thinks that that's my signature she puts on my paycheck. All right, I'm going to start with them as I've got them here in front of me as I come to them, and I hope I don't offend anybody, if I overlooked anybody. If I don't get everybody, we hope to get to you before the day is over or before the next 3 days is over. We have Brother W.S. Rutledge, Regional Director with the Aluminum Workers present. Let me suggest something to you. I've got a stack of names here of international reps. Let me read them all off to you. Then all of you stand after I get through, and we'll give you all a round of applause unless you want to stand up individually. How would you rather do that? Huh? Read them all. Let them all stand and one round of applause for all of them? Okay. All right, Woody Biggs, ACWA. Well, I'm going to put George Rideout in this group. He's with the Bureau of Apprenticeship, but he's a former union member. Probably keeps his dues up, at least I hope he does. Brother Gibson with the Chemical Workers. Otis Moorhead with the Chemical Workers. Oh, and here's an old friend who's really made it, John Erickson with IBEW. Boy, he's the guy that runs around here with that red coat on. I saw him. Been trying to find out where he found that thing, but he hasn't told me yet, but I'm going to get me one of them things. All right. Now I'm going to introduce the guests as we've got. Some of them are international reps and some are not. We got Brother Presnell with the U.S. Department of Labor, Bureau of Apprenticeship Training. He also works for Brother Rideout, who works with us. Brother A.E. Cox with the Meat Cutters International. W.G. Sigler, CWA. You see, a lot of the secretaries ain't wrote these organizations down on some of these cards, and I'm having trouble. I might forget what international some of these people work for. T. Reed with the Woodworkers. Ralph Miley, the Laborers International. T.T. Odom, also the Laborers International. Reverend Edwin King of Jackson. I've already introduced Ms. Smithart, so I'm not going to introduce you the second time, or Mrs. Dees. And of course, we got a friend here will be on the program later on, Sarah Broom. We'll wait till her proper time to introduce her. Then it's Forsythe with ACWA, Ray Smith Hart with URW, Mrs. Frida Guyton with ACWA, Ivy Christian with the machinist, Ransom P. Jones III. I don't know who that guy's supposed to be with, but somebody might tell me after it's all over with just how he got here. Anyhow, Ransom Jones is more or less not real sure what he's up to. He used to eat a lot of my food. When he couldn't find a place to sleep, he knew where my house was, and he was always out there sleeping in somebody's bed. And every time he comes to town, he calls up my wife and makes all kinds of funny remarks to her, so I don't know about that guy. Mrs. Merle Davis, ACWA staff, W.G. Christie, machinist, Emma D. Jarrett, ACWA. I'm going to save Brother D's to last because I was about to introduce him a while ago, and I see him standing in the back, and I'm going to hold you, D's, till everybody else is stood up. Then I want to introduce you separate and let them see you. I want them to know who you are. Mrs. Clara A. Smith, ACWA. Jesse Bingham, ACWA. Our old friend Ed Blair, Southern Director for organizers of ACWA. We're sure glad to see Ed's still able to walk around. And his wife, May Blair. And my good friend Jack Davis from over at the university. And also George Varell from the university at Mississippi State now, not Ole Miss. And Mrs. E.V. Edwards. And we got Mr. Hennigan with the plasters. And we got, let's see where we got a friend of ours here that been handed to me. I thought he was a delegate. He ought to be. I'm going to try to find out why. Brother Sossaman with URW, listed here as a guest. Clayton Moss, a representative for the steel workers. Beryl Neecase, our good friend Neecase's, what is that, grandson? All right. Mr. Don Raffel, who is with our apprenticeship program that I mentioned in Pascagoula, who is actually working with Bob Thomas, who spoke to our board yesterday on the outreach program. We're happy to have you with us, Don. We hope that we get the housing program going down there before long. Joe Mullins with the AFL-CIO staff. Caesar Scott with the bakery workers. This one here will be on the program. I want to introduce him at this time. And old John Gillespie, a former member of our board. Ray Allen with URW. George Lockwood with the Boilermakers. George, I got news for you. You know, you set a record up there at West Point when you finally organized that B&W plant. It took 17 years, but that record was just broken recently. The machinists now hold the record down at Johnson Lawnmower in Brookhaven. It took them 19 years to organize one. They just got through negotiating the contract. So you got to take second place now. William Hood, CWA from Greenwood. Dan Ory with the AFL-CIO staff. Let's see if I've missed anybody they give me. I believe not. These two are on the program. I'll hold them for future reference. Do we have any late guest arrivals that I haven't introduced? They have, hold up their hand. If not, all the guests that I've introduced, the names that I've called off, would you please stand? We want to see you. All of you stand. Everybody I introduced. Jennings Davis, I said. Miss Jennings? On the same card. All right. I've been advised that Mr. Jennings Davis is here with Mrs. Jennings Davis, both who are on the staff of ACWA. All right. Now we're going to call on Brother Jackson. I did get what he read right. All right, we're going to call on Brother Jackson at this time for a partial report of the Credential Committee. Brother Jackson.
Thank you, Claude. We have at this convention 277 delegates representing 13 central bodies and joint councils, 107 locals, and we have 50 guests registered. The committee has examined the credentials of all the delegates, and I move that they be seated so we can conduct convention business, and this is a partial report of the committee. 277 delegates.
Already arrested.
That's right.
277 delegates already registered. Well, of course, my next duty is he's offered the motion that these delegates be seated. Is there any discussion on that motion? It needs no second. But is there any discussion? Not all in favor of the committee's report, please signify by saying aye. Aye. All opposed? Motion carried and so ordered. Now for your information, and for the information of our friends from the university and elsewhere, this is the largest convention we've ever held, at least so most people has ever attended one of our conventions. And it looks like before it's over with, we're going to have well over 300 people. Because we know we got some late arrivals coming in. Well, that's good. Now, since we're done, I got a couple of announcements to make. Let's see. What happened to that thing that Tommy Beckham gave me? Tommy, you gave me something on an announcement, and I seem to misplace it yet. Brother Beckham? Where's Brother Beckham? What was that announcement you wanted me to make? I seem to have got it mixed up in all this paper. Oh, about the luncheon. About the luncheon of the staff people, the organizers, what have you. Where's it going to be? The green room, isn't it? Or the gold room? Gold room. Bob, do you need a count? Yeah. Everybody that's going to attend the meeting of this is that monthly meeting of the staff people of the various international unions, most of who come in here once a month to meet to discuss organizing problems. Will you please stand and let us get a count so he can tell them how many people prepare for? Will you please stand? All of you that intend to attend that luncheon. Then I'm going to hold you responsible to count them. That's 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14 that I can see. There might be some outside. One gentleman holding up his hand somewhere. Somebody on the front row. You going to attend? All right, tell him it looks like inside there's 15. There might be some more outside. All right, Bob? Okay. Now, I've got some communications that I'd like to get out of the way. We've run a little ahead of time, and this is a good place to get this out of the way, and then announce the committee assignments. Brother Taylor, I'll let you make that announcement now when I get all this out of the way. Just short, they're very brief, but they've been sent to this convention, and you ought to know about it. It says, Dear Claude, I appreciate your invitation to attend the annual convention of the Mississippi AFL-CIO. Unfortunately, the commitments have made it here in connection with closing out my work with TVA make it impossible to be with you. I look forward to being back in Mississippi. However, within a very short time, I hope I will have a chance then for a personal visit with many of your members, especially those who live in the 2nd Congressional District, signed Frank Smith, former congressman from Mississippi, who I understand the man that ought to be in the outhouse is not don't intend to reappoint to that commission. This one is from a man that I had looked forward to hearing from at this convention. We thought we had him on the line, and I had to revise the convention agenda, gentlemen and ladies, 4 times before it arrived in the form that you've got it because of some cancelizations. This is from Mr. Joe Keenan, Secretary of Treasury of RBW. Said, "Dear sir and brother, after making all of the arrangements to be in attendance at your convention on the afternoon of March the 20th, I now find that it will be impossible for me to attend because of sudden changes over which I have no control. I had hoped that I could change the day to Tuesday or Wednesday, but commitments of long standing make it impossible for me to change. I regret this happening. Your 1972 convention will have to deal with some of the most trying problems in the history of your state organization. It is an important election year, where the presidential election and also the congressional election, results being that it may destroy the labor movement that we are a part of. And I certainly agree with that statement. There will be many resolutions presented on all of the issues which we are concerned with. And I'm sure as anti-labor laws affecting the labor movement, the AFL-CIO is devoting much of its time to correct the harm of the conglomerates, multinational corporations, and also, most important, the flood of imports that is affecting every state in the Union. It will take an all-out effort from everyone in the labor movement, and I should add elsewhere, in this important year of 1972, to fulfill the progress of the AFL-CIO to bring the results we hope for in November of this year. I'm sure that all of you, especially from my DPEW, regret that Joe wasn't able to be at this convention. I have another letter here from Joe Byrne, president of CWA. Said, "Dear Brother Ramsey, on behalf of the more than 500,000 members of the Communication Workers of America, we extend to the officers and delegates of the Mississippi AFL-CIO Convention our warmest fraternal greetings. The year 1972 poses some of the most serious challenges the trade union movement has ever faced. While government policy clamps down on workers' wages, business and industry pay not 1 cent in federal income tax. New forms of taxation are being devised for those who do pay their taxes. We'll get into that one with you later on. At every level of government, questions of the utmost importance will soon be decided. There is a clear and pressing need for participation by every union member in the making of these judgments. At the same time, part of labor's job is to provide for others the kinds of helpful information that will enable all Americans to make truly thoughtful decisions in this important election year. I'm confident that the discussions you will hold in your convention will add to the public's knowledge in every vital area. With every good wish for a most successful meeting, sincerely yours, Joseph Byrne, President, CWA. Let me get another task out of the way that I have to perform. Announcement of committees. And for the benefit of those of you that are chairman of committees, I'd like to have copies of this. If you'll see me after we recess, I'll make them available to you. The audit committee, which has had to be appointed ahead of the convention to do its work, was Mr. G.W. Tyson, chairman, Biennial Whips, and Jones R. Fitzhugh. Brother Tyson called me this morning from the hospital, and it'll be up to Brother Fitzhugh and Miss Whips to decide who's going to make that report when the proper time comes. Restoration Committee, which has been doing all the work out front and trying to get you fixed up to get seated, Chairman James Jackson, Linda Hawks, Biennial Whips, Foy Berry, Hilda Hammock, P.C. Smith, Amy Holloway, Mildred Andrews, Carolyn Phillips, and Diane Martin. Now, the last two girls that I called off happen to be our two secretaries that do all of the work and practically run the organization, in case you wonder who's running the place. But they are also members of the Office Workers Union in Pascagoula. And we have to negotiate a contract with those people. And it was very convenient for the Office Workers Local Union to designate our two secretaries as delegates to this convention. They have votes, you see. That's, as a matter of fact, they got more votes than me and Thomas and I. I got one, he's got one. They got more than we got. Constitution and bylaws. C. Schaefer, chairman. L.D. Clark. James Lawrence. Truett Butler. E.V. Edwards. Arthur Condia. Charlie Horn. Mary Stapleton. Sarah Chestnut. Mary Lee Tucker, and H.M. Curry. And N.C. Mosley. All right. I've replaced, what I've done here is I've put Robert Woodson, who was on the sick list, in the place of Bob Thomas, who I have scratched out, who I don't think I read out. I've changed places with them, and I've asked Bob Thomas to chair the next committee, Education, Cope, and Legislative, which is Vice Chairman J.W. Rayner with a firefighter. This is an important committee, and they're going to have to deal with a lot of resolutions. Bob Thomas, Chairman, J.W. Rainey, Harvey Metzger, Neil Lyon, Callie Woodard, Darla Poteet, Richard D. Tanner, J.H. Knight, June Sistrunk, Russell Kelly, Rex Womack, E.M. Grantham, Quentin Talley, and J.D. Wright, D.C. Barden, and Frank C. Lewis. That's Education, Cope, and Legislative, chaired by Bob Thomas, sitting here. Resolutions. Billy Williams, chairman. Wayman Goodman, Wayne Lee, M.M. Hedgeland, M.H. Caldwell, Clark Massey, Robert H. Bobo, G.A. Canfield, Aubrey Perriman, Ruth White, Colonel Mister Jr., Robert Dominic, Paul Burleson, W.A. Tollison, R.A. Witherow, and Roy Tipton. That's the Resolutions Committee chaired by Billy Williams. Now, you'll have to look to the chairman of these committees when they get ready to call their meetings and advise you where it's going to be. Rules. Marvin Taylor, W.O. Stanley, Ted R. Williams, Raymond Tucker, Eula Burdett, Cecil Shelton, James Shirley, Jack Whittington, and Howard Underwood. Sergeant at Arms, T.G. Beckham, Chairman, Prentice Dawkins, Joe Mullins, Curtis Orman, C.B. Turner, Ed Lowe, John Jenkins, and Jack Speed. Well, my good friends on that group asked me what his duties was. Wouldn't do for me to tell you what I told him, but I'm sure that none of you do that. Make sure we don't have any drunks show up in this place. All right, the Elections Committee. And this will depend, of course, on whether or not any of these people are nominated for office. If any of these people are nominated for office, candidate for office, it simply means that we'll have to replace them with somebody else. So just keep that in mind. W.H. Wood, Chairman. That's Ann Gray. Is that correct, Tom? Ann Gray? Joe Davis, Wayne Lee, Ann Smith, L.J. Brown, and Martha Alford. That's the convention committees. Committees that will actually run the affairs of this organization for the next 2 or 3 days, and we'll make decisions on several resolutions. Let me now tell you what resolutions each committee will be considering. Then we're going to get to the announcements, and then we're going to break for lunch. All right. Constitution and Bylaws Committee will handle resolutions number 1 and 2. The Education, Cope, and Legislative Committee, you need to write these down. Now, the chairman especially need to write them down. Education, Cope, and Legislative will consider resolutions number 3, number 4, number 6, number 7, number 8, number 9, and number 10. When I got through with this in that board meeting yesterday, a member of this committee on that board looked up at me and he says, is anybody else going to have any resolutions? It looked like we're getting them all. Yeah, there's 2 or 3 left. The others will be considered by the Resolutions Committee. You've already got the credentials and rules and what have you. The Resolutions Committee will consider resolutions number 5, number 11, number 12, and number 13. And I should add, I think, that if we have anyone present that has a resolution that they would like to be considered by this convention, they should approach the chairman of the Resolutions Committee and have a discussion with him about the possibility of making an appearance before his committee when it's in session. And again, for your information, his name is Billy Williams, chairman of that committee. All right, at this point, we're going to get around to some announcements. I've already announced that the organizers will have the luncheon. Brother Taylor, chairman of the Rules Committee, wants to make a most important announcement, because the next thing we've got to do is to adopt some rules to run this convention by. Brother Taylor.
In order to expedite the business of the convention,
necessary that we adopt the rules. In order to do so, it would be necessary to meet before the lunch hour for just a few minutes over in this corner. If it takes longer, we can take it up a little bit later. But these are the people that are on this committee: W.O. Stanley, Ted R. Williams, Raymond Tucker, Eula Burdett, Cecil Shelton, James Shirley, Jack Whittington, Howard Underwood. Immediately upon recess for the lunch hour, would you meet us right over here to my left and your right? Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
I have other announcements. Brother Schaefer.
It will be necessary that the Constitution and Bylaws Committee meet immediately after adjournment. Maybe we'll get a portion of the lunch hour, but in order to stay within the schedule of the convention, we must have a meeting. Those on the committee is L.D. Clark, James Lawrence, Truett Butler, E.V. Edwards, Arthur Condia, Charlie Horn, Mary Stapleton, Sarah Chestnut, Mary Lee Tucker, N.C. Mosley, Robert Woodson, and H.M. Curry. And we will meet in Parlor A, immediately upon
just
adjournment.
outside to your right. Parlor A, as soon as we adjourn. We have any other announcements? Any other committee, Chairman? If not, we'll stand recess for lunch. Expect you back here promptly at 1:30. How you like that for time? We join in 2 minutes ahead of time.
Can you hear me in the back? Hey, will the sergeant at arms please get the delegates into the convention hall?
Hey, somebody left their hat downstairs in the lobby.
Huh? Yeah, tell him, ask him if he's ready. We've got a couple of items of business that we need to take care of before we turn the lights off and show you the film Broken Promises. And the chairman of the Entertainment Committee has asked me to poll the delegates as to whether or not they feel they'd like for some arrangements to be made for a dance tomorrow night. That's Brother L.D. Clark. And we had some discussion about this yesterday. 2 years ago, the delegates decided they'd prefer not to have a dance, that they'd rather have the time on their own and enjoy some of the nightlife around town. But we thought that you ought to make that decision. And one of our problems centers around the fact that we have an organized band in Jackson, Mississippi, so I'm told, but they're not affiliated with this organization. Therefore, we don't feel that we're obligated to employ a band that's not a part of the overall FL-CIO structure. And that's the reason we waited till this late date to decide whether or not you want to have a dance after the banquet tomorrow night. If enough of the delegates present here would like to have a dance, we'll see what can be done about it. If not, the banquet tomorrow night you'll wind up somewhere around 9, maybe 9:30 after Jerry Clower finishes his address, and you'll be on your own. But if you'd like to have a dance following the thing, then we'll do what we can to help you put it on. I'd like to get an expression from the delegates at this time on that. We need to know because time's running late. I would like then to let you study this over for a while. Apparently, I've hit you with too much to think about in too short a period. Maybe you need to want to think about this to just before we close out the day and make a decision. But my own personal thinking about this whole situation, all right, is that if we have a band of musicians organized under the banner of the FL-CIO, if they don't see fit to affiliate and pay dues with this organization and want to be freeloaders, I don't see any reason why they should expect us to engage them to play for our entertainment. It might be a little rather blunt speaking for some of you, but that's about the way I feel about it. It's about time that we start talking about these freeloaders within our own ranks, and we will talk about it before this convention's over with. So before we adjourn this afternoon, we'll make that decision, okay? I've been advised we've got a couple of late arrivals. Yes, that checked in with us since we made the announcement earlier. Mr. William Mentz, who is the co-director for the Alabama Labor Council, is with us. Mr. O.K. Robinson, with one of our millwright locals, I believe, which is headquartered in Memphis, is here as our guest. Sue Meredith, who I thought I had announced was here this morning when I introduced everybody else, an old friend of ours with ACWA, is here. And Mr. David Oliver of the FL-CIO Alabama Labor Council. We are happy to have those people with us, and we hope they're able to stay and enjoy the convention with us. We do have a time problem at this time. I understand that my good friend Frank Brown has arrived, and I haven't had a chance to meet him yet and talk to him, but we will get together before the night's over with. But he will be your host tomorrow evening for the happy hour, and we will be hearing from him before tomorrow's over with. And you'll enjoy, I think, hearing from Mr. Hank Brown and the man that's going to pick up on the tab on the happy hour. Now, we've got a little piece of business we need to take care of real quick like. So at this time, I'm going to call on the chairman of the Rules Committee, Brother Marvin Taylor, for the committee's report, the Rules Committee's report, the adoption of the rules to run the convention by. Brother Taylor.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I ask the delegates to pick up a copy and follow along as we read. Report of the Rules and Order Committee.
Rule number 1, the convention shall be called to order at 10 a.m. on Monday and 9:30 a.m. on Tuesday and Wednesday. The convention shall recess for lunch and reconvene according to program schedule and shall remain in session until the business of the day is completed. Number 2, delegates desiring to address the convention on any question shall announce their name, the organization which they represent, and the number of their local union. 3, if a delegate while speaking be called to order, he shall, at the request of the chair, take his seat until the question of order is decided. 4, should 2 or more delegates arise to speak at the same time, the chair shall decide who is entitled to the floor. 5, no delegate shall interrupt another in his remarks except to raise a point of order. 6, a delegate shall not speak more than once on the same subject until all who wish to speak have had an opportunity to do so, nor more than twice, nor longer than 5 minutes at a time, without the unanimous consent of the convention. 7, at the request of 10 delegates, the mover of a motion shall submit it in writing. 8, a motion shall not be open for discussion until it has been seconded and stated from the chair. 9, a motion to lay on the table shall not be debatable except as limited by Robert's Rules of Order. 10, all resolutions shall bear the signature of the introducer and title of the organization he represents, and shall be submitted in triplicate form, except those submitted to the Secretary-Treasurer 30 days before the convention in accordance with Article 4, Section 6 of the Mississippi FL-CIO Constitution. 11, no motion or resolution shall be voted upon until the mover or the introducer has a chance to speak on it if he or she so desires. 12, the report of committee shall be subject to amendments and substitutes from the floor of the convention, the same as other motions and resolutions. (13) When a question is pending before the convention, no motion shall be in order except to recess the convention, to refer for the previous question, to table indefinitely, to table for a specific time, to divide or amend, which motion shall have precedence in the order named. 14, issues may be decided in any parliamentary manner, but a call of the roll is in order when supported by 30% of the delegates present at the time of demand. Number 15, when a roll call has been taken and all delegates present have had an opportunity to record their votes, the ballot shall be declared closed. 16, when a roll call ballot has been ordered, no adjournment shall take place until the results have been announced. 17, it will require 2/3 of the seated delegates to hold a night session. If a night session is held, the assembly hall shall be cleared of all delegates by 11 p.m. 18, international representatives shall have the privilege of the floor on any matter of business governed by the same rules as all other delegates. 19, Robert's Rules of Order shall govern all matters not herein provided for. Mr. Chairman, I make a motion that the report of the Rules and Order Committee be adopted.
You've heard the motion to adopt the rules as read by Brother Taylor. Do we have any discussion on the motion? If not, all in favor of the motion to adopt signify it by saying aye. Aye. All opposed? Motion carried and so ordered. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We are now in position to do official business. Now, let me make another brief announcement. And my wife is going to be disappointed over this one. If she's still here, I believe I saw her back there a while ago. you wanted to know when Mr. Knight was going to speak, you likes to hear Mr. Knight talk. Mr. Knight, you didn't know that, did you? So I said, well, he'll be on this afternoon sometime. Well, because of problems, transportation problems of some of our other guests, it's been agreed that Brother Knight would swap places on the agenda with the Honorable Howard Samuel of the Clothing Workers Union. In other words, Brother Samuel will come on around 3:10, and we'll try to get him to the airport in time to get his plane to get back to New York. And after that, the Honorable Thomas Knight will address the convention. Now, the Honorable Thomas Knight has the projector ready, I understand. And by the way, in case some of you might want to know about this, he does carry a card and is a member of the proper union to operate that projection that's back there. So with those remarks, I'm going to pull this microphone down, and we're going to ask somebody to turn off the lights.
I got the switch right here.
He's got the switch. And we're going to now see the film recently produced by the FFL-CIO, which has been dubbed Broken Promises. And I think if you viewed that film, you'll understand what the real subject of discussion before this convention will be in the next few days. Thank you.
Let her go.
They didn't have the money to pay their bills. And so we want full employment. We want good jobs. We want high wages. I recommend the money in all things these or fancy speeches.
The job I moved down. The wall moved down. Swinging cable. There's almost 3 room to use. We always put in. Down the street. And between two mills were almost 600. Where you can find. Then you take off.
They're laying him off. They're going to lay him off or bring him back. And man's got 3 kids and it's still starting. But if they get in, then they're going to come in next time I might be laid off. You never know. I've been on the beach since February the 3rd. And I haven't had another job. I'm not able to get one yet. There's a problem I've had now in over 30 years.
But Nixon's considering.
We are considering what action can be taken, which will not cause an unacceptable rise in unemployment.
I have had people that have worked for here for some 2.5 years. I've had 500 people sitting on a bench today and directly related to the economic policy of this country. Directly related to it.
Edward C. Hughes was the one-on-one governor. This will be my 15th week. I'm not worried about the money. Just so they put back my job like it should be.
Like I said before, I would work for one days with the eye and work like I eat. What do I do?
Like I said, I only worked 114 days. Since this next one, that's pretty bad.
Maybe some people don't understand high-level economic policy. Here's how it works.
The other area in which we still have problems with is unemployment. Unemployment always hangs high in any kind of recovery or upturn. It is the last number, unemployment is the last number in a downturn to be reflected in going up, and it's the last number in an upturn to be reflected in going down.
Fancy speeches or deeds? Now here's the story on pricing. Listen to the promise.
What we are trying to do, without, shall we say, too much managing of the economy, we're going to have some fine-tuning of our fiscal and monetary affairs in order to control inflation.
That so-called fine-tuning turned out to be one of the most drastic tax jobs ever done on the economy. Here's Richard Nixon talking to the AFL-CIO convention.
We just completed the 90-day break. I understand there's been some disagreement about whether that break worked. Well, let's look at the numbers. It was a remarkable success. Look at your morning paper. The consumer price index arrived at 0.1%. That rise was the lowest in 4 years. And so it was worth doing. And if you don't think so, go home and ask your wife. You go to the grocery. Go home and ask others.
Richard Nixon tried to make a big deal out of his appearance at the AFL-CIO convention. The facts came later. There wasn't a single boo, a single jeer, the slightest discourtesy. As AFL-CIO President George Dean said,
I have the impression the President did not come here to make a speech. He came here to contrive the situation under which he complained that he had been unfairly treated. We respect the office, we respect the man that holds the office, and we're going to continue to do that.
Nixon said, go home and ask others. So we did.
In the grocery shopping and turning out of the church this last Thursday, and everything we picked up was nothing but the last 3 weeks, because many years, we have seen it in our weekly food bill.
We've got high prices and low wages, that's all I can say. My rent is going up $11 a month. I can't afford to buy the food that I want to buy in the store, they're going up. Things that we were paying cheaper for now, gone up 3 or 4 cents, and you buy a little bread and a quart of milk and it's spent over Where are we going to buy? I ain't sure about him nowadays. He had a background to where school not big. I remember he used to be around $2 a hand for every bag when the first time. When we first got married. I remember when it was $5. And now, every bag he had, I can figure my first school was going to be about $6 to $6.50. And that got right.
More jobs, more income, more profit.
It's just important people that have to do all this stuff to figure out how we can understand whether we can go out and buy in or live for 69 cents or do it now. I mean, I could go on for a whole hour, but I know I haven't got that time to spare. Everything he has done against the working class people and the small people. And not only the union people, the non-union people is being affected more so just as the union people. Well, he affects the poor working people, and he doesn't take their own money.
The dollar you earn should be worth a dollar. The dollar you save should stay worth a dollar. I see the face of a child. What his color is, what his ancestry is, doesn't matter. He is everything we have ever hoped to be and everything we ever dreamed to be. This child must not have his dream become a living nightmare of poverty, neglect, and despair.
Well, if you want my opinion, I think it's the same.
I think that's pretty loud.
We don't want him to say he did.
In these next 2 weeks, we're going to pour it on, we're going to suck it from the heart over the country.
I urge you, the wave of crime is not going to be the wave of the future in America. Crimes of violence, murder, rape, robbery, aggravated assault, burglaries, up more than 25% since Richard Nixon was elected president.
I would everything written for my meetings and all the fancy speeches I may make.
He's coming up with all kinds of facts and arrangements that nobody knows the ins and outs of, and all this, in my opinion, is intended to take away the focus of the American people from what's happening here at home.
Look at the record. Unemployment, less than 3.5% when Nixon took office. In 1972, over 6%, up 100%. Areas of persistent unemployment, there were 538 of them in January 1969, over 868 in January 72, and going up. Prices, a 16% increase in 3 years and still going up. But wages? Frozen. Crime, you heard the figures. Crimes of violence up 25% since Richard Nixon became president. Industrial production, foreign prices, foreign policy, you name it. Promise and the performance march in opposite directions. The danger is, as President George Meany has said,
The man in the White House never says it's my fault. No politician ever says it's his fault. It's a man's scapegoat. And we have no doubt who that scapegoat will be. And we can expect anti-striking Nixon and Johnson and all the other harassment that has been a lot of labor in the authoritarian countries in recent history. We must therefore stand united as never before.
I worked 21 days this year.
Good for the big operation, but it's not as good for working people.
I think it's all business, it's all big business. I always thought I was working, man. That's the way I look at it. You can't do it like the rich kids. Have a ball, go out all night, and go to school during the day, and then do his study. My boy has to work part-time, so he can get the education he wants.
So what do we do? What do you do? First of all, remember there's an election this fall. Nixon in 1968 was elected with less than half the vote
some people were fooled into throwing their votes away.
It was effective in '68. In fact, our campaign defeated Hubert Humphrey for president, so that was a significant result in 1968.
I thought perhaps the vote for Wallace would change things in the country, perhaps, but as it's been stated here, and as it has to relate the vote, well, I did vote for Nixon, is what it amounted to in '68. Real strong supporters of George Wallace dictated the reverse this time.
I think the minister today recognizes that in 1968 that our movement was very significant. Our movement played a great part in the campaign in '68. In fact, it determined the election of the commission. In fact, I think all of us read now that from the analysis of Georgia, Wisconsin, Ohio, Missouri, Wisconsin, Illinois, California, that our movement has been involved by the numbers of been present.
Other people, nearly a third of them, did that. What are you going to do? Here are some things you can do. You can register. You can get other people to register and to vote. You can contribute your $2 to Coke. You can get other people to contribute to Coke. You can get your local union Coke into high gear, working on registration, talking up the issues, collecting Coke contributions, getting ready for election day. You can be active in politics, volunteering your services to Coke, and through Coke, to Coke-endorsed candidates. You, we, all of us, have built our unions over the years, and we've learned over the years that if we don't protect our unions at the ballot box, the protection unions give us will be taken away. We know how to work in politics. We need to use that knowledge. Richard Nixon has asked us to judge him by his deeds, by his performance. Let him judge us the same way. Let him judge us by the way we build Coke, by the way we work in politics, by the way we vote on election day. America is a big country, a great country, great enough to give to all people, black, white, male, female, young, old, everybody, great enough to give all of us hope, opportunity, a chance to move ahead, to get going again. And that's what this year is all about.
Will the convention please be in order? The film that you've just viewed was just recently developed by the AFL-CIO, and it is available. We have the one copy in our office, and if we have sufficient demands throughout the state for the showing of this movie, we'll order additional copies. That's how important we think this next election will be. So just make a note of that. If you have a Central Labor Council meeting, if you have a meeting in your area that you'd like to have that film shown in, drop us a note and we'll see if we can't get something worked out to accommodate you. Well, the gentleman that we are about to introduce to you has been with us, I believe, on one previous occasion. It's been several years since Joe Rourke was in Jackson, Mississippi. He is Deputy Director of COPE, works directly under Director Al Barkin. And of course, between Tom and myself, we spend a great deal of time on the telephone with Brother Barkin and Brother Rourke and members of their staff. And I want the delegates at this convention to know, had it not been for the wonderful cooperation that we'd received from these people at the national level, especially as far as raising funds is concerned, that it would not have been possible for us to have come out of our recent election with the nice sizable majority that we did in both houses of the legislature. So with those few remarks, it gives me a great deal of pleasure to present to you this afternoon the Honorable Joseph Rourke, Deputy Director of COPE, AFL-CIO. Mr. Rourke. Come on, Joe.
President Ramsey, officers, guests, and delegates to this 6th convention of the Mississippi AFL-CIO. First, I'm very sorry that my boss could not get here to speak to you because there are very, very few speakers that does the job that Al Barkin does. I'm sorry he couldn't be with you, but this is what happens. He's a very, very busy man, and so I've been asked to take this assignment, and I'm happy to be here. As Claude said, I was here, I believe, in 1964, my first trip to Jackson. And I'm also pleased to see Howard Samuel, who serves on our COPE Operating Committee, representing the Amalgamated Clothing Workers of America. And also it was good to see my old friend Hank Brown back there. Perhaps you have heard Hank before, former president of the Texas AFL-CIO, but I said to Hank coming in, I'm damn glad I'm going on ahead of you. However, I want to tell you how impressed I am with the leadership of the labor movement in the South. I'm lucky in that I get around the entire country. We're having meetings, COPE area meetings in 16 different areas. We had one in Atlanta where we met our southern leadership, and I can say without any question that the best leadership from my standpoint and from what I've been able to observe is in the South. I'm sure the continual fight for survival is perhaps one of the reasons that it brings out the best in men and in the labor movement. But I'm very, very proud of not only Claude Ramsey and Tom Knight and other leaders of the labor movement and you people that make it possible for them to lead, but also to the leadership in other southern states and the Southwest as well. Well, I want to speak to you briefly this morning on just two subjects. The power of the presidency, the real power of the presidency. Now, the labor movement in the last 6 months, they have, a little over 6 months, they have felt the power of the presidency. Particularly the building trades felt it when Bacon-Davis was suspended a little over a year ago. They really felt that power. And second, we all felt it when the wage price freeze was imposed on us. We feel it every day, the power of the presidency in appointing members of the Supreme Court. Those appointments can be friendly to the cause of the working man, or they can be devastating. The president appoints a cabinet of 14 members, and they can be friendly or unfriendly. As an example, the farm workers, the poor farm worker who has been denied the right for representation under the National Labor Relations Board. They were left out. They cannot use the board for elections. Now the General Counsel for the National Labor Relations Board, Peter Nash, has decided to get an injunction against the farm workers for boycotting some wineries. Now, they get no benefits from the National Labor Relations Board, yet he is issuing an injunction, and they're in a death struggle, and they need our help. But another point on the power of the presidency. The president appointed George Romney, Secretary of HUD, Housing and Urban Development, and we have felt his power more than once. He told a good friend of ours, a United States Senator, that the labor movement had to be cut down to its size. This is a very friendly person who has said that most apprenticeships should not take longer than a year for a full-blown apprenticeship. Well, a few months ago, the president invited John Frank. John Frank is a former ex-president of an Oklahoma Right to Work Committee. Brought him into the White House and gave him honor for his work as a former director of the Right to Work Committee in Oklahoma. An Assistant Secretary of Labor named Arthur Fletcher spoke to the open shop contractors in Washington and bragged about the suspension of Davis-Bacon and said that this, in effect, this would bring the building trades to their knees. Appointments that the president makes to the Federal Power Commission will decide whether we're going to have gas, light, or whether we're going to have brownouts, and the cost of the power and the gas. People in New England are suffering from the lack of cooperation of the Federal Power Commission when they pay excessive costs for gas and fuel of all kinds. In fact, they pay an extra dollar for every tank full of gas they put in because of excessive costs just of gasoline. Now, I'm trying to point out what it means to be the President of the United States and as it affects us. Let me mention a couple of more. Arthur Burns, who is chairman of the Federal Reserve Board, longtime economist, served on the Council of Economic Advisors. Well, what's their function? They are supposed to control the flow of money into the economy. They decide what the interest rates will be to member banks that loan money out to the banking communities throughout the country. Well, this man decided that the interest rates would go to their highest point in 100 years. The bankers like this, highest in 100 years. Thank God he saw his mistake, and interest rates are now coming down very fast. However, this man, chairman of the Federal Reserve Board, 15-year appointment, has made statements that Bacon-Davis should be repealed permanently. Compulsory arbitration is necessary in major labor disputes, and also that the minimum wage should not affect young people, and that all local building code should be scrapped. Now, I could go on and on and on and try to point up to you this power. I'm sure you must know the great power of the presidency. He makes 3,000 appointments in 1 year that govern our daily lives throughout his term of office. Another one is, as the president of the Texas AFL-CIO referred to as Oil Slick Conley, the Secretary of Treasury. In this picture, it shows him giving Mrs. Romano Banalos, who was just named Secretary of the Treasury, a hug and a kiss on her appointment as Secretary of the Treasury. Well, Mrs. Banalos runs a food processing plant out in Los Angeles. Her plant was raided 3 or 4 times for hiring aliens. She promised to fire any one of them that joined a union, and just last week the Teamsters struck them. Now, this is an example of the contempt that this administration has for the labor movement. Now, there are many, many issues in this campaign, and we should remember these issues. We shouldn't be sidetracked. As this film you saw before told us, I think the president's vetoes of all the, particularly 3 vetoes of construction work. The first veto that the president used, cost us thousands and thousands of jobs. The president said we couldn't afford it in hospital construction. The second one created hundreds of thousands of jobs in the public service field. And the third one would have created 420,000 jobs in accelerated public works. Now this the president did purposely, so he could hold back $12 billion appropriated by the Congress to really make us feel his power. Now, I'm sure he's going to plan to release some of these funds very soon, just prior to election. But in the meantime, we have about 5 million people out of work. $12 billion can do and make a lot of work for us. It is estimated by the Building and Construction Trades Department that 850,000 on-site jobs are affected by the withholding of the $12 billion, and another 1,800,000. Now, these are all issues. Price controls are issues. There's really no price control. 40% of all rents are exempt. 85% of all retail stores do not have controls. Meat and all unprocessed foods are not controlled, and these are important issues. We also have issues as far as health control is concerned. The president gives us a speech on the need for health legislation, and he wants to turn it over to the private insurance companies. Private insurance companies that have already admitted that they have overpaid doctors. The Aetna Life Insurance Company is one. Connecticut General is another. Aetna Life admitted overpaying $3.2 million in excessive claims. Likewise, Connecticut General, half that amount. And it's the delivery system, the health delivery system, that is wrong. And yet, it is the president who is advocating that the system that he recommends be administered by private health insurance companies. Taxes. This is another issue. The president decided to give big business $90 billion of fast tax write-offs and accelerated tax breaks. And yet he says to us, he's going to give us a value-added tax. Now, this is a national sales tax, no matter how you look at it. They'll take ore out of the mine and it'll be taxed. They'll make steel out of it and it'll be taxed. And the car you get will be taxed. A value added to each tax or each manufacturing or changing of the product. So we have a lot of issues in this campaign. And I think that if we think it out and get our young people to work, get our trade unions to know really what the issues are, we will vote, and we will vote to have a new president of the United States. I was going to add just a little more, but you can see I have laryngitis. I just want to wind up by saying good luck and God bless to all of you.
Thank you, Joe. On behalf of the convention, I want to say we certainly appreciate the fact that you could be with us. We understand your condition. And I'd like to take just a moment to tell you about a recent experience that I had just about 2 nights ago. Edward P. Morgan, who used to be sponsored by the FFL-CIO as a news analyst, commentator, was in Jackson, Mississippi, addressed a group on the campus of Millsaps College. And I made arrangements in my schedule to be at Millsaps, and Mr. Morgan was there. And Mr. Morgan made one of the most intelligent speeches I've ever heard. And in effect, ladies and gentlemen, he said that if we continued at our present rate of using up our natural resources, according to a study by a group of prominent people at MIT, I believe it was, and they'd run this thing through the computers, that we had about 50 more years left on this planet. But that wasn't the thing that impressed me so much about what Mr. Morgan said. The thing that impressed me about what Mr. Morgan said was this, that our president had just come back from Red China, and he made mention of the fact that our president, during the early days of his political life, went into office as a commie hunter. Anyone that disagreed with him was looked upon as a communist. And today the gentleman was now in Red China shaking hands with Mao Tse-tung. And he referred to the visit to Red China as a China primary. And after he'd got through, I had an opportunity to ask a question or two. And I asked Mr. Morgan about his visit to Moscow. His next visit will be to Moscow. Did he not agree that this would be the Moscow primary? And he did agree. And what we're saying is simply this: the man that now occupies the White House needs to be put in the outhouse, and we have a lot of work to do. Joe, we appreciate you coming very much. Give our regards to your co-workers back in Washington. and tell them we need all the money down here that they can raise and scrape. We got 3 congressional races coming up, and it's about time we sent a friendly man to the Congress of the United States for Mississippi. Thank you. Now we have an important piece of business to take care of before I bring on the next speaker. It involves a change in our state's constitution, which, if not adopted, puts us in a real bind, because our whole agenda is centered around the fact of this change. And you'll understand it after the chairman of that committee makes his report. This time I want to present to you Brother C. Schaefer, chairman of our Constitution and Bylaws Committee. Brother Schaefer, for that report.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. You will be dealing with resolution number 1 and number 2. You want me to handle both? Okay. And your Constitution. Resolution number 1 will deal with Article 6, Section 5 of your Constitution, so if you'll turn to there, you will be ready to hear the resolution read. That's page 13 of your Constitution. In order that we might all understand it a little more nearly together, permit me to read Section 5 as it now appears in the Constitution. Election of officers shall be a special order of business for 10 a.m. of the last day of the convention, unless all other business of the convention has been completed prior to that time, in which case election shall be in order upon completion of other business. The roll shall be called, and each delegate shall rise as his own name is called and cast his vote or votes on a printed ballot for his choice of the candidates. It shall require a majority of all votes cast to elect. If there is no election on the first ballot, the roll shall be called again on the 2 having the highest number of votes. Resolution number 1, which you have a copy of. I guess all of them have. All of you have a copy of resolution number 1. If you don't, hold up your hands, and I would assume that Sergeant of Arms would be in a position. Looks like we need a few copies of resolution number 1. As they walk through, hold your hand up and they'll recognize you. Maybe they don't have them. So in order to expedite the business, if you can look on with someone, we'll see that you get the copies as we proceed. They were in the kits, and there is no extras. Do we have some constitutions? Some of the kits apparently have them missing. In order to expedite the business, we must get along. Resolution number 1. Nominations and elections. Whereas, according to the Mississippi AFL-CIO Constitution, nominations of officers is to be conducted at 2 p.m. on the second day of the convention, and whereas the Constitution calls for the election of officers to be conducted at 10 a.m. on the last day of the convention, and whereas at our last convention held on the Gulf Coast, election officials were not able to complete the vote counting until late that afternoon, this in turn meant many delegates were forced to stay overnight or stay over another night. In order to prevent another occurrence of this kind, it appears the Constitution should be amended whereby ballots could be counted on the second day of the convention. Now therefore be it resolved that Section 1 of Article 6 be amended to read 10 a.m. instead of 2 p.m., and be it further resolved that Section 5 of Article 6 be amended to read 3 p.m. of the second day of the convention, and that the remainder of the first sentence in Section 5 be deleted. Be it finally resolved that these amendments go in effect at this convention. Mr. Chairman, your committee concurs and recommends the adoption of this resolution.
You've heard the committee's report and the recommendations to adopt resolution number 1. Do we have any discussions? I think the resolution speaks for itself. Simply means that tomorrow morning we'll have nominations at 10, and at 3 o'clock tomorrow afternoon we'll have the election. We think that our secretaries can prepare the ballots in time for the election by 3 o'clock. Do we have any discussion? Not all in favor of the motion to adopt resolution number 1 indicated by saying aye. Aye. All opposed? Motion carried and so ordered. Mr. Chairman, you want to take up number 2 now? Yeah. All right, resolution number 2.
Resolution number 2 deals with Article 4, Section 1 of your Constitution. You'll find that on page 7. In the way of comment while you're turning, I think if you'll put the timing of this convention back with your Christmas holidays, it's about enough said as to the conflict that you run into. Section 1 now reads, regular conventions of the Mississippi AFL-CIO shall be held biannually in even-numbered years at a time designated by the Executive Committee. The executive officers shall issue the call for the regular convention not less than 90 days preceding the convention. So you see, we're right in the middle of the Christmas holidays with a convention call. Resolution number 2, whereas according to Section 2 of Article 4 of the Mississippi AFL-CIO Constitution, it is mandatory that the convention call be mailed out to affiliated organizations no later than 90 days prior to the convention date. And whereas past practice indicates this is an excessive time limit, many affiliates do not elect delegates until a month or so prior to the convention date, and many misplaced credentials and have to be issued new ones. This excessive time limit also places undue hardship upon the executive officers who are responsible for making arrangements for convention. And whereas it apparently would help all parties concerned if the time limit was lowered to a more reasonable period. Now therefore be it resolved that the second sentence of Section 1 of Article 4 be amended to read as follows. The executive officers shall issue the call for the regular convention not less than 60 days and not more than 90 days preceding the convention. The committee concurs in this resolution, and I move the adoption.
You've heard the committee's recommendation to adopt resolution number 2. Do we have any discussion? If not, all in favor of the motion signify it by saying aye. All opposed? Motion carried and so ordered. Will the escort committee please escort the Honorable Senator Ellis Boudron into the convention hall? Good. Company. Ladies and gentlemen, as I advised you this morning, we have with us this afternoon a man who I consider to be our state's most expert person in the field of taxation. I've known this man for a number of years. I've worked with him in the state legislature, and I have found him to be honest and sincere, and at all times he's had the interests of the working man at heart. Some governors of this state have had some problems with this distinguished senator, because he would not always bow to their desires and their wishes. And I shall not call any names, but some of you might remember the man that just recently left the place up the street, built the fence around the place that nobody can live in now. But anyhow, it was my pleasure just a few months ago to have been in a meeting of a group of interested people in this state on this matter of equalization on a statewide basis. And the Honorable Senator Boudron was the guest speaker. And after listening to this man expound on this subject at some length, I came to the conclusion that we had an educational job to do in our state as far as our citizens was concerned. I was convinced that we needed to begin with our own membership, as a matter of fact, that our membership should become aware of the rooking that they're taking, if you'll please, over the fact that they're paying more than their fair share of the taxes that's collected in Mississippi to run our state government. And with those few remarks, it gives me a great deal of pleasure to present to you the Honorable Senator Boudron from Vicksburg, Mississippi, Chairman of the Senate Finance Committee in our own state of Mississippi. Senator Boudron.
President Ramsey, ladies and gentlemen of the AFL-CIO, distinguished guests. I want to say to you, Claude, that I was enjoying very much what you're saying, and I'm sorry you quit. It's my pleasure to be here. It's always been my pleasure to be able to visit with your membership whenever I could do so, and you've been kind enough to invite me several times to come and visit with you socially. You're too smart to make the mistake of inviting me to speak twice. I think you learn after the first time you don't want to do that again, but you have been nice enough to come and let me come and visit with you socially on many occasions, and I've always enjoyed all of them. I'm pleased to say that I have many friends in this organization. Your organization has been very kind to me, both the people that live in my home county and the people throughout this state. And I hope that I've been able to be of some help to you. Now, I want to tell you that I think you ought to know this, that Claude Ramsey is the one who invited me here. If you don't like what I say when I get through, I want you to tell Claude about it. Don't tell me, because I'd rather not know. I asked your president what it was that I should talk about, and he said, well, about 20 minutes. I think that can be arranged, except that I am reminded of a story that of a little dialogue between the late Sam Rayburn, who all of you will remember was for many years when the Democratic Party was in power, the Speaker of the House of Representatives, and the late Alvin Barkley, member of the Senate from Kentucky for many years, and finally Vice President of the United States. And they were great friends. Mr. Rayburn was once introducing the Vice President, and he said, now I want you to know that the Vice President is long-winded. As proof of it, once not long ago we had a very important speech occasion where he and several others were to speak, and we asked the Vice President, it was on national radio and television, we told him time was important, as well as having a live audience, and we told him time was important. He had to limit himself to 5 minutes, and yet he was on the platform speaking for 30 minutes. Well, the Vice President, when he, after he'd been introduced, said, I want to acknowledge what Speaker Rayburn has said. It is true that he directed me to speak for only 5 minutes, and that he told me that we were timed because of the national network commitments. And it is true that I prepared a 5-minute speech, and it's true that I was on the platform speaking for 30 minutes. The problem was that he and I both forgot to allow for the applause. I am going to, at the suggestion, and Claude was very kind to say that I could talk about anything I wanted to talk about, but he did express an interest in and thought that you would be interested in the question of equalization of property assessments. Now, I'd like to say this. I'm going to talk about that for a few minutes. I'm going to mention to you just briefly some other highlights of, or what I consider highlights of what has happened and what I think maybe will happen regarding some of the key issues in this session of the legislature. And then when I have finished, I would, if anything I say warrants any questions or arouses any interest on your part, then I'd be happy for you to ask questions about not only the subjects I've talked about, but any other matter related to state government in which you may have some interest. So I'll talk to you for a while, and then with you for a while, and then if you would like, I'll be happy to have you ask questions about anything concerning the state of Mississippi, the legislature, or what we may or may not do that you may be interested in. And if I can't answer the questions, I know Claude Ramsey can. Before I start that, I want to say to you that, of course, we've got some problems in Mississippi, and I don't know that distinguishes us from any place else in this country. But by and large, I believe, and you know more about this than I do, but by and large, I believe that labor and management relations in Mississippi, at least the area with which I'm familiar, are better than they are in most places. And in my judgment, labor management relations in Mississippi are always improving. I think that is a result of the high caliber of your membership, your leadership. In fact, that while you're dedicated to your own interests, as we all must be, and to the interests of the labor movement, as you must be, you're also dedicated to the interest of your community and your state. And I say that with all sincerity. You are a credit to the labor movement and to the state of Mississippi. And I'm pleased to be able to say that to you publicly, because I've said it privately to many of you. Now, with regard to the equalization of property assessments, now we're talking about ad valorem taxes, taxes on real property and on the personal property that you pay, well, with the exception of automobiles, that you pay as soon after the 1st of January as you get up the money. Of course, automobile taxes, as you know, are paid during the month of October. But as you also know, taxes on property are ad valorem taxes, that is, taxes based on value. Now, you've got three factors involved in your ad valorem tax situation. One is the actual value of a given piece of property. And that's difficult enough to determine. When a house is first built, or a building is first built, land is first sold, the value is easy enough to establish. You've got the cost. But after it's been there a while, the value will change, and some values obviously will go up and some down, depending on commercial trends and traffic patterns and many other factors. So, but in assessing and arriving at the amount of taxes you're going to pay on your property, the governing body of the municipalities and the counties have to take into account three factors. They first determine, or are supposed to determine, the actual value of the property. Once having made that determination, and let's say a piece of property is determined to be worth on the market $10,000, and the test, it's not always applied, the test is supposed to be, in reaching actual value, what a willing seller, not compelled to sell, and a willing buyer, not obligated to buy, would be willing to pay and accept, or accept in the case of the seller and pay in the case of the buyer. That's supposed to be the test of market value. Of course, that's not always determinable, because a piece of property is not always for sale. At any rate, recognizing that there are many problems in arriving at actual value, that is the first consideration in ad valorem taxation. And let's say that, rightly or wrongly, a given piece of property is determined to be worth on the open market $10,000. The second thing that the governing body of your county or city must determine is what rate or what ratio of actual value are they going to assess your property. It's a peculiar thing. We don't, and in Mississippi and most other places, do not base a tax on actual value. It would be a lot simpler if we did. It would be simpler if we eliminated this second step, which is a myth or an arbitrary thing, of assessed valuation, And that's really what creates the problem I'm going to discuss with you. It would be much better if we valued everything at 100% of value and then went on and reduced our millage to produce the same amount of dollars, or whatever amount of dollars we have to have. But we don't do that. We have an assessed value, which is an arbitrary figure, a percentage of actual value that the governing body applies. The State Tax Commission says that in the average ratio of assessed value to actual value is 15%. That is, the piece of property which has an actual value of $10,000 will have an assessment value on the tax rolls of $1,500. And then the third factor then becomes the millage rate that the boards of supervisors or the mayor and aldermen are going to have to impose in order to get the money they need. Now, obviously, if you have a millage, if you have an assessed valuation of 15%, the amount of millage you will have to impose to raise the same amount of money as you would if you had a ratio of 30%, the millage is double. Well, 25 mills at 30% of assessed value would produce the same amount of money as 50 mills at 15% of assessed value. But 15% is the actual, or the average rather, assessed value in the state. All right. So if you're in a county where they have that ratio, then if your property is actually worth $10,000, your governing body adopts the average, or 15%, then your property is assessed at $1,500, and then they apply to that whatever number of mills to your property and everybody else's. Of course, the millage has to be uniform. They apply to you and everybody else the millage rate they have to produce the dollars that they figure will be needed in their budget. So you say, what is the problem then? What difference does it make? It makes several differences. In the first place, most areas have not had a recent reassessment. So assuming that they started out when a piece of property first went on the tax roll, assuming they started out determining its actual value and then applying the correct assessment rate to it, there hadn't been a reevaluation in so long that actual values are way off in places that have not had recent reassessments. We had one in Vicksburg just recently. I know a lot of people's property was found to be way undervalued. By the same token, a lot of other people's property was found to be way overvalued because, as I say, living patterns had changed, traffic patterns had changed. What had been an attractive residential area 15, 20 years ago or 10 years ago might have become a commercial area or might have become a slum area. So that actual values are way off unless you have reappraised recently. The second inequity is that every party pays to the state of Mississippi 4 mills in ad valorem tax on the assessed value of your property. If you live in some counties that assess their property as low as 10%, and there are a few that go down as low as 7%. If you live in a place that assesses at 10% of actual value, then you pay 1/3 as much tax as a person who lives in a place that assesses at 30% of actual value. Your property may be worth $10,000, his may be worth $10,000, but his is assessed at $3,000, yours is assessed at $1,000. You're paying 4 mills to the state on $1,000. He is paying 4 mills to the state on $3,000. Now that has got to be inequitable by anybody's standards. There is no way to justify that inequity where two people have property of comparable value and in different parts of the state, and one is paying only a third as much taxes to the state as someone else. Now, but that inequity is obviously compounded in many instances, because if your property is worth $10,000 and they actually appraise it at $5,000 because its value has gone up, so you're not, and you're taxed at 10 mil, or I mean at 10%, you're assessed at 10%, then you're only paying on 500 rather than on 1,000. And if this other man whose property is assessed at 30% of $10,000, which was its actual value when it was first assessed, and if his property has deteriorated in value, but has not been a reappraisal, then instead of being assessed at 30% of actual value, although the assessed ratio is 30%, if his property is deteriorated in value and that change hadn't been reflected, and it's down to $5,000, he's actually paying 6 times as much money in relation to value as you're paying. Or put it the other way, suppose yours is the property that has the higher assessed ratio and has deteriorated in value without there being an adjustment in the actual valuation, without having a reappraisal. Then you're paying 6 times as much as a man who lives somewhere else in a county that will not reappraise and in a county that will not adjust its assessment ratios upward. So the first and obvious and perhaps the greatest reason for reassessment of property values is simply the equity, and that everybody whose property is equal in value should pay to the state of Mississippi the same amount of taxes because they're receiving the same services. Now, there's some other reasons for doing it. It makes no difference to you if your property is assessed at 10% of actual value and you have to pay 50 mills, or if it jumps up to 20% and you have to pay 25 mills. You're paying the same number of dollars. But the state of Mississippi's financial statement and your county and city's financial statement would look a great deal better if they had the assessment rate high and the millage low. So you say, why do you care whether the financial statement of the state of Mississippi looks better, or why do you care if your county or city's financial statement look better? For a very good reason. Because the bonds that your city or your county or your state sell bear an interest rate that is related to the financial statement that they present. And if we would get our assessed values up and our millage down, then the state of Mississippi would sell its bonds, and your county and my county and cities would sell their bonds for a lower rate of interest, so that less of our tax money would have to go back in payment of interest on the bonds that are sold. And when the state of Mississippi sells a substantial number of bonds, it sells them in the main to people that live outside of this state, because we are still a debtor state. We don't have the capital to handle our big bond issues. So for that reason, the state of Mississippi and its subdivisions ought to get their assessment practices in line and save you and me and all of us some interest money that goes largely outside of the state of Mississippi. Now, the third reason is simply that someday somebody is going to bring a lawsuit either in the state or federal courts to compel reassessment if the legislature doesn't do it first. Those suits have been brought in other states by various organizations, frequently utilities, but not always. And in all instances, the parties complaining, when they could prove that assessments were not equal, have been successful. If they bring a suit in Mississippi, they're going to be successful. And we tend to condemn the courts, and the federal courts particularly, for interfering in our affairs. And so long as we run our affairs responsibly, we have a right to complain about interference. But if we refuse to do the things that we ought to do, then we've got no right to complain when others interfere. And unless the state of Mississippi does bring about some, or the local counties and cities, and this is, you don't find many cities where this is a problem, or at least not to the extent that it is in the cities, because most cities have had to get their assessments and their millage up pretty high. Or there are some cities where they haven't had a reappraisal lately, and you've got inequities in that regard. But the the area of greatest offense is likely to be in the rural areas where they've got their assessments down low, 15, 10, 6, 7, 8%. If we don't correct that, either by local action or by state action, then I'm afraid sometime somebody is going to, and I don't think it's going to be too much longer, several organizations have been tempted to bring a suit and indicated they would, and some of us have asked them to give us a little time in the hope that we would work out our own problems. If we don't, then we cannot complain about their bringing the suit. And what can you do? Well, to the extent that you feel that this is of interest to you and that you believe in the principle that everybody ought to pay the same amount of tax on property of the same value, at least to the state of Mississippi, and let the difference in the counties be adjusted by the millage. To that extent, then you should speak to your governing authorities at home and to the legislators who represent you here about that situation. Now let me mention briefly a couple of other things that I think may be of interest to you in this session of the legislature, and then we'll see what questions you would like to ask. We collect in this state most of our money from sales and use tax, about 55 or 6%. From sales and use tax, we collect 18% from income tax. So that you can see between those two items, you've got 74% of our general fund collections. I'm talking about general fund now. I'm not talking about some special funds or highway money which is derived from special sources. But the general fund, which is what you read about in the paper most of the time, receives 74% of its income from sales and income tax. And then the bulk of the rest of it comes from other excise type taxes, such as the tax on tobacco, whiskey, wine, beer. Those are the principal sources of revenue. Of course, franchise tax and oil and gas severance are the other big producers. We spend most of our money on education, somewhere in the neighborhood of 66 to 67% of all general fund revenue goes into education at one level or another, from the first grade through graduate school. The next two big items are the health and hospital programs and the welfare program. And those two items represent between them another 15%. So you see that between education, health and health-related activities, and welfare, you're talking about over 80% of your general fund expenditures. And you go on down to increasingly smaller items, and you get into economic development, natural resource preservation, and you're talking about only about 4% each. And this will surprise you. You know, you read in the papers when the press runs out of anything else to do or talk about, you will read about how expensive it is for the legislature to be in session. Now, of course, it does cost some money. But if you were to abolish the governor's office and all of the executive branch of government, and if you were to abolish all of your judicial offices and judicially related offices, including the Supreme Court, the Circuit and Chancery Courts, the Attorney General's office, the Supreme Court clerk, all of the matters relating to those offices. And if you were to abolish along with that the legislature, and there have been times when I thought we ought to abolish all three of them, you would save less than 1.5% of the total expenditure from your general fund. Now, that I said just by way of background, so you'd have some general idea about where we get our money and what we do with it. You understand, that did not include highway money, which comes from special funds primarily from taxes on motor vehicle fuel, diesel, and gasoline. And that's the principal source of highway money, and it goes in directly to road building, either to the state highway department or to the county boards of supervisors. Now, and that brings me to I think this session of legislature is going as far as it can to increase the amount of money that we can put into our public schools and colleges, universities. We won't be able to increase it as much as any of us would like, but there will be an increase in salary for school teachers, and there will be more money into the public school system and into colleges and universities. Perhaps the chief interest right now is in a highway programs. You know the governor has recommended a rather extensive highway program. It won't come as any surprise to you that everybody wants a highway program. Not many people want to pay the taxes that it's going to require. The governor recommends a $600 million program to be financed by a bond issue, and which of course will have to be paid off by some additional taxes, because the present revenues will not pay off a $600 million bond issue. The governor has suggested a number of alternatives. I think you're familiar with them. He didn't specify any one or any combination. He suggested a number of taxes which in combination, or some of them in combination, would produce the money. He's talked about either a 1-cent gasoline tax or some increase in tax on beer, wine and whiskey, tobacco. There have been some other suggestions of increases in corporate income tax, perhaps one or two other items. Some combination of those taxes in varying amounts would be necessary to, if we, for whatever additional program we have. There's no magic in the figure 600 million. There is some justification for that figure, but if we don't get 600 million, we can take whatever figure we get and go as far as it will go. We've got, let me say this so that you have a good picture of this, we've got about 230 million in bonds that have been authorized since 1969 that have not yet been issued. About 30 million of that has been obligated. 50 million more has been allocated, but the other 150 million is still totally unencumbered. The Highway Department admits, of course, and they're correct, they do not need a bond issue now, and they're not asking for one now. They just need to know how much money they're going to have in the future so that they can make their plans. I'm confident that the legislature will pass some additional bond authorization during this session, and if we pass it, we're going to have to pass some sort of taxes to finance it. It would be my hope that we will go first to the luxury item type of taxes, and secondly, since we're not going to issue any bonds for, the Highway Department says 2 years, I'd say 3 to 4, that we can, while we need to enact the taxes right now, we can delay the effective date of the increase for a year or so, and then start to increase gradually to build up some money to have on hand to start retiring the bonds when they come due. I don't know what taxes the legislature will increase, and I don't know what amount of bonds we will ultimately authorize, but I'm confident there will be a significant additional bond authorization for highways. I hope that it will be done the way I suggested, although of course there are other people with other ideas. Now, I again want to tell you that I am grateful to you for letting me come. I'm grateful to you for listening, and if you have questions about anything connected with state government, I'll be within the time left to us, because you've got a lot of other things to do today. But within the time left to us, I'll be happy to try to answer. Thank you very much.
Now, we have a limited time, of course. The senator has a very tight schedule, but we would like to give you an opportunity to ask him a few questions. So we'll recognize the Brother Beckham at the mic over on the far side. Brother Beckham from Jackson, Mississippi, Senator.
Mr. Chairman, I just want to ask the senator two questions. One is about the whiskey, beer, and wine tax. Does that go into the general fund that's distributed to all of the counties, dry and wet, equally?
Yes, sir. At this moment, all beer, wine, and whiskey tax does go into the general fund, and it is distributed, well, like all general fund money. It goes into the financing of all of our services. The general fund money is not earmarked. It just goes into the state treasury, and then we draw against whatever money is in the state treasury for all activities. So people in the dry counties do, of course, benefit from the tax collected on the sale of beer and wine in counties where those sales are legal. Of course, I suspect a substantial percentage of those sales are made to people that live in dry counties.
Well, Senator, the other question that I have, right now we do have the highway program before you, and a fourth of the state, that is the Delta area, the highways, farm to market roads, federal roads, and state roads are heavily populated in the fall of the year, the spring of the year, with big heavy tractors, and in the fall with tractors pulling 5 cotton trailers with 5 or more bales of cotton on it. Why aren't those vehicles taxed and pay the gasoline tax and a privilege tax to run the highways as trucks and cars are?
Well, you, in the first place, most of those tractors are not supposed to be on the road. It's a matter of local law enforcement. Again, a good part of it is a matter of local law enforcement. Secondly, farm tractors, admittedly, are not taxed except at 1%. The justification for that, if it is justification, is that it's a part of farm production machinery. Manufacturing machinery is taxed at 1%. That is sales tax on manufacturing machinery. The sale of it is 1%, and sales tax on tractors is at 1%. I think maybe there is some merit in the position that the tractors bear the same relationship to agricultural production that a piece of manufacturing machinery bears to industrial production. So I don't feel that the sales tax on one item of production, whether it be agricultural, should be different from another item of raw production. Now, I did not mention, and I should have, that one of the plans for raising some revenue for the roads is to increase the tax on the big trucks by putting a sticker tax on. I think most people concede that the heavy trucks do much more damage to the roads than a passenger automobile, and that if we had only passenger automobiles to build roads for, we could build roads for it'll last a long time. So I should have mentioned the truck tax is one of the items that I think will be adopted as a part of the cost of the program.
Thank you, Senator.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
We have just a couple of more minutes now. Do we have another question? Brother Hanna from Jackson also, Senator. You probably remember him, J.B. Hanna.
Yes, sir, I do. I remember Mr. Beckham, too.
If you have time, I'd like to ask you a question, too, Senator.
Yes, sir.
Is this reevaluation of property going to expand to such an extent it will include the industrial factors in Mississippi?
Well, it certainly wouldn't hurt the industrial taxation in Mississippi. You know, of course, the utilities, you're not necessarily concerned with utilities.
Talking about manufacturers.
Beg pardon?
I'm talking about manufacturers.
Well, manufacturers would not be adversely affected at all. I don't know that, I'm not saying that they would be helped. They'd be just as well off as they are today, because the county which raises its assessed valuation, if that produces more money than it's got to have, can reduce its millage. So equalization of assessments would not result in increases in taxation in a county that didn't need the additional money. As I say, you could simply double your assessed valuation and cut your millage in half, and you'd have exactly the same tax burden, but it would make you be more equitable as far as what you pay to the state, and your county and city would have a better financial picture and consequently pay less money on the bonds that you have to issue from time to time, including bonds that you issue for A&I purposes. So manufacturers would certainly not be injured, and I think to some degree would be benefited.
One other question, since it wouldn't adversely affect the corporations, wouldn't the Finance or Tax Committee in the Senate consider going into the income tax area and raise some of the income tax that the ex-great Governor Barnett cut down so in his administration, where they may pay their equal percentage of taxes?
Well, as I mentioned, one of the items that's being considered now as a method of helping with the highway program is an increase of 1% over a period of 2 years, 0.5% a year, in the corporate income tax. That's pending before the Finance Committee right now.
One other question about the proposed or possibility of increased taxes, gas tax. Isn't it a fact that Mississippi is already about the highest taxed state in the Mississippi so far as gasoline is concerned?
We are the second highest. We are 0.2 of a cent lower than Connecticut. We're higher than everybody else. If we were to go to a 1 cent gasoline tax increase, which I'm frank to say to you that I would not favor if there's any reasonable alternative. Now, I do think we need a highway program, and I don't want to see us raise gasoline tax anymore if there's any way around it. If we do raise it 1 cent, we will be higher than any other state. We'll be 0.8 of a cent higher than Connecticut. We'll be anywhere from 1 to many cents higher than very different other states. I would not like to see us raise a gasoline tax if we can avoid doing it. I'm not sure that we can, because there are a lot of people that want a gasoline tax increase for highways. They say that's the gasoline people use it on the highways, they ought to pay for it. I think that argument is fallacious. There are a lot, and I won't take time, but why I think it's fallacious. There are a lot of reasons. You've got a lot of other things to do. But I would oppose a gasoline tax as long as there's any other reasonable way of financing a highway program.
Another question, Senator. Just a general question, and of course I'm interested in this too, and reading reports. Isn't it a fact that the state of Mississippi ranks about 10 in the nation, the United States, as far as oil production is concerned?
I don't know where we rank. You know, I did know that at one time. Our oil production, our position in oil production has changed in the past several years, and I haven't been on the Oil and Gas Committee in the Senate for the past 4 years, and I frankly don't know where we rank. We are we have pretty good oil production in Mississippi. It has dropped off in the past few years some, unfortunately, but we still have a significant oil and gas production. I don't know where we rank, though. I'm sorry.
One other question, Senator, is with reference to taxes on timber. Isn't it the fact that the state of Mississippi ranks about third in the southeast in pulpwood and timber production, yet you don't get but just nothing practically speak of except severance, little severance tax out of them?
Again, we rank high in the southeast on timber production. I'm not prepared to say whether we rank first, second, third, or fourth, but we have a good timber production, relatively speaking. We're not producing timber as rapidly, in my judgment, as we ought to be to replenish the supply that we are losing. Now, the only tax we collect on timber, it is on the direct tax, is a severance tax. But you see, we don't collect a tax on farm crops. We don't collect a tax on the sale of raw products that go to the manufacturer. Whatever the manufacturer buys as a raw product that he's going to make into a finished product that he sells, if that finished product is subject to a sales tax, then he doesn't pay any sales tax on the raw products that go into it. So if timber is sold, there's no sales tax on it, but when it's manufactured and becomes a finished product, it is taxed. So the timber is not treated differently from any other raw product that a manufacturer buys from, be it whatever it may be, that he has to use in the production. The theory being that if you're going to tax the finished product when it's sold, you ought not also tax the raw product that went into it.
Senator, I wasn't particularly asking the question about small farmer. I'm talking about corporations like Masonite, Flint Coat, John Manville, U.S. Gypsum, Gaylord, and International Paper, who's owns anywhere from 100,000 to 300,000 of acres of timbered land that they cut this timber off of. I think them birds ought to be taxed a little more than they're being taxed.
Of course, they pay a tax on the land. I'll be frank with you, I don't think in most instances the land is assessed where it ought to be assessed. Then they do pay a severance tax on that timber when it's severed. Now, as far as it is concerned, timber is taxed in Mississippi on parity with any other raw product that goes into ultimately a finished manufactured item, so that it's not being treated any differently than other items that constitute raw products.
One other question, and I'll just leave. I just want
to interrupt you, but the senator's got a tight schedule, and we got another speaker that has to get an airplane, and we can't.
I just want one other question, I'll leave. Isn't it a fact, Senator, that the people in the state of Mississippi ranks fourth in the nation so far as tax is concerned, being taxed, or the taxation problem is?
That we do what, sir?
Ranks fourth in the nation. So I think we're well loaded. Thank you, Senator.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
I expressed our appreciation to the senator for taking time out from his busy schedule and if you notice, Senator, on your way out, I didn't see anything at all about the fact that you had announced for Congress. this is a very deep and complicated subject, and we could have spent the rest of the afternoon on it. But it's one that concerns me greatly, and one that I hope that we'll be able to help do something about eventually. That's this matter of equalization. And if somebody will find the money to finance the lawsuit, then I'll see that the state FFL-CIO goes into court over this situation if the legislature doesn't act. Now, we have a gentleman with us this afternoon who has a problem of catching an airplane to get back to New York. And as I mentioned earlier, Honorable Thomas Knight has graciously consented to allow our distinguished visitor to speak at the time allocated for him. Howard Samuel wears many hats. We have him listed as the Vice President and Director of Political Education of the Amalgamated Clothing Workers of America, AFL-CIO. But he has many other duties. Among those are assistant to the President, I understand. Brother Samuels is another man that's been very cooperative with the officers of this organization. It took some doing and several telephone conversations for us to get things worked out whereby he could make this convention. And we are deeply honored this afternoon, Howard, that you were able to get things worked out, and we're sure that you have a message for the membership. Vice President Howard Samuel of the Amalgamated Clothing Workers.
Thank you, Claude. Can I be heard, by the way, back there in the very back row? James, yes? Okay. I was sitting back there this morning and I told Claude, you have to keep your mouth pretty close to this machine to be heard in the back row. I am very pleased to be here for a couple of reasons. First of all, I've been a long-time admirer of your president and also a long-time friend of your Secretary-Treasurer, who's an alumnus of my union. I'm also pleased because in Mississippi, the Amalgamated Clothing Workers, I think, plays a reasonably important role in the affairs of the AFL-CIO. We have grown substantially here in the last dozen years or 18 years. Until now, I think it's an important part of our union as well as an important part of your community. So I guess if for no other reason, it makes sense for someone from the Amalgamated to be here to share a few minutes with you and talk with you about a few things that concern us and I think concern you. I'm not going to take too much time because I want to spend a little time, if I can, afterwards and listen to Tom Knight make his report. As a matter of fact, I'm also guided. Your previous speaker gave a little idea of the kind of time you should speak when you make a speech, and I have a different kind of measurement which I use, which a minister once told me. I'm not a minister, but a minister once told me that he has a good way of judging how long he should speak. And he starts out on a Sunday morning and he keeps going, and when he sees people begin to look at their watches, he knows that's all right. But when people begin to look at their watches and shake them and hold them up to their ear, then it's time to begin to bring it to an end. So I'm going to keep an eye on you. When Claude spoke to me on the phone a week or two ago, he asked me to talk about two things, and the two things belong together. He's right. One is imports, and one is politics. Now, how do you talk about imports? So many different ways. See that machine over there? I think you'd have faith in your officers of the state AFL-CIO that they'd buy a good union-made American product, wouldn't you? Wouldn't you? Yeah, but they didn't. I haven't even looked at that machine. But I'll tell you now, it's not a good American union-made product because there is no machine like that made in America. Doesn't exist. Ever any of you own a 35 millimeter camera? Probably do. I know Ed Blair does because he was taking our pictures like mad last night. You think that Ed Blair worked for the union movement for, what, 30 years, Ed? Been shot, beaten? God knows what else. He'd buy good American union-made product, wouldn't you? He didn't. I don't know where his camera was made, either Japan or Germany, I suppose. But it wasn't made in this country because there is no 35 millimeter camera made in this country. And so it goes. If you want to buy a men's dress shirt, you have to work to make sure it's made in this country because something like 70% are made abroad. You want to buy a sweater, you have to really search for one made in this country by American union members. Electronic products, shoes, steel. The president of the rubber workers has told me that within 5 years, 2/3 of the rubber tires will be imported. 1/3 will be left made in this country. How many rubber workers will lose their jobs? I don't know. The story just isn't ending, and it's getting worse. And what it adds up to is about 500,000 Americans out of work because of imports. That's 10% of our total employment in the last few years because of imports alone. And our balance of payments, which is a difficult subject, and I'm not going to spend any time at all on it today, partly because I'm not an expert on it, but our balance of payments, which is important to us, to our standard of living, has gone backwards. We are now $2 billion in the red with our accounts for the world. That's the first time it's happened since 1893. So something is happening to this country, and you think we do something about it. Why has it happened? The answer is very simple. The answer is in Taiwan, where workers are making products like that, and they're making 9 cents an hour. Anybody here interested in 9 cents an hour? Making 9 cents an hour? No? No takers? How about 15 cents an hour? Going. No 15 cents an hour. That's Korea. Can't get any 15 cents an hour takers? How about 35 cents an hour takers? Going. Tobacco auctioneer. Go to Mexico or Hong Kong. You're not satisfied with that? 65 cents an hour. That's a good solid wage, isn't it, to raise a family of 4? That's in Japan. You think Japan is a backwater country, you know, raising rice? You know that Japan this year is going to make more steel than the United States of America? Steel, which is the foundation of industrial production, more in Japan than here. 65 cents an hour. How do you compete with 65 cents an hour when you're making $2.50, $3, $3.50, or $4? How do you? Got an answer? I don't. You don't. And what's more, you don't try. I don't think this nation was built on trying to compete with wages of 65 cents an hour when we're making $3 or $2.50 or what have you. Our nation was built on a basis of decent wages, of making every working man a consumer, of making every working man a taxpayer. And that's what we're trying to do and what we've had some success in doing. And that's why we are meeting here over 300 strong in Jackson, Mississippi, because we've been able to make some progress going down that road. You won't have many more meetings like this if we start trying to change our direction and compete with 65 cents an hour. It's very simple. Nothing I've said is very complicated so far, and it's right. The figures are right. If the gentleman wants to ask me some questions afterwards, I'll be glad to answer them. Believe me, they're right. Why aren't we getting action? Why hasn't the government done something about it? After all, the government must be involved if 500,000 people are unemployed, if our industrial production is going down, and if our balance of payments is going backwards. That's not only our problem, that's America's problem. Why hasn't the government done something about it? There are a couple of reasons. I'd like to talk to you about them because it's going to have an effect on what you do the next few months through this November. One of the reasons, and it's the most difficult reason, really, is the fact that this country created and established its policies on international trade 30 and 40 years ago, based on a philosophy which goes back to the year, and you won't believe me when I say that, 1776. That's the year we declared independence. And that's the year an economist in England wrote a book called The Wealth of Nations. And in that book, he described a policy and a philosophy of international trade. And today, we are still living by that philosophy. And the philosophy is simply that every nation must specialize in what it does best. Sound sensible? Does to me. It does to most other people. That's where our trouble comes from. Maybe 200 years ago, that philosophy made sense. Maybe it even made sense 30 and 40 years ago, when a gentleman whom some of you who are about my age or older would remember, Cordell Hull, was Secretary of State. Because in those days, you had the highly industrialized, technologically advanced countries, and we were number one. And you had other countries which had some factories, but not very far advanced, and you had other countries which were what you call underdeveloped. They grew things, and they mined things, and they fished, but they didn't have much in the way of production. And so the countries which were underdeveloped, they grew things, and they sent that raw cotton or what have you, iron ore, to the countries who were further advanced, which made it into certain kinds of products. And then those countries sent their products, their half-finished products, to us and to Great Britain, and we did the final work and made consumer products, complicated kinds of products which couldn't be made. We were blessed. We were blessed with invention. We were blessed with technological creativity and the skills, and we had a highly trained labor force. And this is what protected those high wages that I talked about, that high living standard we'd worked so hard to build. We were protected. That was our natural protection, the wall, which protected us against the 9-cent an hour Taiwans or the 15-cent an hour Korea or what have you. And until about 30 years ago, that made a lot of sense. But the trouble is, things began to change about 30 years ago. And the key of that change, and this is a word that if you don't know it, and I'm sure most of you do, especially in the electronics industry, and there's some IBEW members here I know, and it's a word we know, it's a word you all should know. The word is called multinational. A multinational, very simply, is a corporation. Most of them have their headquarters in the good old United States, but they don't do most of their business here. They do their business in Taiwan and Japan and France and Italy and Brazil. Wherever they can get a low wage, a little bit of a head start, a little bit of a bargain, they go down and do it. And sometimes not so far away, just across the border in Mexico. And they make their products there, and this is why you can't buy a cassette made in this country, a cassette player, and why you can't buy a camera, and why it's getting so we're fighting desperately to keep our shirt workers employed, and shoe workers, and chemical and rubber and steel and all the rest. Because the multinationals put their equipment and put their skills and put their technological craft into a 707 and they ship it overseas. And suddenly, the philosophy which was built in 1776 and which was developed in the 1930s and 40s doesn't mean a thing. Because there's no more barrier, there's no more protection. What they can make in Taiwan, anything we can make with little girls 14 years old who've never seen the inside of a schoolroom, making 9 cents an hour. And they can do it just as well as you can, my friends, and they are. There it is. You know who the largest manufacturer in Taiwan is? You know, in your wildest dreams, what do you think Taiwan? Do you think they grow rice, right? The largest manufacturer in Taiwan, 12,000 employees, a company called General Instruments. It moved its plants from Rhode Island to Massachusetts into Taiwan. And they make all the electronic components and diodes that go into things like that, into television sets and radios, and they're making computers all over the world. They're making jet aircraft, and I've flown on them. Probably some of you have too, in this country. Anything we can make there, they can make there. Anything we can make here, they can make there, and they can make it much cheaper, and there's not a thing we can do about it. As I said before, I wouldn't recommend we do anything about it, because I'm not working for the Amalgamated Clothing Workers to make our wages go down. Our job is to make them go up. And what's the answer to all this? And why are we having such trouble? we haven't been able to change people's ideas of international trade, and we've been working on it now for several years. And unless we make them change, I want to tell you that you're going to be having troubles, as we're having troubles in every single industry, and it's going to get worse. Usually when you elect a congressman and there's a man whom you can depend on to vote for you for minimum wages or for unemployment insurance or something like that, he'll support you down the line. I have to tell you that we have some good friends in the Congress who don't agree with us on international trade. Their minds still go back to 1935. This city of New York, where I come from, we have 21 congressmen. They were all elected with labor support or they wouldn't be there. There are 20 Democrats and 1 liberal Republican. And New York City is not a city which is foreign to the problems of international trade. You know the third largest payroll in New York City? The apparel trades. 225,000 workers in New York depend on the apparel trades for their jobs. And incidentally, this has nothing to do with it, but just to let you know what the first and second largest payrolls are in New York City. The second is the city itself. That's our taxes. And the first is the welfare rolls. So I don't think anybody in his right mind would say we should get rid of the textile and apparel industry in New York City. It's the largest private, tax-paying, wage-paying industry in New York. And yet, of those 21 congressmen, 10 of them voted against us when we tried to introduce some degree of sanity in international trade. Or in California, 38 congressmen until they reapportioned last month. When the Mills bill, which was our first effort to get some improvement in trade, came up a little over a year ago, of the 38 congressmen in California, they make things like this. There are a lot of IUE and IBEW members. We have a lot of members. The auto workers have seen 1/3 of their production disappear out of California. If you go to California, 1 out of 3 cars is made in Japan or Germany. Only 2/3 are still made in Detroit. You think the congressmen from California would have some sensitivity to jobs that are disappearing and people who are going off the payroll? Out of 38 people, we got 2 votes. Where are we failing? We are failing. I have to tell you that. We are failing. And we've got to stop failing. We've got to begin to succeed. And what are these people telling us who are opposing us? I think I've given you some indication of what their approach is. They go back to the philosophy of 1930 and they say, well, we shouldn't make things like textiles or electronic products. We should stick with the technologically advanced products like computers. I think I've already given you the answer to that. They're making computers abroad too. That's no answer. Or they tell us, well, we're making too much money. We don't work hard enough in the factory. And I don't have to tell you what the answer is to that. That's no answer. The fact is there is no answer except our answer. There's got to be some change in our policy, a major change in our policy toward international trade. We have got to introduce some degree of regulation into trade, just as we have every other area of our life, before it's too late. I've been kind of grim. Let me interrupt myself just for a moment with a little story about being too late. I just heard recently, I've never told it before. I hope maybe some of you have heard it already. A story about a bumblebee that was bothering a bull. Day after day, he'd go after the bull and sting him and bother him, and the bull would swish with his tail, but the tail couldn't reach him, and the bull was just going wild till the major thing in life for him was going after that bumblebee. Finally, one day, he got up a little bit earlier than usual, the bull did, and he walked out into the pasture, and he saw the bumblebee was still asleep on a blade of grass. And the bull walked over quietly and swallowed him. Of course, a minute or two later, the bumblebee woke up. He was in the bull's stomach. He looked around. For a moment, there was a moment of panic, but then he suddenly realized, what is he worrying about? Here's the greatest thing of all. He could bother that bull, and the bull couldn't get at him at all. Wonderful. But he was still a little sleepy. So the bumblebee decided before he'd get on with the attacking the bull from inside his stomach, he'd rest a bit. Took an old nap. But when he woke up, the bullet gone. It has more meaning in a farm state than in... You know, I'm tempted to tell that story to some of our congressmen who are still telling us to keep it cool on international trade. My friends, our industry is going to be gone. But you sometimes can't be humorous. Things like that. And I guess all I can tell you, my friends, we've got a job to do. It's not too early that Cope has raised the price from $1 to $2. It's not too early. No one could call it precipitous. It took 32 years to change the price. I think that movie was too calm and not strong enough as far as I'm concerned, as far as changing the direction of this country. Now, I want to take a moment now to talk about politics generally. And I know all of you waited with bated breath for that Yankee from New York to come down and tell you how to vote. So I'm not going to do that. But I'm going to make a suggestion of perhaps how you'd look at the situation in the month of March, going on April, with only a few months to go, when this country is going to make a pretty important decision. And I look at it a little bit as I do, if I could translate it in terms of where I live, and perhaps this will have some recognition for you where you live. Like most of you, I live in a house, and I have neighbors, one on one side and one on the other. And I have a neighbor on one side whom I don't talk to very much. I don't particularly find him particularly friendly. I hope someday there doesn't ever become a problem between us, because I don't know if I'd get it solved. I have a neighbor on the other side that we have had a problem. I can tell you one of the problems. He has a very large dog. And the dog wanders a bit. He comes over to my yard, and once in a while he blesses it. And once in a while I step in the blessing. And my wife is not so happy when I walk on the carpet. She doesn't think I'm blessed. But you know, that neighbor I can talk to. I can tell him, your dog is, either give him something for his digestion or keep him home at key times of the day. And my neighbor understands, and he's done something about it, so now I can walk around my yard relatively immune. I don't know. I don't feel confident about walking into the White House and telling the president that we have a problem for international trade and we need help. Because I don't feel any confidence that he would respond with the kind of sympathy and responsiveness that we need. All I can do is judge on his record. We've seen our unemployment rise from 3.5% to almost 6% during his period, and part of it was deliberate in order to stop inflation. And if it comes to a couple of percentage points of inflation or 2 million unemployed, I'll tell you which one I'll take. I don't think it has to be that choice, but he's made the choice. And as a matter of fact, he's failed in both. He's against the minimum wage rising to $2 an hour, an issue which is important to my union and I think important to many of you in this room. He's against us. He wrote a veto on the daycare bill, and some of you who have all men members, this may not be important, but my union has 80% women. And many of those women have children, and they'd be better off, the children would be better off, and the women would be better off. We could have qualified daycare centers. And the president killed it with a vicious veto. And so it goes. And this is, as I look at that record, I wonder, is this the kind of man that I want as a good neighbor? Is this a good neighbor of ours, of the labor movement? And I must tell you, my answer is no. And I think now, with the problems we face, particularly in the area of international trade, we need a good neighbor in the White House. We need somebody we can talk to, who will speak our language, who will not be bothered by the philosophy of 1935 or 1776. who will respect our concern and anxiety about unemployed workers, about wages which are being undermined and conditions which are being undermined and collective bargaining contracts which are being undermined. And I don't have the confidence that the man in the White House now has that kind of interest or sympathy in what I'm doing. I'm not going to tell you who to vote for. I don't care who's going to be the Democratic candidate. Humphrey, McGovern, Muskie, whoever the leaders are, I'd feel comfortable. I know their voting records in the Senate, and I'd feel comfortable in going to the White House and asking them, we need help. And I think they would give it. I know they would give it if they felt that it was our muscle that helped get them elected. And perhaps if I can leave you with any message, and I begin to see people holding the watches up to their ears now, if I can leave you with any message at all, it is not so much who you vote for, although I hope you vote for a man whom you can talk to afterwards. But I hope that man in the White House, and those men in the House, and those men in the Senate, and I know you have a tough time in Mississippi. I talked like this in Missouri yesterday with people from Missouri and Arkansas, where they have a few more labor people to depend on. But the people who occupy high positions should know that you put them in there. That it's labor votes and labor funds, money, and labor resources that help get them into office, so that the day after election, they still remember your name, and they still remember your face, and they'll still respond to your problem. I'd almost say this is more important than the name of the man you support. If he's a decent man and he's willing to talk to you before election, make sure that you do enough that he remembers to talk to you after the election is over. Maybe someday we'll be able to buy a cassette machine that's made in this country. I'm not sure. Maybe someday we in our union, the clothing workers, can begin to rest easy a little bit, that the rest of the shirt industry is not going to disappear over into Taiwan and throw out 110,000 members of ours out of work. I hope that day will come. It better come soon. But it's not going to come unless we use that kind of muscle, unless we do that kind of job this year and next year and the year after. And perhaps one of the small pleasures I have in life is coming to a group like this with your kind of leadership and your record of activity, and I know you will. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much, Howard, for those very timely remarks, and I'm sure, had time permitted, you could have spent much more time on this very serious problem of foreign imports and the fact that one of the major part of the problem centered around the fact that these plants that are being built in foreign countries are being built with capital produced in this country by American workers. It is a serious problem. It's one that this nation is going to have to come to grips with very soon, or we ourselves will be in very deep trouble. Now, the next speaker should need no introduction to most of you. He's one of your employees. He's my co-worker. He and I have been the two principal officers of this organization for a number of years now. He's a very dedicated individual. He gives much of his time to this organization, and he's assisted many of you with many of the problems that you've had outside of the area of political education. I could say much about the man because I work with him day in and day out. And we have one thing in this state that I'm very proud of, and that's the fact that the officers of this organization, and that includes all of them, work in harmony with one another, and we spend no time in backbiting or stabbing one another as you'll find in some other states that I can think about. When we have a problem, we sit down, we work it out, and we simply go about getting the job done. Now, he's been sitting here waiting for some time. We've changed him around on this program about 4 times. We rewrote the agenda because we had to make some changes for certain people. He was originally slated to speak to you this morning, and because of some other problems, we had to move him back to late this afternoon. But I'm sure you're still interested in hearing from him. So at this time, it gives me a great deal of pleasure to present to you your own Secretary-Treasurer, Thomas Knight. Brother Knight.
Thank you, Mr. President. Delegates, guests, I know it's a little late. If you bear with us a few minutes, we'll get through. I will first want to thank you for the opportunity, the privilege to serve you as your Secretary-Treasurer and Corporate Director since 1970. And I'm happy to see this group because it's a sign that we're growing. It's a sign that the labor movement is getting together. We're putting it together. And when we get together, we're going to make more progress. I'm happy to report to you, insofar as the financial condition of the Mississippi AFL-CIO is concerned, it's much improved. It was very sick before. We're sicker than that convention before that. But it's able to be up to some degree now. And naturally, that's because we have more local unions that are becoming affiliated, getting into the mainstream of the labor movement in this state. Now, we have a lot of locals that haven't yet made that move. We'll have maybe something to say just a little later about that. Since 1970, we have undertaken, and I think we have succeeded, in expanding and extending the programs, the services of the state AFL-CIO considerably when you consider the fact that we have had to operate on what you might call a shoestring with limited personnel and limited resources. I think we've made a lot of progress. I think that we've succeeded in carrying the message of organized labor to many individuals and many groups, if you please, outside the labor movement. In fact, we have been told by a number of people that are not part of our organization in recent months that for the first time that they realize that our program is not a selfish one. It's not one only for the members of organized labor and their families, but it's one indeed for all the working people. And when it's one for the working people, then there is no doubt it's one in the best interest of this state. Last year, in 1971, we had a lot of success. This has already been touched upon. In fact, we made more progress last year in electing labor's friends to office than in any time in the history of the labor movement. And that comes not just because of what Claude did or what I did or any other group, really. It had come about because of the cooperation and the dedication of you folks and the people that you represent. And it also came about because of some new rules of ours. And that was simply this: that if a person who runs for office is ashamed of us, we are ashamed of them. We found out the hard way that you simply cannot elect someone to office that's ashamed of you, who only wants to meet with you behind the barn after dark. Now, that just can't be done. And I regret to say that we fooled around with that philosophy too long. It was very costly, very costly. Let me just pause here for a moment to give you an example. We had a young man running for re-election to the state senate from Northern District, in the north part of the state. Had a pretty good record. He was opposed last year by a former senator whose record was a very bad one. Our labor council in the area endorsed this senator. When we got ready to do our mailing to the membership, he says, "I'm afraid for this mail with my name on it as having been endorsed by labor to come to my county. You send it to the other two counties in my district." We reminded him that if it went to the other counties, it would certainly get over in the other county, that he had to make up his mind if he wanted to be our man or if he didn't. Well, his decision was that he didn't really want to be our man. He was afraid to be. He got defeated by 78 votes. He could have easily been elected by 3 times that much. So we just can't do nothing for them if they're ashamed of us. As President Ramsey pointed out today, we elected a majority to the legislature. Most all of the people we endorsed for district and state office were elected. I had several candidates for the legislature to tell me last year, personally, they were surprised at the content of our questionnaires. They had never met with labor before. They was afraid of those long horns that we are supposed to have, those 6-shooters we carry around. And they were surprised, pleasantly so, when they found that our program was one that would benefit everybody. We also run into some things during our activities last year that bothers us some. In that we have some people that are crusading in this state, black and white. Now, first, let me make this crystal clear. That this organization is made up of the labor movement, and that labor movement is made up of black, white, whatever the color may be. We don't represent people because they're white. We don't represent them because they're black. We represent them because they're working people. And that's the way it's going to continue to be as long as I have anything to do with it. But my friends, we've got some people in this state, black and white, these limousine liberals, these crusaders, these professed voices of the rank and file. Well, I want to say to you, and say to you frankly and flatly and bluntly now, that they just don't represent the rank and file in this state. Now, I think the background of the people in this hall is just about as good as anybody's in Mississippi when it comes to being dedicated, when it comes to being familiar and having sympathy and being aware of the problems and the heartaches and the difficulties of the rank and file people in this state. And you and I don't need any of these limousine, fly-by-night, so-called liberals, Johnny-come-lately do-gooders to come in here and tell us what to do and how to do it. And I'm including in that the mayor of New York City and the mayor of Fayette, Mississippi. I was raised on a farm where we eat peas, where we wore patched overalls and patched dresses. And my friends, I was a big boy during the Depression, and I eat relief flour and that old canned meat. And I'm sure a lot of the rest of you did. And I think we know something about it. We've been there. And I don't know of a group in the state of Mississippi that is more dedicated and is more aware and has any more feeling for the underprivileged and the handicapped and the poor, the indigent, than the labor movement. We have a policy, my friends, based on the Constitution of the AFL-CIO, the Constitution of the Mississippi AFL-CIO. We have procedures and practices and programs. And I want to tell you that these limousine liberals have found out, beyond the shadow of a doubt, that they're not going to tell us what to do. We're going to continue our program. We're going to continue to do everything that we possibly know how to do for the working people of this state. We're going to continue to support people for office, not because they're white or not because they're black, not because of what they profess, but what they really are. And that is the reason that we made the progress that we made in 1971. Now, we could spend a lot of time and go on and talk about the things that we've done, the ground that we've covered. But I think we have to spend a few minutes talking about what we are going to do next. But the thing that I want to emphasize to you this afternoon is that you and I as leaders, and you're leaders, or you wouldn't be here. What we have to do, and we have to start yesterday, is somehow wake up the membership. Now, everybody has this problem. The membership seems to be unconcerned unless something rolls over on their toe. Something don't go just right for them. My friends, we have a job. And we have got to get to the membership. And we have got to remind them of how they got where they are. How they got the wages they got and the working conditions. It just didn't happen. So what we say and do here has to be carried back and has to be emphasized over and over again to the membership in this state if we are to continue to meet our responsibility and do a job for the people that ought to be done. 1972 is the big one. For the first time in many, many years, we have a golden opportunity to elect some people to Congress in this state. All of our lifetime, or most of us here in this room's lifetime, we have depended as working people on the votes, the support, the leadership of the members of the Congress from other parts of this nation to introduce and to support and help enact legislation that has provided for our very survival. While the so-called representatives sent from Mississippi to Washington sit up there and twiddle their thumbs and help to make the rich richer and consequently the poor poor. We've had more misrepresentation in this state, in the halls of the Congress of the United States than any other state in this country, I guess. And Bill Colmer and Tom Abernathy a few days ago did this nation the greatest service, the only decent service they ever rendered when they announced their retirement. Bill Colmer has fumbled and stumbled around up there for 40 years and talked about his seniority, his place on the roster of the Rules Committee, and that seniority hadn't amounted to one thing for the people of this state. Not one iota. So don't you think that we could afford to send some people to Washington that really represent the working people of this state and will help those dedicated people from the other states continue to do the job? Now, we're going to have to leave this convention in high gear. We've got 3 districts. The new district numbers now, all of you are aware, I'm sure they've been renumbered. The 2nd, the 4th, and the 5th. Everybody and his brothers are running, or going to run. The deadline to qualify is April 7th. Now, we're going to have a caucus here before we leave this convention of those delegates from those districts. We've got to set up some machinery to get to work and see if we've got somebody, and I'm sure we have in each instance, that we can support. But let me say again that the people in this room are the ones that are going to have to go back. And this organization is going to do everything that it's big enough to do to help. But the people in this room have got to make up their mind right now that you're not going to rest until we have a campaign underway. Now, we have demonstrated the fact that we can do the job. Now, I just hope that we don't let the people that we represent down this year, because I'm convinced that if we will really put our best foot forward, if we will wake up, sit up, and stand up and fight, that we can elect some good congressmen to send to Washington, and I know it'll be a welcome sight. And who knows? We just might be able to elect a senator. Nobody knows. We'll be willing to try if somebody gets in that race that we think can make it, that would respond to the needs of the people instead of the needs of the plantation owners and, again, these limousine liberals. Then we've got another problem. We got this business with this guy in the White House that come from the outhouse, or probably did, and we got to get back to the outhouse. But we got a big problem in this state that's got to be solved before we get that far. quarter of a century ago, the so-called leadership of this state walked out of the Democratic Convention. And since that time, we've been like a red-headed stepchild, in and out, mostly out of the Democratic Party. And the attitude of the leadership in this state since that time up to the present has been that they ought to tell the rest of the country what to do, and the rest of the country ought to do that. Thank God the man that stood here this morning and addressed you, the governor of this state, if he never does anything else, had guts enough to say that he felt like that Mississippi ought to be back in the Democratic Party. And I, for one, still think that he's sincere. Now, there again is where we run into these limousine liberals. We've got some people in this state, black and white, that don't think that anybody else except them are Democrats. Well, I was voting for and working for the nominees of the Democratic Party before some of them could put their darn britches on. And I don't take a back seat to anybody when it comes to being a Democrat. The leadership of this labor movement on several occasions in presidential elections has provided the only machinery, the only effort in this state for the nominees of the Democratic Party, and I want to ask some of them limousine liberals where they were when that is going on. We've got two factions, the loyalists, the regulars. We've got quite a few people in this room that have been participating in the regulars, some in the loyalists. As you probably know, there have been committees selected to sit down and try to negotiate a settlement, a compromise. And I, for one, and I think you share this view, would simply hope that this committee can come up with some kind of a plan that will see one delegation from this state once more go to the Democratic National Convention with an attitude of we are just one of the 50 states, we are part of the United States, we want to be seated as all other Americans and participate in the selection of the nominees of this party and not go down there with their nose turned up like they had you know what under their hat band, looking down their nose, telling everybody else to go to hell. I'm tired of that mess, and I'm sure you are. Now, my friends, if we can get this accomplished, and if you and I again will do what we're capable of doing, I think there's a chance that we could carry this state for the candidate for President and Vice President of the United States on the Democratic ticket. It's not going to be easy. This guy that we're going to pay just a little tribute to now has got millions upon top of millions upon top of millions available to him. I'm talking about Tricky Dick. And I want to remind you, my friends, and if there's any group in the world, the trade union movement in this country ought not to have to be reminded. But unfortunately, some of our younger members don't remember or don't want to remember that this guy that now resides at 1600 Pennsylvania Avenue is the same joker that come to Washington from Los Angeles County, California, as a congressman elected by the millionaires out there and made the statement that he come there to take care of organized labor, and he's done one heck of a good job putting us out of business. I don't need to remind you that he helped write Taft-Hartley and that's been around our neck as a burden all of these years. This is the same tricky dick. They can put wide lapels on him, let his sideburns grow, trim his hair, put wide ties on him, but on to the inside, he's that still slick, slimy, dirty, crooked politician. I don't care what they do to him. He's the same man that stacked the courts against us. He's the same guy. To go back just a little, and almost got thrown off of the ticket as a presidential nominee because of some of his hanky-panky doings. He's the same guy that stacked the National Labor Relations Board. It doesn't have any symbol any longer of the National Labor Relations Board. It's a Manufacturers Association board from stem to stern. He's the same guy that ordered this so-called phony as a $3 bill price freeze, and along with it, a wage freeze that the people in this country just simply didn't deserve and can't put up with. Now, he's the guy that gets up on television, and he's on the tube every time he gets a chance, and talks about what he's doing to pull this country together. And he's done more to divide the country than any dozen before him that I can recall. And I can simply say to you this afternoon that he's going to do everything that he is big enough to do. Him and his henchmen, and especially that bird dog of his in Texas, old John Conley. You know, that guy does the best job of bird dogging of any man I've ever seen or heard tell of in my life. They're going to do everything that they're big enough to do, and nothing is too dirty and nothing is too crooked to re-elect Richard Nixon, President of the United States. And I, for one, just don't happen to believe that we can put up with 4 more years of the kind of administration that we've got now. Now, how are we going to manage that? The people in this country have got to get together. We've got to raise some money. Now, we've been collecting Cope dollars, 2 for 72. And if you haven't contributed, I would hope that you would go back out there and make a contribution. Did you know in this country there's roughly 14 million AFL-CIO members, and $2 apiece is $28 million? Do you ever thought about what that can do towards electing a friendly Congress and a President of the United States? But I'd hate to think just how few in that total 14 million that's going to make that $2 contribution. So you see, we're just not doing the job. If we'll collect those Cope dollars, and if we will get out here and we will register our people that are not registered to vote, and if we will get out and go to work and make sure that the membership knows beyond a shadow of a doubt what the facts are, and if we'll get out to vote on election day, we can make progress in 1972 that we can all be proud of. But my friends, it is up to you to go back to your local union, regardless of your position, in your local, your central body, state organization, whatever organization you may be representing, unless you dedicate yourself to going back and begin work now, registering the unregistered members. Incidentally, they have until May 6th to register and vote in the June 6th primary here in Mississippi. And above all, we have got to make sure that if we endorse anybody, that it's somebody that's not ashamed of us. We just don't have the time. We've got too much to do to fool with some lightweight that wants our vote, but he just really don't want anybody to know that he's associated with us. So we're going to have to make sure that we get with the right people, the people that will get out there and will carry the banner for the working people of this state, the working people of this country. If we do our job like we should, then we'll make some progress. There's one other thing that we have to do. We have to remind those local unions in our state that are not affiliated with the local labor council in the area, with the state AFL-CIO, that they're scabbing on the labor movement just like that non-member in that plant is scabbing on the local union. That's the only way to put it. That's just like it is. They're scabbing on the labor movement in this state. This organization is supposed to coordinate the activities of all of the unions in this state, supposed to point the way in order that we can make a better life for the membership. And we simply cannot do this. We simply cannot continue to carry the load that we're expected to carry, do everything that we're expected to do when it ought to be done, as effective as it should be done, when we got the people sitting on the outside whining. So I urge you this afternoon with all my heart, if you know somebody in an unaffiliated local, we'll stay open nights if we have to. We'll run off more affiliation forms. We'll do anything necessary to make it convenient for them to lay it on the line and get in the mainstream of the labor movement so we can all march forward together. Thank you very much.
I think that you will agree with me that it was worth your while to wait to hear from your Secretary Treasurer at the tail end of this meeting. And if I might be permitted to say so, he just told it to you like it really is. And that's the only way to do it. I shoved a little card up here for him a while ago, and I'm sure he didn't realize what he had said. Didn't know what I meant by sticking that card up here, but in his opening remarks, he said since he'd been serving since 1970, and I just wanted to remind him he had his dates wrong. It was 1960. Maybe he's like me. He hates to think about how the years have been passing him by, like me. Now, you'll be happy to know, I think, that I just received a package of pictures sent over from the governor's office. One of them with the governor addressing the convention. Now I find out what was going on outside while we was waiting for him to come inside. We have a whole series of pictures of him posing with the escort committee. And I'm going to raise a complaint with the governor over the fact that he didn't send over enough pictures for everybody at this convention. There's only about 10 of them here. And we've got in the neighborhood now 300 delegates. We hope to be able to at least get the picture reproduced of him addressing the convention and making that available to the delegates. We want to establish once and for all at one time in our history we had a governor address this convention. Now we have a number of announcements that needs to be made at this time before we adjourn for the day. I've been asked by Brother Stanley to announce upon adjournment that he'd like to meet with all CWA delegates in Parlor B. That's just around the corner there at the end of the foyer. Amalgamated. Brother Jackson advises me that he'd like to have all of the Amalgamated Clothing Workers delegates convene with him, I assume, over in this corner of the convention hall upon adjournment. Now, do we have any other announcements of any other meetings, any committee meetings and so forth that would like to be made at this time? Brother Thomas. Could you get to the mic there and so they can all hear you?
I just requested a meeting with all the IUE delegates right after the convention, right here in the middle of the...
Where do you want to meet at?
Right here in the middle. Middle of the auditorium here.
Well, Amalgamated is going to meet here. Why don't you meet over here?
Okay.
All right, so IUE over here. All right, I've been asked to announce that all rubber worker local union representatives are asked to meet tonight at 7 p.m. in Parlor A. Is that tonight? That's tonight, right? Parlor A at 7 p.m. Brother Thomas, I believe, wanted to make an announcement. As chairman of the Education, Cope, and Legislative Committee that's going to have to do a lot of work. They've got more resolutions than anybody else.
I'd like to ask the Education, Cope, and Legislative Committee to meet immediately upon recess in Parlor A, and the members are J.W. Rainey, Harvey Metzger, Nell Lyon, Callie Woodard, Darla Petit, Richard D. Tanner, J.H. Knight, June Sistrunk, Russell Kelly, Rex Womack, E.M. Grantham, Quentin Talley, J.D. Wright, D.C. Bodwin, and Frank C. Lewis. And Parlor A, please.
Mr. Chairman,
Wait, let's get this straight now.
George Lockwood has a long-distance telephone call, and I can't find George. George, where are you?
Lockwood?
Yeah. Yeah, that's...
Hey, right here. Outside?
I looked all over the house.
Let's get this straight now. You want me to make the point? Yeah. Brother Thomas says instead of Parlor A, for the members of his committee to meet immediately after adjournment in the foyer, that's the restoration area where we've been doing the restroom, the room immediately behind the convention hall. Now let's see. Anybody else? Brother Knight?
Mr. Chairman, I'd like for all the Columbus Central Labor Union members to meet in 4:30 and 4:32 at 9 o'clock tonight.
I made that already. Yeah. Would you give me those numbers again? Rooms what?
Rooms 4:30 and 4:32.
At 9 p.m. tonight. That's all delegates from the Columbus Central Labor Council area. Everybody got that? All right, do we have any other announcements? All right, Marvin. Brother Taylor.
Out of this big number of people, there must be a lot of people that like to get together occasionally and heist a few tunes. That is, sing a little bit. So we're going to give you the opportunity after you have finished with your caucuses. If you don't care about going out and getting drunk, we'll come back up here to the victory room, right over here by the piano. All of you would like to help us sing just a little bit, off the cuff, informal, no books. We'll just gather around and sing a little bit till we get tired. Men, women, boys, and girls. About 7 o'clock.
At 7 o'clock.
Thank you.
Brother Knight's got a couple of announcements he wants to make.
Brother Billy Williams, chairman of the Resolutions Committee, asked that the following people meet him right over here immediately upon adjournment: Wayman Goodman, Wayne Lee, M.M. Hedgeland, M.H. Caldwell, Robert Bobo, Glenn Canfield, Audrey Perryman, Ruth White, Colonel Mister, Robert Dominic, Paul Burleson, W.A. Tollison, B.A. Witherell, R.A. Witherell, Roy Tipton. Now, one other announcement. That's the Resolutions Committee right over here. He also asked me to announce that he would like to meet with the IBEW delegates here immediately after that, after he gets through with his committee meeting in Parlor A. This is IBEW in Parlor A. Don't forget to find out where you want to go.
All right, the next question. I told you earlier, you haven't had much time to think because you've been listening to speeches, is whether or not you want us to try to make any arrangements for a dance tomorrow night. What's the convention's decision on that?
I'd like to make a motion that we do have the dance tomorrow night.
That we do try to make arrangements? You have, well, let's see, let's get a second of the motion, then I'll make some inquiries. We have a second of that motion? All right, then I'd like to make an inquiry about what kind of music you want and so forth. We can provide the place, I think. I think we can get this.
I believe that LD had the idea as to the type of music and all. I think they've been talking about this back there, and I think that's pretty well.
Has LD got the thing worked out?
I don't know that he's got the band picked out, but it's been discussed as to the type of music and all that they did need.
Will you be able to prepare for that, make that announcement in the morning, LD? Well, now, get up to the mic with it and hear what you're saying. I can't hear you myself.
According to the discussion this morning, I believe you left it open that we wouldn't be required to stick to a union band since they wasn't affiliated. And what we've got on mine here is a little cheaper band. Maybe we might be able to pick up. Seem to think we can anyway. They don't belong to a union, so what we need to do is find out what y'all want to do about that.
Well, what I would like to see you do is to call up Mr. Wyatt Sharp, who masquerades under the name of Jerry Lane, I believe it is, as the director of this union band, and tell him that you'd like to have his services. Be glad to engage him if he would affiliate with this organization and pay about a year's dues, that you'd be glad to hire him for the dance.
All right.
That's what I would...
We'll do that.
That's what I had in mind that when I made the statement this morning. So if you would, before you make any contact with anyone else, I'd be glad to confer with you after this is over with. And I'll be glad to help you make that telephone call myself. I've tried to reach him a time or two myself, but if we can get it worked out, then we will. That is, provided you vote here now on the motion. The motion is that we do make preparation for a dance tomorrow night. Are you ready for that question? Is there any discussion? What? It's another good question. and a very pertinent question at that. Said he'd take up a collection and keep passing the hat till he got it. Where will it be? Well, it'll have to be in this hall because the banquet's going to be next door in the Olympic room. The social hour will be in this room tomorrow night at 6 o'clock. Hopefully they'll close up the bar, or whatever it is they'll be serving from, at about 6:45, and all of you then will be expected to join with your members of your legislative delegation in the Olympic room over here for the banquet. This then will give them time to clean the place up and get the tables out of the way for the dance. We'll make this effort. Now, we'll try to get all of this worked out tonight if we can. If we can't, we'll let you know tomorrow, okay? Now, we've had a couple of guests arrive since I made the last announcements of guests that have checked in. I'm not going to introduce Hank Brown right now because I'm going to introduce him as a speaker later on tomorrow. Is Mr. Richard Wilkes in the house? Oh, yes.
President Ramsey, motion first, that's right.
I'm sorry, you are correct. I haven't put the motion. I stand corrected. The motion was whether or not we have the dance, correct? We haven't taken the vote. All right. All in favor of the motion that we make preparation for dance signify by saying aye. Aye. All opposed? Mighty weak. Maybe we ought to have a division of the house. Those of you that want to dance here or want us to make preparation for dance, please stand. Somebody count them. All right, be seated. Let's see how many is opposed. All opposed, please stand. Ladies and gentlemen, you're posing a real problem. What'd you say? All right, we'll ask the sergeant at arms then to count them. Let's have another vote. All those that wanted to make preparation for dance tomorrow night, stand until you're counted. Those that want to prepare for a dance, please stand until you're counted. Sergeant at arms will please count the delegates that's standing.
There's too many places about you. There's been places dance around here beside this one. Huh? Yeah, they can have it. We just like to go, right?
What's your count? How many we got on this side? 54 and 36? All right. All opposed, please stand and remain standing until you're counted. right, according to the count, the vote is 90 to 42 that we make preparation for a dance. Brother Clark, you and I will have to get together after the thing's over with. Now, do we have any other announcements? Brother Williams.
I'd just like to make an announcement. It sounds like conflicting meetings with the Resolutions Committee and the IBEW. And this meeting with the Resolutions Committee is going to take about 5 minutes, so you can go on to your other meetings. It'll just be a real short meeting.
Going to meet up here with the Resolutions Committee.
That's correct.
Now, we have several guests that's checked in with us since I announced the last restoration, and I'm going to hold these till tomorrow. Brother
President Ramsey, I'm Eddie McMahon from the Glass Bottle Blowers, Local 230.
Yes.
I would like to ask you as president to ask the hotel when they make an arrangement for the social hour to try to arrange that all drinks will be in glass instead of cans.
It will be in what?
Be in glass instead of cans.
That they use glasses instead of cans?
Well, if they serve beer, they could serve it in cans, so I'd like to see it in bottles instead of in cans.
We back.
Now we got a good one going, haven't we? I would like to. I'd like to ask the bottle blowers and the steel workers to please to convene on a corner over here and get together on that question as to whether you want bottles or cans. Now, I'll tell you what I'll do. I'll try to see if they can do it 50-50. How about that? Okay? All right. Do we have any other announcements? If not, then I would remind you that we convene tomorrow morning at 9:30. So the convention will now stand recessed until 9:30 in the morning. Thank you very much. Before I introduce the gentleman that will give the invocation, I'd like to read a note that was placed on the podium here this morning, unsigned, but I assume they'd like for it to be read. It says, Mr. Ramsey, please thank Mr. Taylor for leadership in our singing and playing the piano that last evening. We really enjoyed the 2 hours spent singing and listening to Mr. Taylor play. So I have read the note. Now, if somebody that sent that note up here would please stand, I'd be happy to acknowledge him. Ms. Eula List. Why didn't you sign it, Eula? Would have been happy to say who sent the note out. Well, I'm happy to know that we had a group of delegates that had a good time singing and listening to Mr. Taylor play last night. We have with us this morning the Reverend Tommy Clay, assistant pastor of Parkway Baptist Church here in Jackson, Mississippi, to give the invocation on the second day of our convention. It's with great pleasure that I introduce to you the Reverend Clay. Brother Clay.
I
think for us to begin this morning be a good place to turn to God's Word. I want you to be aware of the fact this morning that, a lot of times we think that this book right here doesn't speak to our needs, that it's irrelevant. I want to share a passage of Scripture with you this morning, I think, which will go to prove that this book is relevant. And even in the realm of labor, I think we can turn to God's Word and we can find a philosophy, at least, by which we can go by to make the decisions that we make. I want to share with you a passage of Scripture, one verse, from Ephesians in the New Testament, the 4th chapter and the 28th verse. If anyone is stealing, he must stop it and begin using those hands of his for honest work so that he can give to others in need. I think if you look at that verse of Scripture for a moment, you'll find that here what the writer intends, what God intends for us to do. 4 or 5 things: be honest, be fair. I think if you look at that verse of Scripture, he says that industry is a very important part in our society. By looking at that verse of Scripture, I see that he tells me that economy, to have things in this life, is a very important part of an individual's life. And then in the latter part of that verse of Scripture, I think you will see that charity is also a valuable part of our lives, being able to share with others some of that which has been given us. One more verse of Scripture that I'd like to share with you. Matthew 7, verse 12. Do for others what you want them to do for you, because this is the teaching of the laws of Moses in a nutshell. Remember today, and not today, but all days, that every decision that we make, every situation which we're caught up in, we have 3 responsibilities. First of all, the responsibility to God, the one who has given us our jobs, the one who has given us our daily bread. Secondly, the responsibility to your fellow man, to your fellow laborers, in the decisions that you make. And last of all, the responsibility to self. So let's try to remember that even in these days as we make decisions which affect all of us. Let's go to the Lord at this time as we pray. Father, we thank you for the special privilege and the special opportunity that we have in prayer. Dear God, we thank you for your goodness in creating us and for giving us life to live on this earth. We thank you for your bounty which sustains us in life. We thank you for all the many blessings which you give to us each day, even though we don't always deserve them. We thank you for the opportunity of being able to live in a free nation, in a nation where we can have meetings such as these, where we can meet together, where we can plan. We pray, our Father, that today that you would grant to these who are meeting the light and the power of your Holy Spirit, that they may clearly, and that each of us may clearly and willfully accept our responsibilities as citizens in this land. We confess, our Father, that many times we have neglected to accept our responsibilities as citizens. We pray that you would forgive us of that. We pray, our Father, that you will forgive us of those times when we have been overly sensitive to the wrongs that have been done us and so insensitive to the wrongs that have been done to others. We pray, our Father, that you would forgive us of our lack of courage to oppose and to expose that which is evil. We pray now that as this group of men and women meet together today, that you would give them understanding, that you would give them wisdom, that you would give them insight, that they might come up with the best solutions, that they might come up with the best plans possible in order as each of us try to live here in this land in the way that you would have us to live. We pray now for your blessings on this meeting, for it's in Christ's name that we pray. Amen.
Before we begin the convention business, let me say that we appreciate the Reverend Clay's presence this morning. He had a very busy schedule and had to leave. We have several announcements that we'd like to make and a couple of things we need to do before we bring in the next guest speaker, who I understand is out in the lobby. Brother Knight, would you like to make the announcement first about the tires?
There's a pair of new automobile tires sitting out there in the registration room. I'm sure some of you saw them. Some of you were told that these tires would be given away. Now, if there's anybody here that by chance that hadn't made a contribution to Coke and you'd like a chance to win those tires, then you still have that opportunity. Now, I won't talk about the donor of the tires because that will be on the program, I believe, tomorrow. But I just wanted to remind you that if you'd like a chance on the pair of automobile tires and you hadn't made a contribution to Coke, then by all means do that in order that your name will be in the pot.
Thank you, Brother Knight. I had a short conference with Brother Knight this morning when he wanted to make this announcement. And I told him that we was going to put another one of our local unions on the spot. It looked like we was going to have to get some of them to make a quick trip down to Natchez and pick up a couple of more tires because these two tires come from Tupelo. We have a couple of tire plants organized in our state. Now, before we begin the morning's business, I have a couple of things I'd like to do. First, I'd like to introduce some guests that have registered with us since our last introduced guests. Some of them might still be with us. Some of them might not be with us yet. Herman E. Holly, representative IBEW. Everybody tells me they have trouble hearing me in the back, so I'll have to try to make sure I get a little closer to the mic, I guess. The first man was Brother Holly with IBEW. Attorney Charles Jones from Jackson. James Hampton with the Chemical Workers. Raymond Oliver of the Firefighters. I saw him here yesterday. I don't know if he's still here or not. Arnold Madison was here last night at least. Joseph H. Kramer. I hadn't got a chance to shake Joe's hand. Is Joe here this morning? Well, ask him to stand after I've announced the rest of them. And Brother Durwood Ruddick, an old friend of mine from the Pup and Sulphite Workers International Union. All of those people that are here that have checked in as guests, will you please stand? All of you. I want to see how many of you are here. At least we got 3 of them here. Where is Joe Kramer? We're happy to have you with us, gentlemen. We're also happy to have had these other people who I assume some of them had to leave before I got around to introducing. We have several other people that have checked in with us as guests who I would like to introduce. And at the same time, I'd like to make an announcement after I introduce these people. I don't believe that they're present this morning. Is Brother Suddiff and Brother Wilkes, are they here or did they leave early this morning? They had to leave early this morning, I assume. These are the 2 gentlemen that are working with the program at Philadelphia with the Indians. Brother Suddiff and Brother Richard Wilkes, who's the director of the Appalachian program. Brother S.H.D. is a former board member and a member of IBEW, is now the state coordinator of that program. They wanted to go over and visit the reservation this morning. They wanted Mr. Wilkes to take a on-the-site look at the program we have developing over there. They will be back this afternoon, and we would like to sometime today, probably around 4 or 5 o'clock this afternoon, have a meeting of the building tradesmen. In other words, anyone here from the building trades union that would be interested in an upgrading program or a program to assist them in the apprenticeship program, we'd like them to attend that meeting. I'll try to make that arrangement, make the announcement after lunch. We'd also like to invite any of you from any other local union that might have problems as far as job training programs are concerned, such as Jobs 50 and stuff like this, Job 70, I believe they call it now, Job 70. We'd like to have you also attend those meetings. And we want Brother Turner and Brother Thomas with the outreach programs in Pascagoula to also be in attendance. I'm just putting them on notice now that we'll try to have this meeting somewhere around 4 to 5 o'clock this afternoon. I'll make this announcement shortly after lunch. Now, before we ask the escort committee to bring in the next speaker, I have a letter I just received that I'd like to read to you. It's addressed to me as president of the state organization. This will confirm Mr. John Vance's call to the Mississippi FFL-CIO Secretary-Treasurer, that's Mr. Knight, of course, advising that I will be unable to join the March 22nd, to join you on March 22nd for the 6th Biennial Convention of the Mississippi FFL-CIO. I had hoped that I'd be able to work this important event into my schedule, but unfortunately, previously long-standing commitments are now firm, and I must decline the fine invitation, signed Senator Henry M. Jackson, United States Senator. We had hoped up until the last minute that we'd have at least one aspirant for the presidency to address this convention, but Senator Jackson was not able to be with us. The other candidates, gentlemen that are running for the presidency, were also all tied up. None of them could be with us at this convention. But I have discussed Mississippi with several of them, and in spite of what you might read in the press, several of them, including my own personal friend Hubert Humphrey, are very much interested in seeing that our 7 electoral votes go to them. So regardless of what you might read in the paper, we do have some people that would like to have Mississippi's 7 electoral votes, and we'll talk about that later in the convention. We have with us this morning a gentleman that needs no introduction, who will be now brought into the convention hall by an escort committee. Will the escort committee please bring brother, or representative rather, the Honorable Robert Clark into the convention hall. Will the Sergeant at Arms tell him we're ready for our speaker? They're probably out there posing for pictures like that committee did yesterday with the governor. All right, Brother Clark advises me that he'd like to have a quick caucus of all of the delegates from the Meridian Central Labor Union and Parlor B, I believe he said, just outside. It'll only take a minute. The delegates from the Meridian Central Labor Council have been asked to join Brother Clark for just a few minutes out in Parlor B. gentlemen we are privileged this morning to have with us, a gentleman that should not need much of an introduction to you. He is a member of the House of Representatives. He is now serving his second term in that body, and it so happens that he holds the highest elective office of any black man in the state of Mississippi. And when we were talking about convention speakers, we certainly agreed that Bob Clark should again be invited to address this convention. And I can spend much time in this introduction, but I'd be cutting into his time, and I won't do that. But for your information, for the delegates' information at this convention, Bob Clark is the kind of a representative that we need. We need more people like Bob Clark in the House of Representatives and in the Senate and the Mississippi legislature. Not because he's a black man, but because he believes in trying to do something for people. And I would make a suggestion to the black people present here this morning that if you're looking for leadership from a black person, I would suggest that you're looking at the right man this morning. Bob Clark has done a very good job, an excellent job, as a member of the House of Representatives. Now, I told him 2 years ago, at least I remarked 2 years ago in my introduction at that time, that we kept voting records in our office. He seemed to be a little bit surprised at that time that I've been keeping a check on how he voted. Bob, we're still doing that. I'm happy to report to you that he's still voting right. And when he starts cashing them votes for them wealthy plantation owners up in the Delta, I'll let you know about that too. With those few remarks, it gives me a great deal of pleasure to present to you this morning Representative Robert Clark from Lexington, Mississippi. Brother Clark.
Thank you, Mr. Ramsey. To the platform guests and members of this great organization, we can assure you that it is a pleasure again to have the opportunity to come back before you again. When we were invited by Mr. Ramsey, when he informed us that the committee had selected us to come back before you again, we first thought it was somewhat of a mistake. We told him, say, well, you know, we was just before you a couple of years ago down at Biloxi, and maybe it's a mistake. But he said, no, we are inviting you back for the second time. But if I would come back before you today, and if I would just merely second the things that I said the last time around, I think that would be sufficient, and I could sit down and we could all go home. As Mr. Ramsey told you, that he is keeping records on me, and I assume all of the rest of the legislators, and from time to time we are reminded by your organization and many other good organizations like yours that help to keep us on the right road. You know, sometime when you're traveling this road like we're traveling, trying to look out for the great state of Mississippi and all of its peoples, trying to make it be the type of state that God Almighty would have it to be, you know, sometime we need guidance. We need to see signposts on the road towards progress. if we didn't see these signposts, which is furnished by organizations such as yours, we would not know if we are on the right road or not. And it is an interesting thing when he introduced me, he mentioned about voting for those wealthy plantation owners back in the Mississippi Delta. Well, incidentally, according to your standards, and you know more about your standards than I do, for rating legislators and congressmen and their voting records, so far as I know, that is the only negative vote that I have according to your standards. When I voted for a tax measure, a lower tax measure on self-propelled farm equipment. Well, I did vote for that because back home in my district, we have a lots of poor farmers also that are not rich farmers. And I can assure you this was something that I lost quite a bit of sleep over, trying to decide, should I vote for this or should I not? And finally, I thought that I would be helping humanity and people and some poor farmers by voting for a lower tax on self-propelled farm equipment than I would vote for a man riding up and down the highways in a Cadillac car. We can assure you that we believe that we here in the state of Mississippi and in this nation live in fear and trust at the same time. We have lived in fear because someone other than us have had control of our daily lives. And this is one thing here we would like to commend your organization for, is for trying to do something about this, trying to get control of your daily lives, and trying to teach and help and encourage individuals to take control of their daily lives. For because any type of government in which we live under, may it be in Mississippi or any other state, it is going to only be responsive to those people who formulates that particular government. And the people that formulates that government are the people that goes out and participate. So again here we are encouraging you to keep on in the past, in the future, as you have in the past, taking part in the formation of the collaborative policies that will affect your lives from day to day. For all of the problems that we have here in Mississippi and in the various sections of the state, we would not have these problems. Many of them are the ones that we do have. They would be lessened quite a bit if we had the proper type of governments on the local level, the county level, as well as the state level. So before we move any further here today, we would like to set the record straight by saying that everything that we do from our point of view is political. We live in a political society. The type of homes you have within your community, the type of schools you have, the type of jobs you have, the type of health facilities you have is determined by the type of politics you have. So it would seem to me that we should lay our groundworks within our communities by starting to deal and become active in the political and civic affairs within our community. For if we can mold the right type of political organizations within our communities, then half of our problems will be over. It is ironic for us to talk about what we want in our community and do not raise one hand to do anything about it when it comes around to putting the type of people in office that will have power and have a voice in the formation of these policies. Now we know we don't have to encourage you to do this, for you are doing this on the local level, on the state level, as well as the national level. But one thing we have not done enough, and I myself, along with others, and I'm sure you're doing the same thing, We are trying to seek new methods and new techniques so that we can make our strength felt more strongly than it is now. The last time we came before you, we felt that there was hope between labor and the poor people of this state, between labor, the poor, and the minorities, and I still feel that there is hope for a coalition of working groups made up of these various groups of people that we have mentioned. And since the time that I came before you, by working and having an opportunity to travel all over the state of Mississippi, I see another opportunity for us to work very closely with the professional groups of our state. For many of our professionals, because of the turmoil and the uproar in which our school system is in, have expressed an interest and a desire in the type of work in which you are doing. But what we are going to have to do as minorities here in the state of Mississippi, as well-thinking people who is seeking a decent society for all people every day, we are going to have to join up with all people who are willing to move forward. Now we admit, in order to do this, it is going to take imagination. It is going to take an imaginative society. And this is something that I'm sorry to say that we appear not to have done very much of in the past. And if we, without imagination, it will be impossible for us to move forward. We are going to have to think big and act big. For here in Mississippi, we are not making the progress that we would like to make. If we would look at the economic progress of this state and compare it with the rest of the states, for the last 10 years, true dollar-wise, our income is greater than it was 10 years ago, but our income has dropped further behind that of the national norm than it was 10 years ago. The gap is steady becoming greater and greater. So one of the things that we are going to have to do as a society here in Mississippi, first of all, let me say that my high school motto was prove all things and hold fast to that which is good. 2 years ago when we came before you, we told you that the number one problem of this state was discrimination. So the number one problem of this state today is still discrimination. So assuming that we are going to hammer away on that and rid ourselves of discrimination, then the number two problem of this state is the creation of jobs. And when we say the creation of jobs, we do not mean just the flunky jobs, but the creation of high-paying jobs. And in addition to doing that, we are going to have to increase the job potentials of our state. Now, if we would look at the types of jobs that come into our state, we would see that 1/2 of these jobs come from the expansion of existing industries. And another thing that we are going to have to do, we're going to have to help our communities become competitive. Now, we have the resources, many resources here in the state of Mississippi that we are not using. Now, for example, out here, our R&D Center is willing to go into any town or any area of this state and make a survey and come up with suggestive methods as to what can be done and how it can be done. Now, I'm reminded of one of our largest towns or cities in the state of Mississippi. I went to R&D Center some years ago and asked them, how can we grow? How can we become a better community? What can we do? The R&D Center spent lots of money, made a very intensive survey and came up with some suggestions about widening streets and etc., better sewage disposal, better drainage, and etc. And when this was carried back to the city fathers, they got angry because it was something different from what they wanted. And about 10 years later, they came back. And I'm sorry to say that this particular town, one of our larger towns, is virtually dying. So about 2 years ago, they came back and decided to adhere to the recommendations of the R&D Center. Now, this one particular city that I speak of is not a unique city in the state of Mississippi. It is a typical city where our city governments and our county governments are refusing to grow and refusing to keep pace with the change in time. So again, this is where our first challenge that we laid out before you about participating in the formation of our various governments, this is where this can come in handy. Many of our communities and many of our cities are simply not ready because they are not attractive enough to industry and for industry to come in. Now, if we would look further at a total Mississippi, some of the things in Mississippi that used to cause Mississippi to be one of the perhaps the leading states in the nation for production and etc., now it has become one of the knee mices of this state. And that is the 16 Delta counties, which was once known to be the great farmland. But as long as these 16 Delta or partial Delta counties act as they are, Mississippi is going to continue to drop further and further behind. There are going to continue to be more people walking on the streets in Mississippi that is needing $2 to buy food stamps and absolutely cannot buy it. And I hope there are some of you here today that is sensitive to what I'm saying, because there is some of us in the state of Mississippi that thinks that $2 is nothing. But when you are living here in the state of Mississippi without a job, without an income, where can you get $2 from? Unless you rob somebody or somebody give it to you. And as long as these 16 Delta counties continue as they are, we are going to fall further and further behind. Now, there's virtually 4 million acres of land there that could be converted, and something could be done with it. We are going to have some kind of new type of industry, perhaps a new food industry that can put thousands and thousands of people to work. And I'm saying to you here today, let us not cling to the old. We must learn to develop new ideas and new concepts. And if Mississippi is ever to develop and to move forward, it is going to have to come from organizations like you. You're going to have to stand up whenever you get the occasion and speak loud and long. For I truly believe that Mississippi would be a better and a progressive state today if many of my colleagues who sat with me from day to day in the Mississippi legislature was sensitive to the things that I talk about here today, if they were sensitive to some of the needs of Mississippi. But due to the fact that they never have had first-hand experience with some of the things that I talk about here today, they feel that there is no need for it. So it is going to be a total educational progress for the entire state of Mississippi. Another thing that I feel that we can do to cause Mississippi to move forward, we're going to have to get more use of our state agencies, such as the A&I Board. We're sitting back waiting now very eagerly because we have been interested in the progress of the state of Mississippi for some time. When we first became active in governmental affairs, we tried to find out what state agencies are responsible for trying to bring industry into the state of Mississippi, that is trying to sell Mississippi. And every time we found out that in 99% of the cases, it went right back to the A&I board. And I'm not ashamed to stand here and tell you today that I, for one, am not at all pleased with the progress that we as a state have gotten from the A&I board. But we have all kinds of promises this time that the A&I board is going to really move. Now we are sitting back waiting to see if the A&I board is going to go out and sell the state of Mississippi to industry, is going to do something about bringing jobs into the state, is going to do something about making Mississippi better. For if the A&I board does not do it, it is a greater responsibility than that of the governor of this state, for it is the responsibility of every citizen and every taxpayer of this state, even those who are going hungry because they cannot find a job. And we are hoping that they will move forward and do the things that they are capable of doing. Another thing that we found, we have not been able to find for no place in this state for all of the agencies that is working with economic development. For one time, we have not found an economic blueprint developed yet. And what I mean by an economic blueprint in my layman's language is simply mean go into a community if you really want to help this community. First of all, see what the labor potentials are. See how many high school graduates you're going to have coming out in that community. See how many dropouts that you have. See how many college graduates that you have in that community. And then develop your jobs according to that. But too often in the state of Mississippi, we see write-ups about X town in northeastern Mississippi or central Mississippi maybe have created 200 new jobs, but it has not said nothing about the number of new jobs that should have been created that they had a labor force for. So we are hoping that our R&D Center, our A&I board, with your support and all of us, all of the citizens of the state of Mississippi, put an input, can move and do forward to some of the things that we talk about here today. Since arriving here today, some of the participants in this particular conference have asked me something about the election laws of the state that will perhaps be coming up. Again, we would like to commend you for being interested and working and using your forces throughout the state for trying to help us to get some decent election laws in the state. Because so far as I'm concerned now, we have none. We can call one state agency on a particular election law today, and we get one ruling. We call back tomorrow on the same law, and we get another ruling. So far as I'm concerned, for this last election that we had this year, this past year, we didn't have no election laws in the state. We should have thrown out all laws and just had our election under the Robert Rules of Order. But first of all, we think that we need some type of a decent absentee ballot election law enacted into the law books of the state of Mississippi. We feel that we need a law that is going to allow not only individuals who are in the armed force services, not only individuals who works for interstate transportation services or the Marine Corps, but any individual who has a job and is working for his livelihood. If his job calls for him to be more than 25 miles away from the place where he would cast his ballot, we feel that this individual should be allowed to cast an absentee ballot. We don't feel that we should have a type of law that is going to discriminate against anyone. Now, we are going to pass, it is my feeling, some type of an absentee voting election law this year. It might not be the type that you and I want. But if it is not the type that you and I want, remember that we are meeting every year and keep on doing the same thing that you have been doing in the past, and maybe the next time around we will come up with an absentee voting law more in line of what you and I want. Now, I'm not too concerned about various party laws and etc. However, I have introduced some for various political parties in the state. I'm more concerned about laws that's going to affect people and the lives of people in the state without regards to what party you belong to. Now, we have gone pretty far out, and we have introduced a law, a bill, that if it were to become a law, we would make it a misdemeanor if an individual did not cast his ballot to vote. Now, my reason for doing this is because I know that this type of government that we live in is going to only be responsible to those people that is voting, because I hear too often that gate posts don't count. And we can holler, and we can march, and we can sing, and do everything we want to. But until we start to participating, and until we get in a position to do something about changing our government and making changes, then we are not going to make the progress that we feel we should make. So it is for that reason that we have introduced this law. We have further introduced a law that would put some of the responsibility on the government's shoulder for seeing that all individuals that is 18 years old and older would be registered. They would not have to go down and register if they had a valid driver's license. Use the same method that you use to get me for income tax or for whatever else you want to, for governmental purposes. Use that same method to put my name on the record books down at the courthouse or the city hall. We have gone further. We have introduced a series of laws dealing with elections, but we're not going to try to go into details of all of them. But most of all, we have introduced a law, which is a very long bill, an election package, that is going to try to put the election back in the hands of the people, that is going to take the election out of the hands of the various election commissioners. For from one place in this state to the next place in this state, we have elections being held, and there's no similarity between the ways in which these elections are held. And one of the ways that we feel that we can do this is by creating workshops for all election officials under the auspices of the Attorney General, so that these people will know what to do. They will know how to hold an election. And if these people violate the holding of an election, they will be penalized very, very severely, ranging from a fine to confinement in jail up to revoking their rights to vote. And a combination of the things that we have talked about here today and a series of other things, we feel that we can make Mississippi the type of state in which we would have it to be. But in order to do this, we are going to have to drastically redirect our priorities. For we know that this society and the various political parties that we have simply have not delivered. So they must be redirected. We are going to have a type of government that is going to be inclusive of all of the people. From the time of Woodrow Wilson on down through the times to the present president that we have had types of administration saying this is what the minorities and the poor need, and this is what we're going to do. We sat back and we waited on Woodrow Wilson. We waited on President Roosevelt. We waited on Harry Truman. We waited on President Kennedy. We waited on President Johnson. And when the present president came along, he spoke very loud and clear. And I think his message have come through to all of us now. And we now realize that our priorities must be redirected. And every one of us must get up and do something to see if we cannot formulate the type of government that is going to be inclusive of all of the people. For too long, how we sat back and allowed the people that ran the political parties and the people in City Hall to do the job. So what can we do about it? We can't do it alone, but here in the state of Mississippi, your professionals, the minorities and labor and other well-thinking people in this state who is not connected with either one now realize more than ever that there's a time for change. And why not work out this massive coalition that we have talked about here today and let us move forward. We are going to have to think big. We cannot any longer sit back and not afford to accept our responsibilities as citizens of our various communities. One of the turmoils that we are going through here in the state of Mississippi now, and let us face facts, it is a turmoil. You're interested in a better Mississippi, and you know in order to get this better Mississippi that we are going to have industry to do it. And most of the times when industry gets ready to come in, one of the first things they look at is the school systems. Now, we can put the blame wherever we want to, on the federal courts or wherever we want to put it. But I'm going to tell you, just like I tell my colleagues whenever I have an opportunity to tell them, that for whatever turmoils or whatever busing or whatever situation that our school systems are in today, we do not have anyone to fault but ourselves. For we sat back for over 100 years, not for 16 years, and we did not live up to our responsibilities. We failed to do anything about it. So I'm saying to you today, whenever there becomes a challenge within our community, if we sit back and do not do anything about it, this does not mean that nothing will be done. Something will be done. So I'm challenging you here today as well-thinking and loyal citizens of the state of Mississippi. Let us one and all think big, act big, and let's make Mississippi move forward together for one and all of its citizens. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Bob, for that wonderful address. I know that you have a tight schedule at the legislature's in session, that you will probably have to leave us shortly, but we do hope that you'll be able to be back tonight with us for the banquet. And before I get into the next order of business, while Bob Clark is still present, I've just been notified that one of our good friends on the Cope staff has slipped into the hall, who has had a little bit to do with the election of Robert Clark. I'd like to have her stand. I'd like to introduce her and let you take a look at her, and hopefully before the convention's over with, we'll have an opportunity to have a few words from her. Miss Fannie Neal with the AFL-CIO Cope staff. Where is she? There she is. Fannie, you thought you was going to slip in here and I wouldn't know about it, didn't you? Anyhow, Bob, we are happy that you was able to be with us this morning. We want to wish you the best of luck. You give us, friend, a lot of food for thought, and I would remind you that you were present when I testified in behalf of several bills that you had introduced, but that at the same time I had to also testify against one or two bills that you had introduced because I thought they were a little bit too strong for the time being. I'm talking about the fact that you wanted to send people to jail if they didn't go to vote. That's what I'm talking about. And of course, Bob made mention of the fact that he had cast one vote that he spent a lot of time on thinking about, and that was the one on giving the owners of the self-propelled farm equipment machinery a special break on taxes. And when he voted for that bill, he got a chewing out from the man standing before you here today. It's the first time that I really went over and asked him what the hell he was up to. I said, what you mean by voting for such a bill as this? He said, well, I've got a few people up in my county that own self-propelled machines, and I felt like that they ought to be given some consideration. I said, yeah, I know all about that, Bob, but I also know that we got a lot of people in your county and elsewhere that are paying a 5% sales tax on every damn thing they buy, eat, and wear in this state. And if we're going to give the farm equipment operators a tax break, it's about time we gave the rest of the citizenry of this state a tax break. And from that point on, I never did have to talk to Bob again about how he was going to vote on any particular piece of legislation. He got the message, and he has done an excellent job of representing his district. And it might be of interest to many of you to know that in his election, in his campaign for re-election, that a new county was added to his district, and that we thought we'd lost him for a while, but he was re-elected by a margin of less than 300, and I'm advised that that margin of election was white people in his district. There was enough whites in his district felt he'd done such a good job they should vote for him. Therefore, I think that some of the white people of this state can take some responsibility, Bob, for you having come back to the legislature. Bob, it's good to have you with us. We look forward to seeing you again tonight. Thank you so much. Well, we're just a little bit behind on schedule. We have a couple of other guests that are here, but both of them are going to be on the program, so I'm not going to introduce them now. I'm going to wait till it's time for them to be on the program. We are supposed to now be nominating officers. If you look at the agenda, and according to the Constitution, nomination of officers is supposed to begin at 10 o'clock this morning. And I'm going to give the delegates here this morning credit for the slight delay in getting to this point, because some of you were a little bit late on arriving, and we thought we ought to wait till the convention was pretty well, at least most delegates were present before we began. So at this time, it gives me a great deal of pleasure to present to you Bob Starnes, AFL-CIO Director of Region 7, to preside over this convention for nomination of officers. Brother Starnes.
Thank you, Brother Claude. Fellow members of AFL-CIO, friends and guests. I had 5 or 6 little stories I intended to tell you about Tom Knight. But since we are running a little late, I'm going to dispense with most of them. Saw Tom out in the entrance a while ago, and he said, you know, a few years ago you like to forgot to call for nominations for Secretary-Treasurer. And he said, I don't want you to do that now. You just remember, call for nominations. I said, why the hell should I? The office has been vacant for the past 10 years. But Tom used to go to school. And on an occasion, he studied anatomy and physiology, the human body, mothers, babies, and so on. And when he had finished his course and time came for his examination, which was a verbal examination, his instructor said, now, Mr. Knight, we have studied all of these things, and there are 4 ways in which a new mother's milk is superior to formula milk. Now, will you give us those 4 ways? Yes, sir. At first, it's more sanitary. That's right. Second, it's more nutritious. That's right. Third, it's always at the proper temperature. That's right. And then Tom kind of got hung up a little bit, and he said, and fourth, it comes in the loveliest containers. Then Mrs. Knight and Mrs. Ramsey were talking one day. They were talking about the fact that their husbands were out of town so much, traveled so much, and they wondered sometimes what these husbands might get into, what they might be doing on the road at night. And Ms. Ramsey said, I don't have to worry about that 1 second.
Claude gets in the bed and he goes to sleep and he talks in his sleep all night long, and he tells everything he has done, everywhere he has been. I don't have any problem. What about you? Ms. Knight says, well, I don't know. Tom gets in the bed and goes to sleep, and he has the most angelic smile on his face all night long, and it worries me to death. Well, I could go one or two more, but I think we better get on to the business at hand, which is to nominate some officers of this organization for the coming 2 years. The chair therefore declares that nominations are now open for President of the Mississippi AFL-CIO. Brother Kelly.
I'm Russell Kelly. I'm a delegate of the Machinists Union, Local 1133 in Pascagoula. It's down on the Golden Gulf Coast. It gives me a great pleasure to place a nomination, a man who is responsible for our state achieving the following goals. The state having a governor and legislator that will respond to the needs of the working people and wage earners. A Workman Compensation Act which provides for weekly benefits of, in the near future we hope, $56. An Unemployment Insurance Act which provides for benefits of $49, has fought for no-fault insurance for the people of our state, has salvaged union representation for the employees at Lytton Ship Systems, which is a shipyard you built at the cost of $130 million. Established in the state a manpower development program for the poor people of this state of all colors. Is probably responsible for the salvation of the public schools in Mississippi. Having brought the membership of the AFL-CIO from about 30,000 to some 85,000 members. He's kept the Democrat Party of Mississippi from being overtaken by extremists from the right or left, and has led Mississippi Democrat Party down the middle of the road. Has been the watchdog on the state level for the working people of this state. Has done more to protect both the political and economical rights of the people of this state than any other man in the history of this state. It is indeed an honor for me to nominate a man who stands tall above men, who is honest, who is truthful and straightforward, who has the courage of his convictions, who represents the working people of this state regardless of self-sacrifice, who is dedicated to the duties of his job are unquestionable, whose energy and labor has brought Mississippi out of the wilderness and into the light of the day. A man who has brought respectability and dignity to the trade union movement in this state. During the administration of Claude Ramsey, for the first time in the history of Mississippi's labor movement, a governor of this state had then the courage to come before you and publicly state that he wanted the continued support of organized labor. During his administration, for the first time in 1970, a lieutenant governor spoke to this convention, and again in 1972, the lieutenant governor will speak to this convention. Finally, I would like to say that I do not believe that Claude Ramsey is solely responsible for all the things I have mentioned, but I do believe that if it had not been for Claude Ramsey's leadership, much of what has been accomplished would not be accomplished. For these reasons, and many other reasons, too numerous to mention, I respectfully place in nomination the Honorable Claude Ramsey and urge each delegate here to vote for and elect Claude Ramsey to another term as President of the Mississippi AFL-CIO. I nominate Claude Ramsey for the office of President of the Mississippi AFL-CIO.
Thank you, Brother Kelly. Are there further nominations? For the second time, are there further nominations? The third time. Any further nominations? Hearing none, the chair declares nominations to be closed and will entertain a motion that Brother Claude Ramsey be elected by acclamation. All right, give your name, please. Who's the seconder? Okay. All in favor of the motion that Brother Claude Ramsey be re-elected by acclamation, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Brother Ramsey has been re-elected by the unanimous vote of this convention. Congratulations. Nominations now are open for 5 vice presidents. Let me take that back. Nominations now open for vice president. 5 are to be elected. A little louder. Come on up here.
Test.
Up here or over there, either one. Anywhere you want to go. I think it's nice for you to come up. I think everybody would like to look at a pretty girl.
Francis Bell, Secretary to the Columbus Central Labor Council. I'm going to nominate a man well-named and well-known all over the state, one that has been a dynamic force in the Columbus area, a man in the past who has held several positions in his local and his international. He has built the Columbus Central Labor Council to one of the best in the state. He has been a member of the State AFL-CIO Executive Committee. The name I now place before you, your friend and certainly mine, Wyman Goodman.
Is Brother Goodman in the hall?
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
I might ask at this point, Brother Goodman, do you accept the nomination?
Mr. Chairman, I accept.
Thank you. Further nominations for Vice President.
Mr. Chairman, I'm Amy Hollowell. I'm the delegate for the North Delta Central Labor Council and also Secretary of the Amalgamated Clothing Workers of Local 643 Water Valley. I rise to nominate a man who has dedicated his life to the labor movement. He is a member and has been a member of the Amalgamated Clothing Workers of Local 563 Hattiesburg for approximately 28 years. He is the manager of the Mississippi Joint Board and has been a vice president of the Mississippi AFL-CIO for the past 6 years. Mr. Chairman, I nominate James Jackson for the office of vice president of the Mississippi AFL-CIO.
Thank you, Sister Holloway. Brother Jackson here? Do you accept, Brother Jackson? Yes, I do. Brother Jackson accepts. Further nominations? Brother Beckham.
Mr. Chairman, fellow delegates, I rise to place a name familiar to you, but first I would like to compliment the present officers of this organization for the splendid turnout and the number of affiliated local unions that is supporting the labor movement in this state. I can recall a few years ago when you could put all of the delegates on these first 3 tables here. I'm not going to say how many years ago, but because that might be giving away my age, and I don't want anybody to know that. But I can say this, that this has been an inspiring sight to see this many delegates, because I have been coming to our state organization convention since the year 1946. I haven't missed a one. And this individual that I am going to place before you and for your consideration has had a hand in making this organization what it is today. He's a Christian man. He's a union man from the bottom of his shoes to the top of his head. And it gives me great pleasure to place before you for your consideration the name of C.E. Jack Schaefer for Vice President of Mississippi AFL-CIO. Thank you.
Thank you, Brother Beckham. Brother Schaefer, do you accept? Thank you, sir. Brother Canfield.
Glenn Canfield, CWA Local 10509. I rise to make a motion for a man who has had a long career in labor. He was first a member of a carpenters local, and since that time he has had a long and enviable career in CWA. He was first a steward in CWA, served on various committees, and later became an officer in CWA. He came to Mississippi in 1958 as a state director. In that position, he's gained some valuable information and knowledge that can be of use to this organization. He is engaged in organizing, bargaining, and has represented labor in the halls of the legislature. At this time, I would like to place in name of W.O. Bill Stanley a nomination for the office of Vice President. Thank you.
Brother Bill Stanley has been nominated. Bill, where are you? Bill accepts.
Mr. Chairman.
Just one more. Brother Peterman, carpenters from Gulfport.
Mr. Chairman, officers and delegates to this 6th Biennial Convention of the Mississippi AFL-CIO, I come before you to place in nomination a man who I have known a number of years and a vice president of this council at this date, a man who I believe to be an honest and dedicated worker for all of organized labor of the state. I wish to place in nomination Mr. Marvin E. Taylor of Columbus, Mississippi. As you delegates know, Jimmy Davis sang his way into the governor's chair over in Louisiana. I'm in hopes that Brother Marvin Taylor will keep a song in the offices of this AFL-CIO and keep their spirits as high as they are today. I thank you.
Thank you, Brother Peterman. Marvin, where are you hiding, buddy? Thank you. Okay, Brother Smith.
Mr. Chairman, D.C. Smith, Papermakers Local, Moss Point, Mississippi. I rise to place a young man's name in nomination for Vice President of the Mississippi AFL-CIO. And I'd like to stress this young man a minute. This young man that I've had the privilege over several years of working with, he comes from a union family. He served his way from the bottom to the top. He served as shop steward of his local union, as president of his local union, and is now serving, I believe, his second term as business agent of his local union. He's active in the CLU, local CLU. He's the vice chairman of the 5th District Co. And it gives me a great deal of pleasure to place a nomination my good friend and good union member, Brother Russell Kelly of the Machinist Local 1133. Thank you.
Thank you, Brother Smith. Brother Kelly. Brother Kelly accepts.
Mr. Chairman, officers and delegates to this convention, I'm J.P. Boland from Local 303, Natchez, Mississippi. It gives me great pleasure to come before you at this time and place in nomination a man that I would like to briefly tell you something about, one that has lived in Natchez the majority of his life. He went to work for the Armstrong Tire and Rubber Company in the year of 1940. During World War II, as many of us know, many of us was called upon to serve our country during this great conflict. This man served his country well from the year of 1942 until 1946. Upon being released, returning to his former job, he was elected as steward of his division. In the year 1949, the local saw fit to elect this man as vice president of his local. He served and served well from the year 1949 to 1957. In that year, he was elected as president of his local. In the year 1966, at the URW convention, the delegates seated there saw fit to elect this man to serve on the International Executive Board. In all of these positions, I can truthfully say that he served and served the people well. We feel and know that this man can and will serve this organization and the people he represents well. One further thing that I can say, that I truthfully believe that he has helped to bring Adams County to be one of the greatest organized counties of our state. Therefore, I would like at this time to place the man that I'm talking about, Robert L. or Bob Fly, in nomination for the office of AFL-CIO Executive Committee of this organization.
Nope. This is for Vice President.
For Vice President. Thank you.
Okay. Brother Fly? Thank you. Further nominations for Vice President?
James Lawrence, Aluminum Workers Local 202, Grenada, Mississippi. I would like to place in nomination a man who has been a charter member, who is a charter member of our local, and has served in some capacity since our foundation some 4 or 5 years ago. He is also active in the North Delta Central Labor Council. At this time, I would like to place in nomination Colonel Mr. Jr.
What's the name, please? I didn't get it.
Colonel Mr. Jr.
Brother Vista here? You accept? Good. Any further nominations? All right, for the information of the delegates, 8 have been nominated, 8 have accepted, 5 will be elected. So, Brother Secretary, you and your most competent office force begin to get ready. Pardon? Wayman, W-A-Y-M-A-N, Goodman, G-O-O-D-M-A-N. Nominations now are open for the position of Secretary Treasurer.
I am Eddie Brewer, President from Local 563, Amalgamated Clothing Workers, Hattiesburg, Mississippi. I am honored personally, and Local 563 is honored. After 25 years, I am privileged to stand on this convention floor and place the name of the first president of Local 563 in nomination for the Secretary-Treasurer of the Mississippi AFL-CIO. I now nominate Mr. Thomas Knight. Thank you.
Further nominations for Secretary Treasurer? Second time. Further nominations? Third and last time. Are there further nominations? Hearing none, the chair declares nominations to be closed and will accept a motion to the effect that Brother Knight be elected by acclamation. Can Brother Schaefer over here and Brother Fitzhugh second. Is that okay? All in favor, please say aye. All opposed? Chair declares that Brother Knight has been re-elected as Secretary Treasurer for the next 2 years by the unanimous vote of this convention. Brother Brewer came up here a moment ago and told me he wanted to nominate Brother Knight, and I said, well, what do you want to do that for? He said, well, it's simple. I have to have great admiration for anybody who has enough sense to appreciate lovely containers. Nominations are now open for Executive Board. 10 are to be elected.
Chairman.
Brother Beckham.
Over here in the corner. T.G. Beckham, business agent of local union 1435 of the IBEW, Jackson, Mississippi. I rise to place a fellow IBEW member before the delegates of this convention from the city of Meridian, Raymond L. Tucker. He's been a member
Raymond L. who?
Tucker.
Tucker.
He's been a member of the IBEW for over 20 years. He was elected business agent of IBEW Local 917 in 1963, and he has served those brothers over there in the IBEW Local Union 917 from that date till this. I've known Brother Tucker from the time that he went in office, and I don't think that you can look the country over and find a more congenial, dedicated man than Brother Tucker. It gives me great pleasure to place before you the name of Raymond L. Tucker, Local Union 917, IBEW, Meridian, Mississippi.
Brother Tucker in the hall? Accepts.
Mr. Chairman.
Go ahead, and we'll get over there.
Mr. Chairman, I, L.J. Brown, from Labor's Local 469, Gulfport, to the Mississippi AFL-CIO Convention. I've known Herbert Williams for a number of years. He's a member of Local 1303 in Gulfport, which is the longshoreman's local. I feel like he will be an asset to this convention. So I'd like to place nomination for Herbert Williams.
I'm sorry, I was over there doing some talking when I should have been listening. Would you give me that name of your nominee, please?
Herbert Williams.
Herbert Williams.
Longshoreman's Local 1303.
Brother Williams, are you here? He accepts. Brother Edwards.
Delegates to the 6th Biennial Convention of the Mississippi AFL-CIO, it is my distinct pleasure to come before you as a retiring vice president of this organization to place in nomination a member of the present executive board. It was my distinct pleasure 3 years ago, when a vacancy occurred on the board, through the executive board, to place in nomination this person's name. She was accepted by the executive board to fulfill this vacancy. 2 years ago, she was a candidate upon her own for the executive board and was elected. She has served with distinction on the board, both from the appointment and the election. She was selected by the executive board last summer as one of the screening committee that set and screened the delegates, the candidates for the office of governor and lieutenant governor of this state. And if each one of those candidates were here now, they would testify that this person really gave them a going over when she asked the questions. It is my distinct pleasure to remind you that the person whose name I am placing in nomination has been a member of organized labor in Mississippi for a number of years, has served with distinction in her local 10516 of Oxford, Mississippi, in the Communication Workers of America, as job steward and as secretary-treasurer, of which office she now holds. She is a member of the Mississippi Commission Consumers Association, the North Delta Labor Council trustee, Northwest Mississippi Development and board of directors of that on the board of directors of that organization. She's worked with the Rainbow Girls, which is a girl affiliated with the Girl Scout organization, and she is a very honest person, and she has worked in the 1st Congressional District in organizing and helping in organizing the plants that have been set aside for organizing in that area. It gives me great honor and distinction to place in nomination the name of Miss Diane Hawks, a present member of the Executive Board, for re-election. Thank you.
Thank you, Brother Edwards. Sister Diane, do you accept, please? And you didn't say one thing, Brother Edwards, that you could have. You said a lot of nice things, and you could have said, and she's pretty. Okay. Let's get over on this side.
Mr. Chairman, I'm Colonel Mister from Grenada, Mississippi, Local 202, and I would like to withdraw from the nomination of the Vice Presidency.
Okay, if that is your wish, the delegates, please be advised that Brother Carl, I'm trying to find my notes on it. What's your name again?
Carl Mister.
Number 8. I see. I got it now. I was looking in the wrong sheet. If there is no objection from the delegate body, the chair will accept the withdrawal of Brother Mester. That will leave 7 as candidates for vice president. Over here.
Mr. Chairman, I'm Grace Flake, ACWA Local 758, Walnut, and I'd like to place in nomination Miss Doris Miller from Local 707, Corinth.
Doris who?
Doris Miller.
Miller.
She has been served as recording secretary of her local. She is now financial secretary of her local. She is shop stewardess. She is a Southern Regional Joint Board, a delegate to the Mississippi Joint Board, and recording secretary for Corinth CLU. She has served and represented her people well. Now's the time for us to support her and let her serve us.
Sister Miller, are you in the hall? Do you accept, please, ma'am? Sister Miller does accept.
Mr. Chairman, I'm Oscar Houston, President of Local Union 845, Rubber Workers, Tupelo. I'd like to nominate a man for re-election who is currently serving on the executive board, Mr. Howard Underwood from Tupelo, Mississippi.
What's the first name?
Howard Underwood. He's a member of Local Union 845 in Tupelo.
Thank you, sir. Brother Underwood accepts. One more from over here.
Mr. Chairman, brother and sister delegates, I'm Harvey Metzger, President of Local 738 International Chemical Workers in Greenville, Mississippi. I would like to place in nomination a good friend and president of the Greenville Labor Council, who's worked hard. I've worked with him in the labor movement in Greenville, Mr. E.M. Grantham, to the executive board.
Brother Grantham has been nominated. Do you accept, Brother Grantham? He does accept.
Mr. Chairman, I'm Billy Williams, President of Mississippi Electric Workers Association. I'd like to place the name of Brother Joe Davis, who was the former president of Local 1028 in Tupelo and is now the business manager of this local. And he's recently been elected president. He's recently been elected president of the Tupelo Central Labor Union. Brother Davis is a good trade union. I'd like to place his name in nomination and urge your consideration of it. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Brother David, are you here? You accept? He does accept. His name is Joe David. Brother Upton, and we'll clear this mic out over here.
Brother Chairman, this is B.R. Upton, Carthage, 1471 Jackson. I'd like to place the nomination of a man who has served on the executive board for the last 3 terms. My understanding, he's done a good job. I think we should keep him in there. He's the business agent of Local 3030, Carthage Local 3031 in Jackson, Mississippi. I'd like to place the nomination in the name of Robert Woodson for re-election.
Brother Bob Woodson. Do you accept? Fine, he accepts. Over here.
Mr. Chairman, Wayman Goodman, IUE Local 794, Columbus, Mississippi, and also the Columbus Central Labor Union. I'd like to place the name of nomination for to the office of Executive Board, a present board member, one that has served for the last 2 years. This individual has done a tremendous job in his area in Columbus and the vicinity, from being from West Point, Mississippi, the Boilermakers, and has done a real good job in his plant where he is chief steward. He's likewise the vice president of the Columbus and vicinity Central Labor Union. The name I'm speaking of is Curtis Orman, present board member.
Spell the last name.
O-R-M-A-N.
Brother Orman
I accept, Your Honor.
accepts. Brother Clark, I've been very patient up here for a long time.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, delegates of this convention. I come before you at this time to ask you to consider the nomination for the Executive Board of the State Labor Council, Mr. Earl Melton. Earl has been a good active worker in the Central Labor Council in Meridian. He's always ready and willing whenever called on to perform any duties that you might call on him to do. I've had knowledge of serving on this board, and I know the qualifications and what's involved in the duties that goes with this office. And I'd like to express to you that the labor movement in Mississippi has come a long ways through people being elected to these jobs that has worked and earned position in these positions as state officers. And I'd like to urge all of you to give this deep consideration in the election of all these candidates. Earl is always, we're fortunate in Meridian, or well, you might say fortunate, unfortunate, but we also have what we call the Labor Management Committee there in Meridian. We meet with the Chamber of Commerce and the line of communications with them. Earl has been active in this organization with us and establishing communications. He's been active in any kind of a duty that's called on him to do. He's always more than happy to do it. Any board meeting, any central labor meeting, anything that he's called on to do, he's always there and gives it 100%. Earl comes from the machinist local. And he has time now to put on the duties that goes with this job. And I'd like to ask all of you to consider him. And I place in the nomination for the executive board member, Brother Earl Melton. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Brother Clark. Over on my left.
Mr. Chairman, Trent Sutton, Local 1543, Greenville, Mississippi. I'd like to place a name in nomination for Executive Board Committee, a man that is the President of Local 1543 in Greenville. He is the Vice President of the Greenville Central Labor Council. And the man I speak of is Mr. Robert Dentley.
Robert who?
Dentley.
Spell it.
D-E-N-L-E-Y. Robert.
Brother Dentley? You accept, sir? I accept. Brother Dentley accepts.
Mr. Chairman, I'm Cecil Shelton, AWU Local 202, Greenville, Mississippi. And I would like to place for nomination Carl Mr. Jr. I would like to place for nomination Carl Mr. Jr., which is active and is in labor. He is the Secretary Treasurer of our local and Vice President of North Delta Labor Council. Thank you.
Does he spell that name M-E-S-T-E-R?
M-I-S-T-E-R.
M-I-S. Brother Mister, do you accept? I accept. Brother Mister accepts. Are there one more?
I'm Clara Williams, IUE Local 779 in Canton. I'd like to place a nomination for committee. He's president of Local 792. He's vice president of the Jackson Central Labor Council. He's a charter member of the Mississippi Consumers Association, board of directors of United Givers Fund in Jackson, Mr. Marion L. Perry.
What's the first name?
Marion.
Marion L. Perry. Right. Brother Perry? Brother Perry accepts. As long as I've known you and I looked around here and couldn't find you. I'm not going to tell these folks how long we've known each other. Are there further nominations for the Executive Board? Hearing none, the chair declares nominations to be closed. We have 13 nominees, 10 are to be elected. This, I think, will conclude my little part of the convention. And may I take this occasion to say it's always a pleasure to see you, and thank you for your kind attention and cooperation while we were nominating officers. Brother Chairman.
First, let me say, I deeply appreciate the fact that you seem to re-elect me by acclamation as president of this organization. But before I get into the next order of business, I want to make a few remarks in connection with the nominating speech of my good friend Russell Kelly, who placed me in nomination. And I'm sure that many of the delegates here present today realize the progress that's been made by this organization has been brought about as a result of the cooperation of the entire labor movement in this state, especially those that are affiliated with this organization. I can't give any credit to those who are not affiliated. We'll have some discussion about those freeloaders a little later on. But Kelly made a couple of statements that I felt I should respond to. We'll have a gentleman present on as one of our speakers tomorrow. Or is it this afternoon? Let me make sure now. Tuesday. It'll be this afternoon. We'll have the pleasure of hearing from the Honorable Dr. Garvin Johnson this afternoon, who is State Superintendent of Education. The gentleman, if there is any single individual responsible, and I doubt that credit should go to any single individual, about the preservation of our public school system. I have done what I could to assist him and others in this direction, but this has took the total cooperation of many people to bring this about under most trying circumstances. Now, according to the agenda that you have before you, we have listed convention business at 10:30 and an address by the Honorable Evelyn Gandy at 11:30. It is now 11:30, and obviously we cannot go into any convention business at this time. So I would suggest that it is the appropriate time for our escort committee to bring into the convention hall our next convention speaker, Miss Evelyn Gandy. Would the committee please bring Miss Gandy into the hall? Ladies and gentlemen, the young lady that I'm about to introduce should need no introduction to most of you at least. She has held various and sundry elective offices in our state, and I shall not go into all of the details of her career for your benefit. But she has been a member of the state legislature. She has served you as a state treasurer. She was recently elected by an overwhelming vote of the people of this state as your commissioner of insurance, and I'm sure she has a good message for you this morning. It's been my pleasure down through the years to have worked with her in various and sundry capacities. And in the last few weeks, especially, I found her in attendance at several hearings that I participated in dealing with legislation in the field of insurance. I'm sure that each person present is acutely aware the fact that this matter of insurance in most all fields has become a real problem. The cost of insuring your home, your automobile, and what have you is becoming a luxury that many of our people can't afford. And with those few remarks, it gives me a great deal of pleasure to present to you at this time Miss Evelyn Gandy, your Commissioner of Insurance. Miss Gandy.
President Ramsey, members of the committee who so graciously escorted me to the platform, delegates to the AFL-CIO convention, and guests. First, I would acknowledge with heartfelt appreciation the very kind introduction just afforded me by your distinguished president. I wish to thank him, your committees, and each of you here this morning for giving me the opportunity of participating on your program. It's a special privilege for me to have the opportunity of visiting and being with you during this convention, and a personal privilege for me to have the opportunity of thanking you for the valuable assistance and support which you have given me down through the years since I was a member of the legislature, and especially last summer. You helped me win an overwhelming majority of the votes in every one of the 82 counties in Mississippi, and I am deeply, humbly, and forever grateful. The courtesies which you have extended me, your help and encouragement, the wonderful support you have given me, and especially your friendship, will always be appreciated and remembered. As you know, and as Mr. Ramsey just reminded you, on January 17 of this year, I assumed the duties of the office of Commissioner of Insurance. Now, records in this department, as of the first day of this year, show that more than 1,000 insurance companies of various kinds are operating and doing business in this state. These records also show that these companies are represented by more than 15,000 licensed agents and solicitors, in addition to their administrative and clerical personnel. Records in the department also show that there was substantial gain in insurance business in Mississippi last year. Now, one way we can look at this gain is to look at the amount of taxes collected by the insurance department. As you know, this department collects the premium taxes from the insurance companies and collects various other fees for various kinds of licenses. For calendar 1971, the total sum of more than $14.5 million was collected. This represented an increase of about $1.5 million over the previous year, 1970. Now this year, 72, we expect the collections to be approximately $16.5 million, an increase of something over $2 million from the previous year. Now, it's certainly not necessary for me to come here today to remind you of the importance of insurance to every citizen of this state, because now we all recognize that insurance in some form, directly or indirectly, touches the lives of our people in Mississippi every day. Now, men and women in all walks of life, and I found this to be true throughout the state last year, these citizens of our state are becoming increasingly aware not only of the importance of insurance to the individual citizen, but to the business and economic life of our state. Now, the laws of Mississippi provide that the Commissioner of Insurance is the chief administrative officer of the insurance department. Now, the commissioner is charged with the responsibility of protecting the insurance needs and rights of the individual policyholders in Mississippi, while at the same time assuring fair and equitable treatment to the insurance companies and agents licensed to do business in our state. Now, it's my belief that this objective can be accomplished only through the proper understanding, interpretation, application, and enforcement of the laws of our state governing the entire insurance industry. This, I assure you, will be done while I am serving as your Commissioner of Insurance. I'm striving daily to administer all the duties and responsibilities of this vital office in an efficient, fair, and equitable manner. My primary objective, first and foremost, is to see that your insurance department is aware of, responsive to, and working to solve the problems of you, the individual policyholders of our state. We are now engaged in a study of our insurance laws. The regulations of the insurance department as well as our staff needs, in order that we may work to strengthen the services of your insurance department to the people of Mississippi. Now, our goal is to strengthen these services not only in the state office in Jackson, but services out in the field, reaching into the 82 counties of our state, into every community or every home where there is an insurance problem that needs and should have the attention of your Commissioner of Insurance. Now, as we work to accomplish these objectives, we suggest that you, and we believe that you will, work with us. Give us the benefit of your suggestions, your advice, the problems which you have had or your neighbors have had, and give us an opportunity to work with you on these matters which so vitally affect not only you, but all the people of our state. We invite you to visit our state offices located in the state office building. Write us or telephone us if we can be of assistance to you in any way. And if you have suggestions or problems which you believe should have the attention of the Commissioner of Insurance, and you cannot, or it's not convenient for you to make a trip to Jackson, or you have neighbors or friends who have these suggestions, problems, or complaints, then if they cannot come to Jackson, if you will write us or get in touch with us, I will be more than glad to visit your county, your community, and sit down and talk with you so that hopefully, working together, we can improve the insurance services and help better meet the insurance needs of the people of our state. Now, as we work to strengthen the administration of our present laws, working to give the greatest possible protection to the individual policyholder, then I believe, as Mr. Ramsey mentioned a moment ago, we must look toward amending, strengthening, and the possible enactment of new legislation. Now, one area in which I believe you share with me an interest, and it's one area where Mr. Ramsey and I recently attended hearings held by your state legislature, a committee of the Senate now in session here in Jackson. These hearings were held concerning no-fault insurance plans. Now, as you know, the so-called no-fault insurance plan has been enacted in several states, two of which are Massachusetts and Florida. And in these states, and I mention them in particular, because in those states, the laws are already in effect. You also know, I'm sure, and we've all been reading about the fact that this so-called no-fault insurance plan is a new plan whereby you are compensated by your own insurance company following an accident, regardless of who was at fault, provided that the claim does not exceed a certain amount fixed by law. And in some states, that amount is fixed at about $2,000. Now, the strongest arguments for the no-fault concept are that this plan can result in adequate insurance coverage at lower insurance rates and achieve faster settlements following minor accidents. Now, I support this concept because I believe that it can benefit the individual policyholder in our state. Now, our study shows that there are several versions of the so-called no-fault insurance plans. And I hope that our studies with your group and with those in the legislature and other interested groups, together with the experience gained in these other states, in particular Massachusetts and Florida, that we can work together to bring about a proposed bill to be considered by our state legislature, which will be tailored to fit the needs of the people of Mississippi. A bill that will be in the interest of the insurance buying public in our state. Now I look forward to working with your officers, with you, on not only this matter, but many other matters of mutual interest. And I would like to take this opportunity of commending your officers and your membership throughout the state on the contributions which you have made to the overall growth and progress of our state. You know, you and I together have seen much progress since first my home county of Forest, and I was so glad to see so many people here today from Hattiesburg, since that county first sent me to the legislature in January 1948. And I believe that we share a just pride in the progress that's been made in our state in all phases of our political, economic, and religious life. Much progress has been made, and we're particularly pleased over the gains that have been made in our increased per capita income, because this not only benefits the individual citizen and his family or her family, but it benefits all the people of Mississippi. But never do I think we should stop to take pride in what we have done without also taking a moment to say there is still much left to be done. We recognize the fact that there's still problems in our state. Problems political, economic, problems related to more and better employment opportunities for all our people, agricultural and industrial, problems in the fields of education, vocational and technical training, housing, health, welfare. And you and I know only too well that there are no instant solutions to any of these problems. Each of us, as public officials and private citizens, must continue to discharge our individual responsibilities to the very best of our abilities. This, I believe, with full confidence, we will do. But is there something more that you and I can do in these very precious moments in which we are privileged to live? No single one of us has the guarantee of tomorrow. We do not know what tomorrow holds for any of us, for our state or for our nation. But we do know who holds tomorrow, and that is Almighty God. God has blessed our state with great natural resources, fertile soil, green grass, tall trees, rivers and streams, and a location on the Gulf of Mexico with fresh air to breathe beneath a warm southern sun. And the greatest resource we have is our people. Travel across this nation, travel around the world, and you will come home even prouder that you are a Mississippian. The great majority of our people are God-fearing, patriotic, law-abiding, and hard-working. The great majority of our people believe in the fundamental and eternal truths of the Christian religion. Here we have the most powerful, motivating force known to man, the ideals of the Christian faith, to unite our people. Should this not cause each of us here today to dedicate ourselves anew to work to strengthen the religious life of our people? Now, you and I know that the political solutions and the economic solutions to our overall problems will have to come with all of us working together through our political leadership. Here in Jackson, at the county level, the city level, but yet I believe that these constructive solutions to these political and economic problems can be accomplished and achieved only if we create within our state the very best possible atmosphere in which these solutions can be carried out. And I also believe that this kind of atmosphere can be best created by the religious leadership of our state and by you and me as individual citizens working together to create this atmosphere and implant these ideals in the hearts and minds of the people of our state. Now, this kind of atmosphere can be created, nurtured, and fed only by faith, by a strong and lasting faith in God, faith in, dedication to, and a willingness to live by the ideals of Christianity, faith in the democratic way of life which is our heritage, faith in our fellow man, and faith in ourselves. Now, with this kind of faith, we cannot fail. With this kind of faith, we can not only work together to make Mississippi a better place in which to live, but we can work together to make Mississippi truly a leader among the 50 states in the quality of life enjoyed by our people. And what is even more important, with this kind of faith, when that final summons comes, as come it will to all of us, we can stand before the judgment bar of God and say, as did the Apostle Paul, I have fought a good fight. I have finished my course. I have kept the faith. Again, thank you so much for the privilege of being with you on this occasion.
Thank you, Miss Gandy, for such a wonderful address. And I am sure before the next 4 years are over that there will be some changes made in the way our insurance laws are administered. Now, she made mention of a fact or a subject that is of great concern to the members of this organization. That's the matter of no-fault insurance. You will be considering a resolution before this convention is over dealing with that subject. And I will probably have a word or two to say about what's happened in the legislature dealing with that when that resolution's under discussion. Now we have a problem that we have to solve right away. Yesterday I called out the names of those people that would serve on the elections committee, and I now find that one of those people has been nominated for position on the board, Mr. Joe Davis of IBEW. And it is now necessary that we find a replacement for Brother Davis. I've asked Brother Knight to check around and we got certain restrictions on this, on the organizations, the locality, and so forth, of people that can be on this committee. As soon as he gets here, I'll tell you who our replacement is for Brother Joe Davis. Orman? Let me call out the list. Let me call out the list now and see if there's any further conflict and it's been overlooked by me because I've been having to, confer with certain people about certain problems and so forth while this has been going on. Chairman of that committee is Mr. W.H. Wood of the Carpenters Union, Miss Ann Gree of ACWA, Mr. Wayne Lee of the Firefighters Union, Miss Ann Smith of IUE, L.J. Brown of the Laborers International, and Martha Alford of IAM, and I've been advised by Brother Knight that Miss or Mrs. Virginia Orman should take the place of Joe Davis on that committee in order that we meet the requirements spelled out under the Constitution. Does everyone have the names down now, at least those of you that will serve on that committee? I would make this suggestion to you that according to the Constitution, the agenda before you, the election of officers will take place this afternoon at 3 p.m. Our secretaries have been provided with the names of those people that have been placed in nominations for the various positions to be filled. They are now headed for the office to prepare the ballots. We would like to ask Brother James Jackson of the Credentials Committee to be present on the platform along with Mrs. Phillips, our secretary, when this election takes place, because you'll be voting on a prepared ballot, and it'll be necessary that you know how many votes you are allowed to cast for each candidate, because you'll be voting on a per capita basis, and those votes have been allocated to you by your local union when their credentials were sent in. And in order that there be no question about all of these things, I want Brother Jackson present when the election takes place, and we will help Brother Wood all we can by providing our secretarial force available to him and his committee with adding machines and what have you after the election's over with to help tabulate the votes. Now, we don't know how long this will take. It might be necessary that the election committee might have to recess their counting of the votes in time to attend the social event that begins at 6. But I am of the opinion that once we begin the election of officers, it'll be virtually impossible to reconvene this convention for further business, because it's going to all have to be done by a roll call vote, and by the time we get through, we're going to be running into the late afternoon, I'm afraid, because this has been our past experience. Therefore, I don't think we should plan on any convention business this afternoon. But if it's possible, and if the chairman of the Credentials Committee is prepared to give us a final report on the Credentials Committee, I'd like for him to come forward at this time in order that those delegates that have rested since his last report be officially seated, therefore be allowed to vote in this election. Is Brother Jackson present and ready for that final report? Somebody see if Brother Jackson's available. Here he comes.
Mr. Chairman, this will be the final report of the Registration and Credentials Committee. We finally registered 285 delegates representing 13 Central Labor Union joint councils or joint boards and 111 locals. We registered 68 guests at the convention. I move that the final report of this committee be adopted and that the committee be dismissed with the thanks of the convention.
You've heard the report of the Credentials Committee, that those delegates who have been registered and given badges be officially seated at this convention, and that the committee be dismissed with the thanks of the convention. Do we have any discussion? If not, all in favor of the motion, please signify it by saying aye. Opposed? Motion carried and so ordered. Now we have a couple of announcements we want to make before we recess for lunch. I'm sure there'll be some other than the ones that's been handed me. I've been asked to announce that the IBEW delegates are being asked to caucus immediately upon adjournment in Parlor A. Is this correct, Brother Williams?
That is correct, sir. Thank you.
All right. I hope that's correct, because I had two groups that wanted Parlor A, and I had to put one of them in Parlor B. All right. Here we got a problem, but I'll tell you about that after I learn what it is. I have also been asked to announce that all URW rubber worker delegates are asked to caucus immediately after adjournment in Parlor B. I have further been asked to announce that the Carpenter delegates are being asked to caucus in Parlor B at 2 p.m. Is this correct, Brother Woods?
Yes.
2 p.m. in Parlor B, all Carpenter delegates, all delegates from Carpenter Union. Do we have any other announcements, Brother Knight?
We got a substitute here. We don't want all three groups in the same room at the same time, hopefully. Brother Stanley has asked me to announce that the CWA delegates will meet. And Brother Stanley, we had Parlor B, but there's been some conflict, so we'll give you the victory foyer, if that's all right, on adjournment. CWA in the victory foyer, that's where we've been registering delegates, at noon.
Do we have any other announcements? Any other groups that want to call?
Mr. Chairman,
Brother
Wayman Goodman, I'd like to ask for a caucus of the Columbus and Vicinity Central Labor Union in room 610 at 1:20.
In room what?
610.
610 at 1:20.
1:20.
That's all delegates from the Columbus Central Labor Union, right? Room 610 at 1:20. Do we have any other announcements? I've been asked to make an inquiry. Do we have a delegate present? I assume this is from the Furniture Workers Local in Union, Mississippi. Is that correct? Is this announced an inquiry? And you want them to see them? All right. Do we have a delegate present from the Furniture Workers Local over in Union, Mississippi? Apparently they haven't got over here yet. I'd hope they would have someone here. All right. Do we have any other announcements? Any other caucuses or anything else yet that we need to take care of before recess for lunch? Brother Williams?
Yeah, I'm chairman of the Resolution Committee, and I'd like to ask if any of you people have any more resolutions to present to us, please get them in at your earliest convenience, because every time we meet, we get new resolutions, and submitted at the last minute, and it'll just make our task where we cannot finish it all.
Get up a little closer to that mic. I'm having trouble hearing you like they had trouble hearing me yesterday in the back.
I say, we'd like to ask that any of you people that have resolutions to present to the Resolutions Committee. Now, these are resolutions that you have came up here at the convention and gotten up, and we're not sending on time. Would you please give them to us before it's too late to even for the committee to meet and consider them? Thank you.
Whereabouts will you be meeting, Brother Williams?
I'll be meeting in Parlor A right after this meeting's over, but I don't want any resolutions brought to me in there. I'll see them at 1 o'clock up here in the hall.
You mean you want them to approach you just prior to convening of the convention? You're going to probably have to have a meeting this afternoon?
That is correct, Brother.
In other words, if anybody has a resolution that they'd like to present to your committee, they should see you just before we convene this afternoon, right?
That is correct.
Okay, everybody got the message? Then anyone got a resolution in their pocket that they want to be considered by his committee, contact him just before we adjourn. All right. Okay, Brother Clark wants the floor for just a minute.
We got the pleasure at this time of a fellow dropping in on us from Meridian, who's elected into the legislature, former vice president of the Meridian Central Labor Council, Representative Ed Jolly. I just want all y'all to meet him.
I don't want to say but a few words. The
main thing I want to say is that I feel at home. I work at the Flint Coat plant in Meridian when I'm not over here in the legislature. Labor elected me. From Lauderdale County, I run on a labor ticket every time I run, on a working man's ticket. And I think that every one of you in your area could elect anyone you want to represent labor over here when they're over here. And I want to say that it's a privilege to be here before the people that I'm representing, and I'm doing my best to represent you, even though I make mistakes sometimes, and I hope you'll correct me, which they do back home. They let me know right quick if I'm wrong. But you should keep in touch with your legislature. Any bill that you are interested in, or anything you're interested in the way of a working man, if you keep in touch with him by writing him or calling him, you'll be surprised what 10 letters will do in changing the legislature's mind from your area. Thank you again for being here.
Thank you, Ed. Thank you very much. I assume you will be with us tonight. You better be. That'll be counted against you if you miss that one. Do we have any other announcements before we recess for lunch? If not, I would like to request that all of you be promptly seated in this hall at 1:30 p.m. this afternoon. Please be on time because we have our next speaker scheduled at 1:30. We'd like for you to get here as soon as you could, right after you eat. The meeting stands recessed until 1:25 p.m. Remember that, 1:25. Gentlemen, we have with us here this afternoon a gentleman that I just happened to run into down in the lobby, and after considerable persuasion and arm twisting, I convinced him that he ought to at least come up here and sit on the podium and let me introduce him to you. I advised him that we didn't expect a long speech out of him because we did not have him scheduled on the program, that he did send a representative down here yesterday that created certain problems for us because he didn't speak long enough. Can you imagine that? But anyhow, I am happy at this point to present to you the Honorable Russell Davis, the mayor of the city of Jackson, who tells me he has to be at a council meeting at 2 o'clock, which poses no great problem for him because I've made that trip several times, as he knows, and you can do it in about 3 minutes from here. So, Mayor, let me present you to the convention and let you have a few words to say, and when you get through, feel free to leave and head for City Hall as soon as you get through. Mayor Russell Davis.
Thank you very much, Claude, for that nice introduction. Mr. Whitehead, ladies and gentlemen, members of the AFL-CIO, I regret very much that I was not able to be here on yesterday. When Claude first spoke to me about it, I told him that I was scheduled to go to Alabama turkey hunting on yesterday, and it would be very difficult for me to not go since I had not only promised myself but my old uncle over there that I would be there. Anyhow, he convinced me that I should forego the turkey hunt and come down here yesterday, and I had agreed to do it because I really wanted to come. And then I got instructions from the city attorney that I had better be in court in Biloxi on yesterday, and that's where I was, and that's where I spent the day. And I'm glad to have a second opportunity to extend to each one of you a sincere welcome to the capital city of the state of Mississippi. Now, as Claude has said, he told me not to make a speech, be very brief. But I want you to look about you while you are in this city. And I feel very sincerely about these things. We read in the papers and in the magazines about things going on all over the world and all over this country in other cities. And each of us knows that the South in general, probably Jackson in particular, has undergone more change in the last 2 or 3 years than any other place probably in this country. But the thing that I am proud of, and the thing that the people of this city should be proud of, and I think they are proud, and I think the rest of the state recognizes this, is that our people have met the challenge of change. This city, and not because I'm the mayor, but because it's true, this city is moving in a way that it has never moved before. I want you to look about you. Look at the construction that's underway, some $100 million. Look at the programs that are underway. Last week, we announced a $500,000 grant from the Department of Housing and Urban Development to match 50% of our money, to buy parklands in the impacted areas of this city, to buy Mays Lake to add 261 acres to the park system of this city. Jackson, in many respects, feels that it represents to the nation this state. And as the mayor, I want to assure you that it's my intention to do all that is within my power to live up to that responsibility. We are meeting and talking and working together in this city, not only labor and management, but black and white, in a way that has not been done before. And I think I can best express it in this way, that the southeastern part of this country, in Mississippi, in Jackson in particular, are going to be the envy of the people of this country who simply do not understand. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mayor. I just had to bring him up here to prove that he wasn't out there turkey hunting after all. I'm not going to burden you with all of our discussions on the telephone about why he should come to this convention instead of going to that turkey hunt. But he did send a representative yesterday, and since I ran into him in the lobby of the hotel, I insisted that he come up and at least let the folks know that we did have a mayor of this city, and he wasn't out turkey hunting. And it didn't get us too far off schedule, I hope. Will the escort committee please bring our next speaker to the podium, please? The Honorable Dr. Johnson, Superintendent of Education of the state of Mississippi. Ladies and gentlemen, we have with us this afternoon, and with those few remarks, it gives me a great deal of pleasure to present to you your own state superintendent of education, Dr. Garvin Johnson. Dr. Johnson.
Thank you very much, Mr. Ramsey, Mr. Whitehead, distinguished platform guest, members of the Delegates Assembly for the AFL-CIO Biennial Convention. I'm always honored to have the privilege of appearing before this group. As Claude said to you a moment ago, I had the honor of having your support when I first offered as a candidate for the office of State Superintendent of Education. And I'm grateful to you for it. I think that your officials, Claude and some of those who have known me over the years, know that I have been a sympathetic supporter of your organization for much longer than I've been a politician. And that before I could possibly have had any ulterior motives, which I hope you don't think that I have. Claude's laughing at that. I don't know why he laughed at that. But I did have an opportunity to get to know many of your officials and to talk with them and to some extent to work with them, particularly in the field of education. And I was looking over some materials last night. I was trying to find where I had spoken to this group last year. And I kept looking for 1971 notes because I knew everybody would remember everything I said. So I didn't want to say the same thing this year that I said last year. Then when I couldn't find them, I realized that that you only meet every other year. I remembered meeting on the coast, and I found my notes on it and some of the things that I said to you at that time. Of course, as you would normally expect, I'm going to talk to you about education in our state. And that's what I talked to you about 2 years ago, and the 2 years before then. And each time that I have an opportunity to talk to you, I talk to you about education because I know how interested you are in it, and I know how vital it is to you and the members of your family and to the progress of our state. 2 years ago, when we were meeting on the coast, I said to you as strongly as I knew how that Mississippi must maintain a strong system of public schools for the vast and overwhelming majority of our children who look to public schools for their education. Now, some of you may not recall the conditions that existed at that time, but it had seemed then to some of us that education may have been dangling by a very slender thread. That is public education. That there was a great deal of opposition to doing anything for public education at that time. And I went all over this state saying to our people everywhere that we must not only maintain and preserve, but we must improve public education for the people of our state. At that time, there were many unanswered questions about public education. And there are still many questions in the minds of many Mississippians about the public schools of our state. However, the past 12 months, we have seen a gradual but constant increase in the recognition that we must not only preserve and maintain public schools for our people, but we must also get on with the serious business of improving the instructional program of our schools. As we look ahead at education in our state, there still remains many problems which we all must recognize. At no time in the history of our state have the public schools been subjected to such intensive scrutiny and consideration as today. We hear criticisms, speculations, and rumor on every hand. There are reports and rumors that academic standards have been abandoned and that very little learning is taking place. There are also rumors and reports that discipline has broken down and that teachers and administrators are no longer able to control the student bodies. In order to realistically evaluate the situation in our schools, we need to look at what has taken place within the last 2 years. It would be unrealistic to expect to move as many students and teachers as has been done in the massive changes that have taken place and not create uncertainty and apprehension for students, teachers, and parents. This apprehension, this uncertainty, the psychological and emotional upheaval brought on by sudden and radical changes were bound to affect students and teachers. It would have been impossible to undergo the changes which have occurred and not create problems in the learning process. I am not at all convinced, however, that our schools are doing as poorly as some would have us to believe. On the contrary, I have seen decisive evidence that where schools have been given time without interruption and without interference to work at developing instructional programs, they are doing as well and in many instances better than before the changes were made. We know more about how children learn today than we've ever known in the past. We know more about when they learn, and we know about how they learn, more than we've ever known before about the learning process. And there's one other factor that has some significance on this problem. We have more money for public education today than we've ever had in the past. This comes from local, state, and federal levels. People are asking many questions today about their schools. And one question which is frequently asked me is how many children are in the public schools of this state? How many children dropped out of public schools? And where are they? Are they in private schools now? Last year, for the school year 1970-71, late in the year, we made a survey to attempt to answer this question. In that year, 1970-71, there were 599,132 children enrolled in all elementary and secondary schools of the state. That's public, parochial, other church-related, and private schools. All elementary and secondary children in our state. And of this number of 599,132 children, there were 534,393, or 89 and 19/100% enrolled in public schools. 1,134, or 19/100, were enrolled in schools for the state handicapped and delinquent. 1,126, or 21/100, were in federal schools for the Indians. 12,691, or 2 and 12/100%, were in Catholic schools. 8,062, or 1.35%, were in other parochial or church-related schools. And 41,590, or 6.94%, were enrolled in private schools. I call your attention to the significant fact that 89% of all elementary and secondary children in the state were in the public schools of Mississippi. This is 1 out of every 4 people in the entire population of our state. 1/4 of all the people in Mississippi were enrolled in the public schools last year. For the current year, we have made another survey to determine if there were any significant changes in the enrollment pattern. This year, 1971-72, we have a total of 595,989 students enrolled in all types of elementary and secondary schools. Once more, this includes the public, the non-public, the parochial, church-related. In the 150 public schools districts of the state, there are enrolled this year 529,322 students, or 88.82% of all students of the state. In the state schools for handicapped and delinquent, there are 1,165 students, or 0.2%. In the federal Indian schools, there are 1,306 students, which represents 21/100% of all students. In the Catholic schools, there are 13,915, or 2.32% of the total students. In other parochial schools, there are 9,607 students, or 1.61% of the total. In private schools, there are enrolled 40,674 students, or 6.83% of the total of all students. From 1970-71 to 1971-72, total enrollment in the state in all types of school districts dropped from 599,132 to 595,989 students, which was a decrease of 3,143 students. Now, public school enrollments in Mississippi have been gradually declining for the past several years. A significant cause, of course, has been the withdrawal of something slightly over 40,000 white children who entered the private schools. But a second and a very significant cause is the steadily declining rate of live births in this state. This is something which many of us had not been aware. In the 20-year period from 1950 to 1970, only 5 years showed an increase in live births. In this period, there was a decrease of slightly more than 16,000 live births. In the period from 1960 to 1969, the decline accelerated to more than 11,000 decrease in live births. In 1950, there were 64,427 live births. In 1970, there were 48,082 live births. This means that in 1970, there were 16,345 fewer live births than in the year of 1950. Now, this has significant implications for the enrollment of children in our state. And when you relate this, and I didn't take time to bring to you some of the significant analytical, statistical details which could be, and some of the inferences which could be drawn from this on the basis of this decrease in live births. Another significant figure in the comparison is the comparison of white and non-white births. In 1950, 58% of all children born in Mississippi were non-white. In 1969 and 70, there were slightly more white than non-white live births in the state. The present total enrollment in public schools is about 50% white and 50% black. Reports of districts to the Department of Health, Education, and Welfare show that of the decrease in public school enrollments in 1971-72, 84% of the decrease were black children and 16% of the loss were white children. An analysis of live births and population trends indicates that future enrollments in Mississippi public schools will continue to decrease, and that there will be more white pupils and fewer black pupils in the public schools of the future in this state. There are two assumptions which we must make concerning education in our state. The first one is that the state of Mississippi is responsible for ensuring that all of its people are provided the best educational opportunity within the framework of its resources. And the second, which is of equal and primary importance, that the schools must serve the needs of all of its people and must be available on equitable terms, just terms, and conditions to all, regardless of race, color, creed, handicap, or economic conditions. Recent federal court decisions have said emphatically that the wealth of the entire state must be held responsible for the education of all of its children, and that any state school finance plan which does not meet this requirement denies children of a poor property tax-based district the equal protection clause of the 14th Amendment of the United States Constitution. If these court decisions are upheld by the United States Supreme Court, it will mean that the existing state school finance plans must be drastically overhauled in order to comply with these decisions. And I assure you that we are working at the job now of trying to come up with something that will meet the requirements of the federal court decisions when and if they come. And incidentally, you may be interested in knowing this, that although we've only had 4 or 5 court decisions that have really reached headline news. There are a total of 26 such cases in the nation. And it is my understanding that Mississippi will be involved in such a suit in the very near future. Now, we know that human talent is the only source of economic development. We know that education is a basic tool for the development of an individual, a state, or a nation. We know that education is not a fringe nor a frail benefit to be granted to a selected few. We know that the economic, cultural, and social development of our state depends upon how well we develop our human resources. We know that although we may not have the resources of many of our sister states, it is mandatory that we not neglect our precious human resources of our children and our people. This, I have confidence that our state will do. Thank you very much for the privilege and the opportunity of meeting with you today.
Thank you very much, Dr. Johnson, for that wonderful address. And I want you to know, speaking in behalf of the members of this organization, that we think you've done a tremendous job as State Superintendent of Education in this state, and that we appreciate very much the hard work that you and your co-workers have put forth in this effort. And we understand that you have a tight schedule, that you have another meeting that you are late now for, so we're going to therefore allow you to leave now, and we hope to see you again in the very near future. Thank you so much for being with us. Okay. Right. Now, while he's on his way out, I should tell you, I guess, that the gentleman talked me into accepting a position as a member of the State Advisory Council to the Vocational Department of Education. He and a couple of other people convinced me that I ought to be on this important committee. They might regret the fact that they got me on it before it's all over with, because I have some very definite ideas that I expect to present to that particular group. And those ideas are simply this: that I want to make sure that our vocational educational programs are so structured and designed that those people that participate in vocational education will be given credit for time spent in apprenticeship training, and that they in turn will eventually become indentured into some of our bona fide apprenticeship programs and eventually become skilled craftsmen. That's my views. Brother Johnson, you heard me on your way out. Thank you again for being with us. Now, we've already received the final report of the Credentials Committee, which is the next item that you have on the agenda. Therefore, we will skip that and get right down to the next speaker. And I feel like that I ought to let you know this long drink of water here sitting up here by me now. I'm sure that you're wondering who he is. You'll be hearing from him in a little bit. but he's got a buddy on Tricky Dick's staff from his home state that was referred to yesterday by Tom Knight as Oil Slick Connolly. So I'll just let you then assume or decide who this gentleman is on the podium. I will be introducing him to you a little later on. How you like that, Mr. Texas? Not bad, he said. Ladies and gentlemen, the Congress recently enacted a piece of legislation that I consider to be one of the most important pieces of legislation ever enacted by the Congress of the United States when it comes to the welfare of working people. And I must add that the labor movement at the national level had much to do with the enactment of this particular piece of legislation. I'm referring now naturally to the Occupational Safety and Health Act passed by the Congress of the United States. Now, without having to go into a lot of details with you about the ramifications of the act, let me simply say this to you, that the states, according to the act, are supposed to, or at least they have a definite time, to put together a program of their own to implement this act, and that program must meet the specifications of the federal government. Now, when the act was enacted, the governor of our state appointed Mr. Dick Whitehead as the coordinator of this program for the state of Mississippi. I have met with Mr. Whitehead on several occasions, and he and I have discussed the importance of this act, and in view of its importance, and in view of the fact that they're currently working on plans to implement a statewide program here in our state, I felt that we should invite Mr. Whitehead to appear before you today and to explain to you some of his plans and say anything that he might have on his mind pertaining to this particular piece of legislation. So with those few remarks, it gives me a great deal of pleasure to present to you at this time Mr. Dick Whitehead, coordinator for the, I believe they call that OSHA Act in the state of Mississippi. Mr. Whitehead.
Mr. Ramsey and Mr. Brown, ladies and gentlemen, is this coming through too loud there in the back? I've got one of these voices that gets out.
You got to get up close to it. I had trouble with it.
It is a distinct pleasure for me to have been invited to your convention and to have an opportunity to communicate with you in this brief time about some of the plans and some of our feelings about the Williams-Steiger Act, or Public Law 91-596, as it is officially known. Now, the Mississippi State Board of Health Division of Occupational Safety and Health is the designated organization to implement and administer the act in the state of Mississippi. I came back home in June after wandering around a bit, and after wandering astray, I really know what the promised land means. I'm glad to be back home, and I think working together we can resolve a lot of problems that this act gives us the opportunity to resolve for the benefit of the safety and health of the people of Mississippi. When I came back, we had to do two things in a hurry. We had to identify to the Labor Department our willingness to undertake this situation or be totally preempted by the U.S. Labor Department. This we were able to do in about 10 days' time and received some almost $100,000 in 90-10 matching funds from the federal government to start the program, to get our statistical information started, to develop some personnel, and to start out and work on the plan. Part of this money was used to contract with Mississippi State University to help us develop a comprehensive state plan that would in effect impinge upon all of the employed in the state of Mississippi and reduce an increasing accident and injury rate that was not only the case in Mississippi but in every state in the Union. This we are dedicated to do. Now, in the development of this public law, which is Public Law 91-596, is this little pamphlet right here. I am happy to say that as we have developed the format for our state plan, that in reviewing this, I think, Claude, except for one item, which is a matter of administrative situation, our proposed state plan, without first having the proposed plan of the AFL-CIO Standing Committee on Safety and Occupational Health, there's only one area there that I think we deviate from at all, and that is only in the fact that this is lodged from an administrative point in the Occupational Safety and Health Division of the Board of Health, rather than the Occupational Safety and Health Division as a separate division. For your benefit and for the fact that we are best protected, I think, in this role now from political influence, and I don't say that as a bad word either, that we can do the most for you without consideration of anything other than your welfare. And I think this is important. Now, Mississippi also contracted with the Labor Department to prevent preemption by the Labor Department of administering those rules and regulations that we already had on the books. And this was done by contract, as is outlined in the public law itself. We have contracts that are administered through us which involve the Department of Agriculture, Mississippi Vehicle Controller, State Fire Marshal, and the Oil and Gas Board, who are involved in some manner in this activity. Now, there is one very important feature of this act that you play an important part in, and that is your responsibilities as well as the employer's responsibilities. In the some 80-odd meetings that we've had around the state in trying to see that everybody knows about the law and how it involves them, we still come up short with a world of employers and employees who know nothing apparently about the act, its adoption, and its influence on them. We estimate that there are approximately 850,000 employees within the state that are affected and some 40,000 employers. This involves all employers with an employee or more, with two exceptions. One, domestic help in the home, in a private home, and the other is the immediate farm family. Now, if Cousin Joe comes to work, why then that puts that farm under the role of the Occupational Safety and Health Act. Do all of you recognize this document? You ought to recognize it at a half a mile. Now, this is your guideline both to you and to your employer. This is sets forth your basic rights and your basic responsibilities. Now, if you have not seen this and don't recognize it, when you go back to work, you should look for it and ask your employer where it is and why it isn't up. This is the Safety and Health Protection on the Job Bulletin that every employer who paid any Social Security should have received in the mail. We've sent out about 10,000 of these from our own office on request. Now, basically, I would like to read to you the basic responsibilities that are in the General Duty Clause of the Act and that are printed on this bulletin. And that is this: the employer's responsibility is to furnish to each of his employees, that's you, employment and a place of employment which are free from recognized hazards that are causing or likely to cause death or serious physical harm to his employees. It also says that this employer shall comply with all of the rules and regulations promulgated under this act. And then for your part, it says that each employee shall comply with the occupational safety and health standards and all rules and regulations and orders issued pursuant to this act, which are applicable to his own actions and conduct. So you see, you have a responsibility along with your employer. Again, I think this makes it a good thing, because then it can be, if we will make it this, a partnership of effort to make for a safe workplace. Now, our people have been working with the U.S. Labor Department people on inspections of the workplaces within the state. Now, they have been working on a priority basis, and this is the order of that priority: to investigate deaths and serious injuries. Number two, to investigate complaints. You, if you read your bulletin, have the right and privilege to complain about an unsafe workplace or practice that puts you or one of your fellow workers in jeopardy. That complaint can come through us or to the U.S. Labor Department. That, again, is a part of the law. Now, there are special target industries that are under prime surveillance right now. These have to do with longshoring, roofing and sheet metal work, meat and meat products, lumber and wood products, and miscellaneous transportation, which is mobile homes. New to this has been added a health target group of 5 toxic substances which involve asbestos, cotton dust, silica, lead, and carbon monoxide. And then they are making random cross-section of establishments of all sizes throughout the state. Now, our people in our department have been going with the Labor Department people on most of these inspections as they've been in the state to determine if they are doing an objective and fair job. Now, this brings up a point. It has been said that organized labor feels that the states may not, as my friend Mr. Claude said, with a little doubt in his voice, whether the states were going to do a good job or not. And I stand here to assure you that as an effective a job as can be done, and certainly as effective as the U.S. Labor Department can do it, will be done by the state of Mississippi. I came back to do just this. I've administered programs like this before and on a cooperative basis, and they have been successful, and it put Mississippi #1 at the top of the list and not the bottom. And we, in cooperation with your employers, can do this in Mississippi as far as safe and healthy workplaces. We have a stack of requests to survey workplaces from employers that we're getting at just as fast as we can as we're working with the Labor Department. Money is being expended and full effort is being made by the employers to improve those things that need to be improved for your safety. Now, there have been roughly about 500 inspections made in Mississippi since September, which involves some 56 different types of businesses. There's been considerable assessment of fine as far as the workplaces are concerned. There has been a vast improvement in the workplace. Now, I would like to give to you for your benefit, Claude, give me a little warning here so I can have 10 minutes tonight. Here are some of the things that we are finding in the order of magnitude within the workplace that are being corrected and being corrected rapidly. Electrical wiring applications in the workplace, guarding of floor and wall openings, sanitation, believe it or not, as number 3 on that list, ladders and platforms defective, materials handling including overhead equipment not being properly handled, personnel equipment, protective equipment. I'm going to say more about that in just a minute. Guarding and adjustment of machinery, storage and handling of compressed gases and other flammable liquids, and noise exposure, which we were quite surprised to find as high an incident for as we did, and unsafe fire extinguishing equipment, believe it or not. Now, with those figures in mind, I'd like to touch on another thing. This act requires that Workers have available the safeguards and protections they need, and it requires also that the worker use them. We're finding in a lot of places that the workmen are not using the prescribed personal protection equipment. It's a little warm up here, and I expect earmuffs or something in my ears. Maybe you need them out there. Maybe I'm talking over 90 dBA right now. But these things are for your protection, and it is expected that you protect yourself by using them. Is also a part of the law, that if that level is above 90, that you use them. Now, unfortunately, when danger becomes a part of everyday routine, some workers over a period of time become indifferent and careless. This is our biggest problem in trying to administer this act and educate people to protect their own workplace. And you can do this, and you alone can do it. Now, recent surveys have indicated from the Bureau of Labor Statistics that in many of the negotiated contracts, there's more emphasis on dollars in the pocket than there is safety and health conditions in the workplace. Now, I would ask you to do this and think. Certainly, I think in some of the hazard industries, more attention needs to be paid, Claude, to the rigidity of the contract clauses in regard to safety and health. Because I can't rationalize if a man has a buck in his pocket extra and can't use his hands and his legs, or has a bashed-in head or plugged-up lungs, that dollar's worth very much to him. Now, there is a lot of indifference among employees. There's some indifference among employers. We can penalize the employer in monetary dollars and cents, but you have to sell yourself and your people that you work with and influence that this is a good thing. In this effort, one of the booklets that I'd like to recommend to you is whatever supervisor must know about the new Occupational Safety and Health Act. This is put out by Bureau of Business Practice, and I think you have this address, Claude. But this is absolutely excellent, and it gives some guidelines for the supervisor on the job, who is one of the key people. Now, again, coming back to the other problem within the workplace, the average person is an optimist. He thinks that it can't happen to him. And yet, Mississippi has one of the highest accident fatalities on the highway. They don't think it can happen to them, but it does. This is the same way in your workplace. Now, these categories of causation, or the cause of accidents, falls in two categories: the environment and the man, or the woman, the human factor. About 20% of this is environmental as far as what we control. The rest of it is a human factor, how you conduct yourself on the job. We can legislate part of it, but your part we can't. So I would like for you to think on that you as one individual reflect your attitude both above you and below you, regardless of what your job is, so that it is important that you become your own safety officer. Also, if you work in a safe place, that place is infectious as far as the attitude is concerned. if you work in an unsafe place, then you have to develop this attitude and make it safe. And we will work both with you and your employer to make this possible. But we cannot change your attitude except through education and your understanding and self-discipline. Now, time blunts the effect of misfortune. We've had a lot of them in the state. I can recall 8 or 10 unnecessary deaths in the workplace in Mississippi in the last 2 months. They were avoidable. Now, in closing, I would like to summarize with this statement that comes from the Secretary of Labor. He thinks, and we agree, that there are 4 basic guiding principles for the development and the success of OSHA in making the program work. Number 1, they are the willingness of all involved to comply voluntarily. We are fortunate in the state of Mississippi that I expect we will have better cooperation than most any state in the Union. And I've been in most of them and worked in most of them. Number 2, enforcing the spirit of the law. And this is what we're going to do. We're going down the middle. We're going to give everybody his day in court, and we hope there will be very little court. But we hope with a cooperative effort and an understanding that we can reduce court to the minimum, we can reduce fine to the minimum, but by the same token, we can reduce accident and injury to a level that we will be the guideline for the other 49 states in the Union. The development of state programs. I have said this, that I think we have the opportunity to develop the best state program in the United States and its territories. This is what I aim to do with your help. Mr. Claude has been helpful already. Industry and management have been helpful. So we're going to lay it where the best effort can be accomplished. Now then also, the next is the emphasis on educational programs to inform all who are directly involved. And there again, we are doing this every day and every week. By educational programs, we hope to do this through your organization and through management organizations, which we are doing now. I'll be up at State College to help them get some money for educational program from HEW. We just received another $100,000 to assure from the Labor Department to assure an ongoing program and the opportunity for us to work for you. Anytime you need me or our staff to work with you or help you, we're available insofar as time and manpower permit. Mr. Claude knows this, and I think most of the people that we've ever contacted know this. So call on us when you need us, and if you don't need us, why, we will try to get around to see you in due time, and the less need there is for us, the finer program I think we'll have in the state of Mississippi. Do you agree? With that, thank you again for inviting me. I'm at your service. I'm here to do one thing, to make your workplace a safer and a healthier workplace. Thank you very much.
I've expressed our thanks to Mr. Whitehead for his most informative address, and I have conferred with Mr. Whitehead from time to time about this particular piece of legislation, and We have had some discussion with the present governor about what his plans are in connection with the implementation of this particular act. And we are waiting very anxiously to see what comes out of the overall plan. And I can assure Mr. Whitehead of one thing, and that is simply this, that we in the labor movement fully intend to see that the employers themselves live up to the obligations under this particular piece of legislation. Therefore, don't be surprised if you get a lot of telephone calls and letters from some of our people. I've received already a number of requests from a number of people that needed some assistance in this area about cleaning up unsafe working conditions. And as I told Governor-elect Bill Waller during our interview with him, that if the state of Mississippi did not itself set up an agency to police this particular piece of legislation, he could damn well be assured of one thing, if the ladies will pardon the expression, we were going to see that the federal government did. That's how strongly we feel about the situation. I'm advised that our next speaker...
Mr. Chairman.
Yes.
May I interrupt you just a minute?
Yes.
This is C.E. Schaefer,
yes,
IBEW Local 605. I would like to encourage Mr. Whitehead to start the program in every area that he possibly can with a joint labor management safety committee. This is the grassroots for carrying out a successful program.
Mr. Whitehead is still here? Mr. Whitehead, I would suggest that you and Mr. Schaefer get together before you leave here. He is an employee of the Mississippi Power and Light Company, and they have some particular problems that I know that you'll be interested in, and I'm sure he'll be of great assistance to you in trying to implement this particular act and in the plan that you're working on. Well, the escort committee, please, now at this time, bring our next guest speaker into the hall. Ladies and gentlemen, the gentleman that we are about to introduce, again, should need no introduction to most of you, because he's not a stranger to the members of this organization. He is another one of our state officials with a long and distinguished record of public service to the people of this state. He has served in various and sundry positions within our state government, and I could take up all of his time telling you about the positions that he's held, and that at one time he abolished, at least he led the way to abolish a position that he held where he was getting immensely rich, but that, if he wants to, he can talk about that. But I look upon this gentleman as one of our state's most distinguished office holders, if you please. He's not only a politician, but he's a statesman. And our state needs statesmen at this day and time in our state's history. I've known the gentleman for a number of years, and it's been my pleasure to have worked with him in various and sundry capacities down through the years as president of this organization. At the present time, he's serving as your lieutenant governor, which means that he is the presiding officer of the state senate. And as the presiding officer of the state senate, he has much to do and much to say about legislation that might be passed or come out of committee or die in committee or what have you. The most unfortunate thing about his position, however, and I must tell you this, is that he is not able to cast a vote on that legislation unless there happens to be a tie. And Bill, I don't believe that I recall of any situation yet that you've been placed in a position that you had to cast a vote to break a tie. So with those few remarks, it gives me a great deal of pleasure to present to you our own dear friend, Lieutenant Governor William Winter. Mr. Winter.
Mr. President, ladies and gentlemen, I want to thank you for inviting me here today. This is not the first time, as many of you will recall, that I have had this pleasure. But let me say it is the first time in several years, after being involuntarily retired from public life some years back, that I've had this opportunity of coming here and addressing your convention. I would reflect on one thing, Mr. President, and that is that this organization, it appears to me, has grown both in terms of attendance at this convention from those days in the middle and early 60s when I used to come here, and in terms of your impact and influence on public affairs in the state of Mississippi. And it's a tribute to the leadership of your organization and to the rank and file membership of your organization that this has come about. And I'm delighted to be here. I will comment on one thing that I was afraid your president would bring up in connection with introducing me, and that was that I once served as state tax collector and recommended that that office be abolished. I want to say right here that the legislature never did understand that I was just kidding about that. They went ahead and did it. And then later, when I was running for state treasurer, after having had the office of state tax collector abolished, I was up in northeast Mississippi campaigning, and I saw a group of prospective voters on one of the courthouse lawns up there, and I went over and started shaking hands. And one of the men flattered me by identifying me. He said, "You that fellow that got your job abolished down there in Jackson, aren't you?" And I said, "That's right." And I thought that would bring some favorable comment, but you know, without cracking a smile, this fellow said, "A fellow that ain't got any more sense than that ain't got sense enough to be state treasurer." So you can't win. I have just, within the last 15 minutes, left the session of the state senate to come here. And so if I appear somewhat confused, you must remember where I have been and what I've been doing earlier today. The process of presiding over the state senate is not always an easy process. It's confusing at best, and I find myself frequently confused up there in the various parliamentary tangles that we get into. Nobody but the lieutenant governor is able to resolve those tangles. And I felt somewhat the other day in a particularly confused situation, like a baseball umpire that some of you probably read about, and this is supposed to have happened one time up in a semi-pro league in North Carolina, where the batter, and those of you who are baseball fans, and I hope that's most of you, the batter hit a little dribbler down the first baseline. And the first baseman ran up to field it, and instead of stepping back on the bag to make the out, he simply waited on the batter to get to him, and he was going to put the tag on him. Well, the batter thought that he would complicate this procedure a little bit, so instead of running on toward first base, he stopped and started back toward home plate. And before you knew it, the first baseman and the catcher had a rundown going there between home plate and first base, with this batter running back one way toward first base and back the other way toward home plate. And finally, in one desperation lunge, the batter set off back toward home plate, slid under the tag that the catcher tried to put on him, and the umpire signaled safe. Now this is about where I've been today. So it's hard for me to stand up here now and try to come up with anything that is very, very helpful to you by way of explaining the processes of government, at least at the legislative level. But let me be half serious with you for just a few minutes. I do appreciate this forum, this great body of my fellow Mississippians from all over this state, concerned about the future of this state, concerned about our ability here to sustain ourselves, to provide an economic base where more people can receive sufficient income in order to enjoy a proper standard of living. Let me discuss with you a few things that I think are interesting and relevant and with which I have been dealing. Let me make, as it were, a brief interim report on the work of the Mississippi State Senate to date, and then try to project a few things that I think are of significance at this particular time. As far as the organization of the State Senate is concerned, some of you have been there during this session. I like to think that we have implemented and brought about some changes in procedure that have resulted in a better legislative body. One of the things that I insisted on when I became the presiding officer, insisted on to the extent that I was able to influence the members of the Senate, was to eliminate this process whereby the Senate automatically would close the doors and go into closed session whenever nominations on appointments for confirmation were received from the governor. I have always thought that a legislative body ought to be an open forum, and that the people of this state should have the right to observe their elected legislators in action at all times except under the most unusual circumstances. And so the Senate changed its rules to provide now that whereas it used to be automatic that it would go into closed session on these occasions, now it has to affirmatively vote to shut the doors and go into closed sessions, and I don't believe it's going to do that on very many occasions. In addition, we have opened up a number of committees to the public and to the press. I have felt that the best government is that government that is brought about by procedures carried out in the bright light of day of public observation and public response. And we have been trying to do that. We have been trying to upgrade the staff of the Senate. We brought in some bright, young, articulate young men who have been able to give good leadership there. We have upgraded the research services, the information services, the bill drafting services, and I think, frankly, that your state Senate is a body that you can be proud of and that is going to conduct itself in a proper manner. You know, this is a day when more and more people, I think, are concerned about the way that the processes of government are carried out. And I think they want the men and the women whom they have elected to conduct themselves in a proper way, in a dignified way, in a respectable way. And this is one of the commitments that, as the presiding officer of the state senate, as the lieutenant governor of this state, I am attempting to fulfill. We must have within the framework of government men and women of respect, of integrity, of good judgment, because the system is no better than the people that make it up. This is really what I came here to talk to you about today. We have before us in the legislature a great many bills, proposals of importance to every man and woman in this room, and for that matter, in the state of Mississippi. The kind of highway system that we're going to have in this state, the kind of transportation system, the kind of educational system, from the university and college level down through the junior college to the secondary and elementary level, the kind of public health services and facilities that we're going to have in this state, the kind of institutions for the care of the mentally and the physically disabled, the kind of penal institutions, and how we're going to rehabilitate those unfortunate citizens from our ranks who have broken the law and who must be restored to constructive, law-abiding life in our state. How we're going to develop this state, the natural resources of this state, our rivers, our streams, our lakes, our land, our forests, and how we're going to provide the basis whereby the full, total economic development of the state can be brought about. These are the broad, general areas with all sorts of refinements in between that all of us in the legislature, here in this convention, wherever sensitive, concerned people gather in this state, these are the broad general areas in which we must bring the best thought and the best minds that we have to provide some solutions that will enable this state in the remaining years of this century to achieve the kind of progress and prosperity and economic and social growth that all of us want to see achieved here. But it won't be done. It won't be done simply because somebody passes a resolution or because somebody gets up, as I'm doing now, and with a lot of rhetoric makes a speech on the 4th of July or on some political stunt. These things will be brought about, this progress will be made only as there is enough commitment on the part of enough concerned people in this state to see to it that these things are achieved and brought about. This is where you come in. I know I don't have to say this to you. I ought to be saying it out to somebody else who isn't here, but the only thing about it is you are here. And so I hope that I will find in you a responsive chord to this note that I want to strike now. This is not original with me, but the way to make this state progress, the way to enable the legislature and the other public officials of this state to do the things that they ought to do is through men and women like yourselves, through organizations like this, to establish a broad base of public opinion that will enable those of us who have been vested with official political responsibility to do the things that need to be done. There's no greater myth than this, and that is that once a man is elected to public office, he can really do what he wants to do. Nobody, the governor, the lieutenant governor, the members of the legislature, are not able to achieve any more than this public opinion out here in this state will enable them to achieve. This is the most important, the most responsible duty that anybody ever has. Under our system of government, it won't work any other way than that there be enough members of the body politic, responsible citizens, who are willing to commit themselves personally and through organizations like this to saying the things that will help to establish this body of constructive, progressive, forward-looking public opinion. You and I know, looking back just a few years, you and I know how many mistakes we have seen made by public leaders and others in this state simply because there did not exist enough strength in a body of public opinion that would keep us from being led down some of the blind alleys that we have been led down in the past. And it's your job to see to it that our people are not allowed to be led down any more blind alleys. We've got too much going for us here in this area of the country. Just looking around over the state of Mississippi, you can see very tangibly, very visibly, the opportunities that we have here in this state, in this area of the country, if we just have the good judgment and the enlightened leadership to take advantage of these opportunities. I don't know of a better organization, grassroots linked as you are, with a broad cross-section, the working people of this state, all over the state, in every section of the state. I don't know of another organization more effectively equipped to help provide this kind of a public opinion molding process than your organization of which you are members. We need as much help as we can get, those of us in public office. We need as much help as we can get in having an understanding on the part of enough people of what the real issues are, of what the real choices are. It's the hardest thing in the world sometimes up there at the Capitol building to sustain the right perspective on public decisions and public opinions and public matters. You have a corridor full of special interest groups out there. You can get all sorts of information of a partisan nature on a proposition. But feeling that you have the real perspective and the real answer and the real facts and the real understanding is sometimes awfully hard to come about. And this is where we need your help to sustain us in doing the things that we ought to do at the time we ought to do them, to make sure that we don't shortchange another generation of Mississippians who too often in the past have been shortchanged because there has been a short-sighted leadership in this state. We still have a lot of educating to do, a lot of formal educating, a lot of seeing to it that our school systems are adequate for the purposes of providing our boys and girls with a basis whereby they can live a good life. But I'm not talking just about that kind of educating. I'm talking about educating people in the facts of life, educating people to the realities of life in this world and in this country in the 1970s, of understanding, as I think we are understanding to an increased extent here in the state of Mississippi, that we cannot afford the luxury, if indeed it ever was a luxury, of isolation. We are a part of this world and of this country, and we have got to see to it that we claim a rightful share of the rewards of living in this world in these exciting years here in the latter part of the 20th century. This is a good time to be alive, to be a vibrant, dynamic, effective part of this great mechanism of government that we have. There are a lot of cynics. There are a lot of people that say that we can't sustain it, that the system will not be sustained. I refuse to believe that, because I see here in front of me too many of you whom I personally know and too many of you whom I have seen committed to the sustaining of the great American economic and political system. You have it within your capacity and your power to do more than you have done before, and more than most other people that I know, because you understand the facts of life and the techniques of getting things done in a political way. So let me leave you with this challenge and this request, and that is that you not underestimate your capacity to influence the shape of things for good in this state in the coming years, that you devote your continued best efforts to the building up of an understanding on the part of more people in the state of Mississippi of the opportunities that we have in front of us, and insist on our facing up to the realities of life and of making sure that we do not defer to another generation the solution to many of the problems that have haunted us in the past. We don't have that much time. We can't afford to postpone the facing up to these realities. Working with you, hopefully, in a position of public responsibility in state government, I pledge you my best efforts in carrying out a program of enlightenment that's forward-looking, that's progressive, that will ensure that more people from every walk of life, from every background, regardless of where they came from, or what their family is, or what their name is, will share in the good things of the future of this state in the years ahead. I thank you for letting me have this platform, this forum, to share these thoughts with you today. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Governor Winter, for those inspiring remarks. He advises me that he will have to leave shortly because the Senate's still in session, and he didn't say it, but I assume there might be the necessity of him casting a tie-breaking vote over there. But I noticed, Bill, I haven't had a chance to read the papers very closely here the last 2 or 3 days because we've been in a convention while you've been in session. But I did notice that somebody's moving the furniture out of the governor's mansion I assume that they must be going to go to work on a place shortly, and I hope they have that thing ready in time for you to move in, because things go like I think they ought to. You're going to be the next governor of this state. Thank you very much. Now, the next order of business is the election of officers, and I have been requested to make an announcement before that event begins. I've been asked that the members of the elections committee meet in the foyer immediately in back of the hall for the purpose of getting their instructions on how to go about conducting the election, because many of them have not been members of this committee before. And I'll call the names of that committee out for you. We'd like for you to immediately go to the foyer. Mr. W.H. Woods, Chairman. Miss Ann Gray. Verona Orman, Mr. Wayne Lee, Ann Smith, L.J. Brown, and Martha Alford. Would you please go into the foyer immediately and get ready, get yourselves ready to come out here in a few minutes and start the proceedings of the election of the officers. Now, I don't know what that was supposed to mean about here. What is this all about? You want to take it out?
Brother Ramsey?
I don't understand what this is all about, but this group said they'd like to have a few minutes before the next speaker was introduced, so with your permission, we'll find out what it's all about.
I'm Ed Lowell from Pascagoula, Mississippi, president of the Pascagoula Metal Trade Council. The council voted the other night to get a little memorial here to our good brother Ramsey, and we came up with a plaque we'd like to present to him at this time. I'd like to read it, Brother Claude, if I could. It says, in honor of Claude Ramsey, President, Mississippi AFL-CIO, for a job well done in Pascagoula, Mississippi. Pascagoula Metal Trades Council, AFL-CIO, and affiliated local unions. Carpenters Local 569, Machinists Local 1133, Sheet Metal Local 407, Pipe Fitters Local 436, Boilermakers Local 693, Painters Local 1225, Laborers Local 1142, Teamsters Local 991, Office and Professional Employees Local 204, Operating Engineers Local 624, Cafeteria Workers Local 541. After that, I'm run out of breath. But Brother Ramsey, we would like to say thank you, and we believe that if you hadn't have been pulling for us, helping us, we probably wouldn't have got the contracts at Lytton that we have today, and thank you again.
Thank you. Well, gentlemen, you want to see it? There it is. Well, ladies and gentlemen, let me say this. I deeply appreciate this. And I'm accepting it not in behalf of Claude Ramsey, but in behalf of the organization. Now, it's true that I spent an awful lot of time in trying to assist these people in some of the very complicated problems that they had, but it's also true that there were some other people in this organization played a hand in the role, and I think they understand that. Brother Thomas Knight himself spent a lot of time on helping solve especially the food stamp problem. And all of you know that we had the problem on collecting unemployment insurance. We won that one. Well, I'm very happy, gentlemen. In behalf of the organization, I do accept the plaque. And with those remarks, I've got another task to perform before I introduce this next gentleman. Because when he gets through, we're going to ask him to come up here and start tabulating the votes. But I've been advised by the chairman of the Entertainment Committee. You voted yesterday 90 to something, which meant a lot of people didn't vote at all. But you'd like to have a dance tonight after the banquet. And the chairman of that committee, Brother Clark, advises me that the best he's been able to do up to this point is to find a 5-piece non-union band that wants $250 to play from 9 to 1. And he wanted me to find out whether or not you wanted him to engage that outfit or not, or whether you just wanted to let the banquet be your entertainment and then do what you'd like to after the banquet was over. So I'm going to entertain a motion at this time whether or not you want Brother Clark to proceed to engage this band and make arrangements for a dance tonight. The question is about the $250 and the way that was answered yesterday. The State Council is financially embarrassed to the point that we would not be able to pick up the whole tab on the $250. The statement was made that the hat would be passed till they collected the amount, so that's that situation. Now, we want you to make the decision as to whether or not the arrangements are made tonight or not. What's the decision of the convention before I bring on the next speaker? We need a motion to either engage this band or not to engage it, and let you vote on it right now, because he's got to let somebody know something.
Mr. Chairman, I'm Joseph Wyndham of Carpenters of 1518. I offer you a motion that they don't accept the band and don't have the dance.
That what now?
I'll offer you a motion that they don't hold the dance due to the non-union band.
I see. The motion is that we not accept, at least we not hold the dance, and that we not engage the non-union band. Do we have a second to that motion? Any discussion? Not all in favor of the motion signified to say an aye. All opposed? Motion carried and so ordered. But let me say this before I introduce the next speaker. We do have an organized band in this town, as I told you yesterday, who is not affiliated with this organization. And I intend to personally talk to that gentleman after this convention's over with, and shall advise him that had his organization been affiliated with this state organization, that without a doubt he would have been engaged, that he would have provided music for a dance at this convention. I think you've made the correct decision, but in turn, I think I'm obligated to you to let this man know how we feel about that situation. Okay. Now,
looking at this long drink of water sitting up here by me here for some time. He's been a friend of mine for a number of years. And I had intended to invite the gentleman to be on our agenda, be one of our speakers, before he decided that he did not want to be president of the state AFL-CIO any longer just a few months ago. Now, Hank, this might come as a surprise to you, but I had you on my list of speakers already. Well, now, it just so happens that during the Miami convention that I ran into Hank Brown and found out that he had been hired or engaged by an insurance company and was now on their payroll and was now acting as a goodwill ambassador for that insurance company. And I should add that the president of this insurance company happens to be a good friend of mine also. And you should also know that even though our rules prohibit us from suggesting insurance companies for you to patronize, that this particular insurance company is an organized insurance company, and that all the employees of this company belongs to a union, that they do have a union contract. Hank Brown at Miami told me that he'd like to come to Mississippi and play host or put on a social hour for this convention and our guest prior to our banquet. I told him, I said, well, Hank, I hope you understand and realize the number of people that we're talking about. We're expecting somewhere in the neighborhood of about 300 delegation, and there's no telling how many registered guests we'll have. And in addition to that, we intend to invite the members of the legislature, which total 174 members. We don't know exactly how many of them might be here, so we're talking now about a social hour or a cocktail hour, sorry, for about 600 people. He says, don't worry about it. He talks like one of them rich oil men that Tom, I guess, was talking about yesterday, one of them oil slickers from Texas. You know, but it does give me a great deal of pleasure to present to you at this time the former president of the Texas State AFL-CIO, and now the vice president of the American Income Life Insurance Company, who will be your host tonight beginning at 6 p.m. in this room for about an hour for a social hour prior to our banquet, which begins at 7. Hank, it's my privilege this time to turn it over to you.
Thank you very much, Claude. Well, this reminds me of an occasion in 1958, and I had been assigned to the state of California, where they were trying to pass one of them dastardly right-to-work laws like you and I have been living under all of our adult lives. A noted gentleman who was to go down in history named John F. Kennedy was advertised as the keynote speaker of the occasion. But by the time we got through introducing all the notables of the California labor movement and all the committeemen and all the assemblymen and all the senators and all the politicians and all of the ladies that were there, it was about 12:30 in the evening. And by that time, most of the people had wandered on off, except a few loyal people that thought this man might go on to be the next president, and so they stayed. Well, he was rather long-winded that night, and as he got into his remarks, and he began to unwind while a few more people left. And then a big roar of lightning and thunder came from outside, and everybody left but one gentleman.
So when the Honorable John F. Kennedy got through, he stepped around, he shook his hand and said, "Sir, I want to thank you." He said, "You a gentleman." He said, "Gentlemen, hell, I'm the next speaker," you see. And that's the shape I'm in. You know, I've been wanting to come here all my life. For 27 years, I've had a fat cat job as a labor leader. I've been a plumber business agent till I got to scabbing on the carpenters, and my suggestion is leave them damn saws alone. Call the union hall, you see. But I've been working with Tom Knight in the regional conference that we were building a trade union leadership, and I've had great respect for him. And I've been working with Claude Ramsey and hearing all the dastardly tales of what's going on. And every night I used to lay down and I'd say, "Lord, don't let nothing happen to Mississippi, because if they leave the Union, Texas will be lashed." And how it treats the working man. But you know, the last several years I've seen a great change. Claude, we've passed a minimum wage law in Texas. We passed the State Equal Opportunity and Human Rights Act. We have passed a reform of the Workman's Comp Law. We've done just damn near as good as what you've been doing over here, just kicking hell out of the establishment, you know. And I come to commend the kind of leadership that you have in this state. Now, I know he's not always right, but if he ain't, Tom is. And if they ain't right, they'll convince you they're right, even when they ain't, you see. Reminds me of the time we went down to New Ever, Laredo, and we'd had a big labor convention down on the Mexican border. That night, someone suggested we go over on the Mexican side and develop a little good, friendly relations with our neighbors. And we got to visiting the art galleries and the various other houses of information and goodwill. About like some of you did out at the Embers till 4 this morning. And since we got a non-union band, we'll probably be back there again tonight, you see. In any event, the next morning, with a kind of a bottom of the bird cage taste in your mouth, I woke up about 11. And my neighbor is shaking me and he said, "Come on, Hank, it's the day of the Lord and we're going to go see the Lord. We're going to church." Well, I didn't like it, but I got ready and we started out for the great cathedral. And then we got there, I said, "Look, you know anything about Mexican?" He said, "Man, not a word." I said, "You know anything about Latin?" You know, all they got down here is Catholic. He said, "I know less about Latin than I know about Mexican." He said, "How are we going to follow the church, the man?" He said, "We're going to kneel down behind somebody. And every time he kneels, we'll kneel. And every time he sit, we're going to sit. When he stand, we're going to stand, and nobody will know that we're stupid." Well, for 1 hour, everything went beautiful. And finally, right at the end, the padre had on his little cap and had the chalice, and he was leaving, but he came back to the mic and he said something in Mexican. The man we had been following stood, we stood. And everybody giggled and laughed, and we got outside and saw another fellow that looked like he might understand English, and we said, "Say, was that giggling and laughing about us?" He said, "Oh, I think so." He said, "The father say that a new baby had been born. Would the father of the child please stand?" Now, I've been working with Tom and with Claude, and I see my girlfriend Fannie Neal, and I missed my friend Darren Powell, and I've been following around at these court meetings so long that really I don't feel like a fat cat, you know. I took this job making twice the money for half the work. Now, you'll have to admit, for a plumber, that ain't bad, you know. My speech is going to be like the latest ladies' fashion. It's going to be short enough to be interesting and long enough to cover the subject. But I want to warn you that every one of these characters that come out of Texas are all initiated with the same needle. When they vaccinate them as a young child, they use what's called a longhorn steer needle. You've seen them big old lumbering steers on television watching Gunsmoke or Bonanza, you know, they got them long horns. And all speakers from Texas are like that. They make one point way over here, one over there, there's a lot of bull in the middle. And sometimes you get confused what's the point and what's the bull. But you're going to see a lot of this slick oil man we sent you named Conley. And we in Texas have been wrestling with that joker for 30 years. Can tell you how to tell on television when he's telling the truth. Or better yet, when he's telling you a lie. You want to watch right up there where his pretty gray hair meets his forehead. It's getting further back all the time, but right there. Then look right down to the end of his nose. And then watch his lips, and if they're moving, he's lying to you. Another thing I like about this convention, and I'm not here but 24 hours, I may just move my citizenship over here. All these women they've got here from the Amalgamated Clothing Workers Union, it reminds me of the story, the first story. Adam got up one morning feeling kind of grumpy, and he looked over at her, and she said something he didn't like, and he said, I'll go on. Said, woman ain't nothing but a rag and a bone and a hank of hair. And she turned back and said, yeah, and man ain't nothing but a brag and a groan and a tank of air, you know. And in case you haven't noticed it, the women are now 54% of the whole country. They own 56% of all the savings. They got control of 61% of the stocks and bonds in the nation. They spend 85% of all the money that you men are earning. And they got 100% of your love life unless you've got strange ways, you know. So I did not come to talk to you about buying insurance from American Income, although that's not a bad idea. Once I mention them, that allows me under the Internal Revenue rules to pay for the trip. We do want you to come and enjoy it. We made $1 million last year from union people. We sell in 46 states to nothing but union people. And so when you're enjoying your own hospitality this evening, just remember that it's union folks who made it possible for you. Whatever you buy, look for the union label, and we wouldn't have the problem of 6 million unemployed, even though Tricky Dicky has certainly not helped the situation, and we're going to talk about that fellow a little bit. While you're paying attention, I noticed this great young lieutenant governor you had. I'll tell you what I'll do. I'll trade you our governor, our lieutenant governor, and our speaker for him right now, and kick in $1 million to boot, because I believe that fella has got the right idea. And with that kind of leadership, with the kind of dedication you've got, I believe that Texas had better get up off of its Kabasiyama, or they're going to be saying, God bless Texas, because it leaves the Union. Mississippi will be last, you see. Well, what's happened now? We've given old Tricky Dicky 3 years to straighten up things, to end the war, to cut down on inflation, to move America forward. Everybody remembers all of the beautiful promises. One of the great problems we have in America is the drug problem today. And Tricky Dicky has contributed to what's called in the drug market the uppers and the downers. There are drugs that'll get you on a high, and there are drugs that'll get you on a low. And both of them are dangerous for you. And this is what's happened in 3 years with the uppers and the downers. The prices are up, and the wages are down. And the profits are up, and the fat cat taxes are down. And the imports are up, and the jobs are down. And the welfare is up, and the training programs are down. And the deficit is up, and the value of the dollar is down. And if Nixon's game plan for the economic well-being of our country is as lousy as the football plans he was sending in to Miami when the Dallas Cowboys whooped the hell out of them, it's no wonder we're in deep trouble. We got the highest unemployment in 2 decades. We have the highest interest rates in the history of the country since the Civil War. We have a stacked National Labor Relations Board administrating anti-labor law. We have a Supreme Court that doesn't believe in the law of the land when it comes to enforcing the Fair Labor Standards Act. We have the highest deficit in the history of our country. We have the greatest deficit of trade balance since 1776. Our dollar has been deflated to where that's the worst money that you can tote with you if you go anywhere outside of the continental United States. People don't want your cheap money. The war in Indochina still rages. While we've brought home the ground troops, we have more people dropping more bombs on Indochina every week than all the bombs that we dropped when I served in World War II. And the killing on both sides goes on. We have more poverty today and more people working below $3,900 a year, which is the poverty level, than ever before in the history of our land. And the tax load on the working people gets higher and higher, while us fat cats paid less and less. Now, in Texas, we had lynched our mother that was in charge of that kind of a program. But you and I can't lynch the President of the United States. But we can take out an insurance policy called COPE, C-O-P-E. And if we can keep those of us, the false prophets among us, from dividing the black man from the white man, if we can keep phony issues like busing that our people got confused with in Florida, I don't want my children or my grandchildren toted across Bexar County, Texas. I want them to go to a decent school, but I want my neighbor's children to go to a decent school also. And I'm not taken in by this phony baloney television program of last week that was response to the emotional appeal of Florida. I've spent my whole life since I was 5 years old. My dad was an organizer and died in a labor dispute organizing steel workers. And I've been working on a picket line since I was old enough to walk. And the day this company tells me that I got to stop working with union folks, I'm going to tell them to go where it's exceedingly warm. But I come to tell you that I'm scared. I've been in 19 states, and our people are confused, just like they were in 1970 when we allowed a phony issue of prayer in the school. Prayer in the school is what defeated the greatest chairman of the Labor Committee in the history of the country, named Ralph Yarbrough, who in 13 years never cast one single wrong vote against the working people of this country. And yet union people got to reading the daily press. God almighty, what a horrible thing to do if you want to know the truth. Remember what Will Rogers said. The only thing that you're sure about when you read the daily press is the date, and I'd suggest you check it against the calendar. Our members are not at the Union Hall. Those of you who have 10% more of your members, raise your hand at the monthly meeting. Raise your hand. Well, if they're not at the union meeting, they're watching the idiot box, better known as television. And they're reading the daily press. And God knows they are not advocating your program, Tom, or yours, Claude, or what I believe and stand for. And we're the leaders. Let's us stand tall. Let's tell them the truth, that the issues is the Nixon lousy record of 8 million people with no job, of importation of jobs, of exportation of jobs, These are the problems that face up to the American people in the year of 1972. And in your pamphlet, and I know about demagoguery because I've used it in my life. That's when you tell the people the simple thing. And George Wallace is one of the great ones. I've gone to hear him. He's one of the great speakers. He'll tell you what you want to hear. Down with the taxes, down with the bureaucrats, and hooray for you and me. And that's beautiful. Beautiful. Except when you vote for him, you vote for Nixon. You see. And that same man that has froze your wages, that same man that has cut the Davis-Bacon Act for the prevailing wage on building construction to where we're losing more work to the scabs than we've ever lost in our history. The same man that's got 8 million people walking the street and begging for jobs, that's cut out the training programs and more people are on welfare, is Richard Nixon. And what you've got to do and I've got to do is stand up like a leader and tell them the truth, that Nixon is an evil and his co-conspirator that's helping him to re-elected is George Wallace. Now, if you're not that tall, then I wonder whether you're really tough enough to be a trade union leader in Mississippi in 1972. You got to decide that for yourself, because in some local unions, if you say that, you can get beat in your own next election. So you got to decide what's really important. Your next election or the election of the presidency of the United States that governs 210 million people. If I thought retiring tomorrow and being unemployed would reduce this idiot that's in the White House and get him unemployed, I'd give up this job tomorrow, and I think you ought to be willing to make that sacrifice in Mississippi. Well, I'm going to end with this thought. I am a Muskie man, and I busted my gut for Hubert Humphrey. I was state president, and I borrowed $250,000 in the name of the working people, and we carried Texas for Hubert by 41,000 out of 3 million. That's so thin a margin that you can't even cut it with a razor blade. But at least we did prevail for the Democrats. But even if you're for Humphrey, or you're for Muskie, or McGovern, or Harris, or Jackson, or Lindsey, I say to you that whoever comes out of the convention in Miami, if it's Mickey Mouse, let us unite behind him and get rid of this man that is a detriment to everything that you and I stand for. Lyndon Johnson's famous story of how he succeeded in politics is a crude one, and yet it's true. And ladies, I hope you'll forgive me. It will be as clean as I can make it and make my point. And if you've been in the trade union movement long enough, I know that you'll understand it, and it will not be profane. It will leave a little bit to your imagination. They asked Lyndon Johnson, how did you in 37 years get so much done? And he said, well, there's a technique to working with people. And he told about a famous story of Sarah, the school marm, who had never been to the dentist in 50 years until she hurt so bad she had to go. And about that time, she went down to see Dr. Sam, and the whole city of Johnson City showed up. And one guy was looking through the Venetian blind, reporting to the rest of the town, and he told the wildest story you ever heard. Seems as how just as he got a hold of that molar with the pliers, she got a hold of him. And he said, Sarah, what are you doing? Nobody has done this in 50 years. And she said, now, Dr. Sam, we're not going to hurt one another, are we? regardless of what your union is, whether you are an industrial unionist, whether you're a building tradesman, let's lay aside all of our own little petty family quarrels, and let's unite behind the Coke program of Mississippi like you've done here before. Let's all get affiliated and start paying on our true per capita tax, which some of you haven't been doing if this is a normal state, Brother Claude. And in November, we can have a great victory. For tonight, I want to dedicate this poem so that 6 o'clock you'll be in the right spirit. The wonderful love of a beautiful maid, and the love of a staunch true friend, the love of a baby unafraid, have existed since time began. But the greatest love, the love of loves, even greater than that of a mother, is the passionate and tender and infinite love of one drunk for another. So at 6 o'clock, let's all set aside our cares and problems for at least this evening, and you and I enjoy some fellowship so that tomorrow we can go out and give them hell. Thank you so much for your time.
Well, now what do you say? What do you say? You know, we asked him over, invited him over to provide the entertainment for the social hour. In addition to providing the entertainment for the social hour, he has closed this day, I think, on the proper note. And I can't close out this thing and bring up the election committee without letting you in on one little thing that I was faced with one time. I'm not short on words myself on occasions. We had a program in New Orleans one time, and it had Vic Busey, Hank Brown, and Claude Ramsey on the same program. Vic spoke first, Hank spoke second, Claude spoke third. And you can imagine the shape I was in when Hank Brown got through. Hank, it's a real pleasure to have you with us. We're looking forward.
State agent is here. Jim Avery, is Jim here? He had to go to a meeting. We'll introduce him this evening.
Now, I understand the social hour will be here, and they'll try to get set up as soon as the election's out of the way. Now, if the election committee is ready, and I assume they are, Brother Knight wants to make an announcement. The next order of business is the election. So all of you just keep seated. It'll have to be done by roll call vote. Brother Knight?
You better, Claude. Better tell the election committee to come along.
All right, the election committee should come on up here and get on the podium now while Brother Knight makes the announcement. Are they in the hall or still in the back room back there? Will somebody step in the foyer and tell the election committee to come on up on the podium? Here he comes now. Okay, Brother Knight.
We'd like for the Sergeant at Arms of the convention and the presidents of the Central Labor Councils that are here to meet us in the Victory Foyer at 6 p.m. for just a few minutes. Now, I realize the social hour is scheduled to begin at that time, but we just got to see the Sergeant at Arms and the presidents of the Central Labor Councils for a few minutes at 6 o'clock in the foyer.